Good morning, everyone. I hope you've had a very fruitful and engaging morning thus far. Today's session will be moderated by Professor Tan Eun Sing, Director of the Center for Research in Child Development at the National Institute of Education, Singapore. Professor Tan is an elected fellow of the International Academy of Education, which comprises a select group of distinguished professors worldwide. He has delivered major addresses at some of the best global universities, including Harvard, Tsinghua, Nagoya University, and Seoul National University. He has also been a consultant to many government bodies, including Denmark, Italy, Bahrain, UAE, Japan, as well as international organizations, including Japan International Cooperation Agency, Asia Development Bank, World Bank, UNESCO, and OECD. May I invite Professor Tan on stage, please?
Many people often ask, what is the secret of education in Singapore? And I always say that the goal of education in Singapore is simple, which is all summarized in one word. The goal of education is to build the character of the person. And that's what education is all about. I think at this forum, we have heard a lot this morning, emphasizing the importance of the values aspect that is so integral in education. I think sometimes in the eagerness to meet the new economy, many curriculum talk about competencies. But I think this morning and today, I think we reinforce this very important fact that values form a very, very important base in education. Values of integrity, values of resilience to climb the learning curve. Well, I'm moderating a session which is talking about economic, the new economic demands and how education can better match these demands. And we have three very distinguished people from the industry. I just want to say that this forum is fantastic, that we are listening a lot to business leaders and also people who are so passionate about education, because you really need to be with the right people to get the right perspective. Because I'm a psychologist. Psychology tells us the best way for people to learn is by role modeling. And that's why you hear all these stories from the very honorable senior chairman, Charoen, about this 100-year history of the organization, right? I just want to tell a story because you have been listening to a lot of heavy stuff. Story was told about this great Professor Max Planck. In the early days when Max Planck discovered the quantum theory, then of course, as the Nobel Prize winner, he was brought to all the universities in Germany and Europe. Everybody want to listen to this speaker. And of course, in those days, you don't have Zoom, internet, and so on. And so he has to have a driver who would drive him to all the universities where he will give his speech on this great quantum theory. So I've been giving a speech after speech after speech after speech, and he's probably have done that probably 20 times or more, and one day he was very tired. And so he told his driver that actually today I'm very tired to repeat the same story. But the driver said, in the last 20 over lectures, every time I was sitting there, I was listening very carefully to what you are speaking. And by now, actually, I almost can repeat what you say. And because Max Planck was very tired, he said, well, this university may not have seen my face before that much. Maybe I will just take a rest and you can give the speech for me and let's see how it goes. And that was what he did. And the driver went up and he started giving his speech, and he was fantastic. He was able to repeat almost very accurately what Max Planck used to say. The problem came in only at the end of the session where it was question and answer. And this particular university have some very brilliant physicists. And this guy came up and asked a very difficult question to the driver. And this driver said, oh, that's easy. That's a very easy thing. Even my driver can answer it. And he told Max Planck to answer the question. Anyway, we are going to be listening to a lot of bright minds today. And I think by this, I don't know what is your experience, but by noon today, I already listened to so much brilliant idea. And I tell you, when you are with the company of brilliant people, you will also be smart like the driver who has learned the process of thinking. So I will ask Jolene to introduce our next three speakers. They come from very important company, Amazon, Google, and a very, very important technological and innovative university in Japan. So let's enjoy the rest of the session. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Tan, for that introduction. I will now introduce the speakers for today. So our first speaker is Mr. Vikram Rao. Mr. Vikram Rao is Head of Enterprise ASEAN at Amazon Web Services, AWS. Mr. Rao leads the AWS enterprise business across ASEAN, leading a sales team passionate in helping large enterprise customers across industry verticals as they innovate, transform their businesses, and underpin socioeconomic growth in their respective communities. Based in Singapore, Mr. Rao joined AWS in 2018 to set up and lead the AWS marketplace business across Asia Pacific and Japan. Mr. Rao has worked extensively in the AI, digital, big data, and analytics domains for industries such as telecommunications and banking. May I invite Mr. Vikram Rao on stage, please? Thank you.
Good morning. I'd like to start by thanking Dr. Cheng, as well as Senior Chairman Dhanin, Chearavanont for this opportunity. Really exciting, very timely and ambitious opportunity to continue the conversation around skills and around education. Let me start with the question at hand. How can we shape the future of education to match the economic trends of the future? When we look forward to the next 5 or 10 years as Amazon, one word keeps repeating itself, which is digital, digital, digital. This is what you heard even from Andreas and from some of the previous speakers. For us, it's not just about doing digital. It's about being digital. It's about bridging that gap between the real world and what digital can offer. Digital has become so essential, and this is especially accelerated over the last 2 years of the pandemic, where digital provides more accessibility, more inclusivity, more innovation, and it's critical for every aspect of our lives. So this is the overriding theme for what demand is created in skills as well. But this alone is not enough. It is the intersection of digital as well as sustainability that is going to drive value. A recent Accenture study said that companies and businesses that find and create value at the intersection of both digital and sustainability are 2.5 times more likely to build strong businesses than others. They are 2.5 times more likely to succeed in the next 10 years than others. So what does digital technology mean? For us, digital technology can be everything from something as simple as the application of software to more advanced technologies like AI, analytics, Internet of Things. But all of this applied to consumer requirements or consumer needs. But when we did this survey, this is a research conducted by Alpha Beta across APJ, and we looked at 6 markets. These are the top 5 skills that come up in terms of requirements at workplaces. The use of cloud-based tools, cybersecurity, technical or IT support, digital marketing, and cloud migration. If you notice, 3 of these skills, which are in blue, are related to cloud. And this is what is so exciting about the next 5 to 10 years. But having said that, we have a growing skills gap. According to the same report, we have an estimated 86 million or more workers that need to be digitally trained in Asia Pacific and Japan. 86 million is about 14% of the workforce. This is significant. Governments and industries are grappling with the shortage of skills across all these industries. Of the various enterprises and businesses surveyed, 97% said that they recognize the need for digital skills, especially through the starting with the end of the pandemic. However, only 29% of them have said they've done something about it since the pandemic. Only 2 in 3 workers are confident. They're not confident that gaining their digital skills is enough to meet the fast-growing future needs. And why is it so? Fundamentally, 2 reasons. One is accessibility and knowledge of what is available out there. And second is the lack of time. So as we build our teams, as we build our organizations, we need to be careful that we invest that time. We take out time from our teams, our people, to reskill them, to upskill them. Some new data, as we go deeper into the digital skills gap in ASEAN, says that 81% of tech workers, this was especially, we did this in Singapore and Indonesia, undertake digital training at least once a year. But only 52% of non-tech workers do. Now, why does this matter? This matters because, as I said before, it's not important to only do digital. That is just a tick box. It is important that we are digital, we become digital as businesses. And in doing so, if the businesses and these enterprises want to move with speed, you have to have not only the tech workers, but also the non-tech workers equally adopt these skills, or at least be knowledgeable about these skills. Not only do we have a skills gap overall in the digital workforce, this continues also into the gender skills gap for digital. 96% of women recognize the importance of digital skills, especially in increasing their productivity as well as their employability. However, only 82% of these have undertaken training. And even this training is not significant enough to get them, to the next stage of required skills. So what are our upskilling priorities? What is Amazon Web Services doing about this? We look at skilling in three areas. The first one is working in your nearest circle or sphere of influence, which is how do you upskill the existing workforce at scale? Andreas talked about technology overtaking knowledge and creating a gap. And then, you have to reskill people or create schools to create prosperity. This is what this pillar is about. It is about upskilling the existing workforce at scale. The second one is around building a diverse talent pool through custom programs. So we know there is talent outside our immediate sphere of influence in the community. How do we build a diverse set of talent? How do we attract this talent and skill them? And the third is around nurturing the talent pool of the future. So the younger generation, the next generation, students that are coming through the education system, how do we engage them early enough to be able to make a difference and have them ready for the future in terms of the demand for these skills? Just examples of what we've done in markets like Indonesia. In 5 markets actually across ASEAN, we've launched the Restart program, which is a 12-week free program that takes individuals through reskilling them to make them ready for cloud skills. We've also done a program in Indonesia called Laptop for Builders, which essentially equips underprivileged as well as children with disability to be able to learn cloud skills and get them ready for vocational skills in cloud and in digital in the future. I'll try to go through this quickly, which is AWS Academy is something where we create a ready-to-teach a future curriculum for universities to adopt. This is so they can become digital ready and for preparing university students. Another example is AWS Educate. We have 500 courses that are self-paced, which also are gamified because that's the experience that the next generation wants in being able to adopt cloud technology and adopt cloud skills. And lastly, we have programs specifically targeting women in tech. We are pleased to say that since 2017, we now have skilled over 700,000 plus people in ASEAN with cloud essential skills. But there's still a long way to go with 86 million. So there is a lot of opportunity for us to collectively work together to build that and bridge that gap. Some examples of what we've done is in Department of Polytechnic and Community Education, College Education in Malaysia. We've actually worked to launch a what we call a RoboNeo AWS Deep Racer Challenge in the eastern states of Sabah. And the reason for that is we wanted to introduce to Polytechnic students the interest, spark their interest in cloud technology. So using a racer league and using artificial intelligence or machine learning to actually improve that racing is a pilot project that we've undertaken there. With the Digital Economic Promotion Agency in Thailand here, we've also worked with King Mongkut University to run a boot camp and a job fair for more than 200 students. In Vietnam, with USAID, we are modernizing the curriculum of 7 universities with cloud-based curriculum. And with Singapore Management University, we are working with their Women in Tech department to drive specific skills for women and girls to adopt cloud skills. Just closer to back home in Thailand, we do programs like AWS Tech Exchange, where we actually get together young professionals and share more about what it takes, what are the skills available, what are the courses available, what are the hands-on programs available to drive this fluency. We've also, as you see at the bottom, with universities, this year, I'm already going into next year. In 2022, we have 51 universities where we've introduced AWS Academy, where we have modernized the curriculum. And in FY23, in 2023, we are looking to add 15 more of these universities and 5,000 more academy students. So in summary, AWS education efforts in ASEAN primarily revolve around providing more equitable learning opportunities, driving a more diverse digital workforce. Like I said, we have a lot to do with all of you, with governments, with educational institutions to do more. And finally, increasing employability and driving industry innovation. I'd like to leave you with just one thought, and this is something that Senior Chairman spoke about earlier, which is really close to my heart, and it's only reinforced with what I've seen at Amazon and have worked with Amazon for the last 4 years, is that our legacy, our only legacy as leaders, is defined by the values and capabilities that we instill in the people and communities we leave behind. So I urge you, and this is really exciting to do that, while we do quite a bit, let us collectively do more. Let us collectively try to build a stronger team, stronger organization, stronger business. And the heart to that is reskilling, and the heart to that is trying to build a culture of curiosity and learn and continuous learning. And that's the only way for all of us to collectively succeed and bridge this gap. So I thank you. Thank you again for the opportunity to be here. And I'll meet you in the course of the day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rao, for that sharing. Do we want questions for Mr. Rao, or maybe I will just introduce the next speaker? Yeah, okay. So next we have Professor Inoue Mitsuteru. He is Senior Executive Director of the National Institute of Technology in Kosen, Japan. He was an Associate Professor at Toyohashi University of Technology, TUT, Japan, from 1993 to 1996, and with the Research Institute of Electrical Communication, Tohoku University, from 1997 to 1999. From 2001 to 2013, he served as a professor in the Department of Electrical and Electronic Engineering at TUT, and from 2014 to 2020, he jointly served as a professor of the Graduate School of TUT and as an executive trustee and vice president. May I invite Professor Mitsuteru on stage, please? Thank you.
All right. Very good. Very good morning. Do you hear me? Yes, that's good. First of all, I'd like to express my sincere appreciation to the senior chairman of CP Group, Mr. Dhanin, and also all colleagues who made this beautiful forum successful. I am Inoue, or here, who are going to make the presentation to introduce you what is COSEN established in Japan. Actually, we celebrated the 60th anniversary 2 weeks ago in Japan, where we gathered lots of people, even the Ministry of Higher Education, Messi, they gave the good speech for us. Now, if you look at this picture, you see the brief history of COSEN, which is very unique higher education system in Japan. The first COSEN law was submitted in 1958 to the cabinet, and I do not forget this year because this is the year I was born. So I'm always together with COSEN, and after big discussion, we launched to the establishment of COSEN. The purpose of COSEN is here, deeply teach specialized subjects and develop the skills necessary for occupation. But we are not vocational. We are higher education to give them the bachelor level knowledge of engineering together with the very highly skilled hand for the student. That's the very important part of the COSEN education. So since 1962, many COSEN has been established, particularly national COSEN operated by the government, and the student graduate after 5 years entering the COSEN after finishing the junior high school, so at the age of 15. And then they are quite good student, and they want to continue, if they want to continue their study to get PhD. There are 2 special national universities are provided in these days in Japan. But anyway, the number of the COSEN are so increased these days, and we are the old COSEN, national COSEN, the control of National Institute of Technology, that where I am now belonging to. If you look at this picture, you see the number of COSENs, national COSENs. We've got 51 branches and 55 campuses all over Japan, starting from Hokkaido to Kyushu, Okinawa. And all COSEN give the higher education, not vocational, but the very highly skilled engineers are educating. At the moment, we've got 55,000 students and 45,000 faculty member, and all specialized field. The teachers having all teachers having PhDs. Now then, COSEN is just quite unique. Just I mentioned the system of the COSEN. If you look at this picture, you see this is the conventional education system in Japan. High school and university or graduate school. But if you look at this picture, you see the difference of the COSEN system. COSEN accept the students, sorry. Yes. COSEN accept the student graduating from junior high school and give them the 5 years continuing education to foster the younger engineers who are at the level of bachelor with very talented hand, so that they can make, they can produce, they can create. Well, by following the 5 years continuous, consistent education, there are 2 advanced courses that is also prepared for give them the bachelor, but system is very important for this one, 5 years continuing education. If you look at this picture, you see the conventional education, high school, university. After getting the high school, the student, oh, sorry, I'm not good at operating this one, but anyway. General education is given, and then liberal arts, then specialized subject, even for the student enter the engineering department. But for the COSEN system, they start at the age of 15, continuing consistent education of engineering. What is different between them? It is quite clear. If you look at the picture here, the student enter the high school to what? Enter very good university, possibly. And then after entering the university, they start the study of liberal arts, not engineering, for 2 years. So that the real education on engineering is only 2 years, even though he graduated the engineering department. I'm a specialist of economics, or I don't know, electronics, but he has got only 2 years experience for studying the electronics. He has less experience of making something at university. But if you look at the Kosan here, they start the preparation to be young engineer at the age of 15. Then after finishing 5 years education, they be a very good engineers, where teachers on engineering field, all of them got PhD. And then teacher should be very close to the student. So every single day, teacher talk to the student from at the age of 15 until 20. Is there any teachers here? And do you speak to the student every single day at the age of 20? That's very rare. So this is a Kosan system. Now, because we've got a national course and got the 51 branches or colleges, so that we have to ensure the quality of education. We prepare model core curriculum. So this is a base. All 51 course and branches got the same subject. Together with 40% of the education is quite depends on the region. If the course is located in Hokkaido, if the course is located in Kyushu, Okinawa, requirement are different from the society, local society. So course should tune the requirement of the society by taking the 40% education for the society. Of course, local cooperation, global relation, industry relations, student activity, etc. All these things are incorporated. Of course, model core curriculum, which covers 60% of the education, covers all subjects or all departments having the same direction or target. So depending on the field, what the students are studying, they study very, very specialized field on engineering, together with the theory and hand-skilled technology. However, this is not enough these days, because the interdisciplinary problem always you can find out inside the society, so that we give them the vertical education for all departments for their students, cross-area competency requirements for engineering, general skills, integrated learning experience, critical thinking, and so on. Quality has to be ensured after graduating each course. So we prepare international standard, which is working together with Washington Accord, United States, with JAVI. So all 51 national courses is granted by the engineering standard. This standard is launched 2 years ago. And later I mentioned a little bit about the course in Thailand. We are now incorporating this standard into the Thai course, and 2 of them. For enhancing the education, studying at the school or classroom is not enough, so that we give them the opportunity to have some kind of competition. It is called as a contest. Robot contest is quite famous these days, but not only for this one. We've got lots of contests, so that the student could have the chance to attend each contest, whatever they are very good at. Well, for fostering students, we've got another schemes, interdisciplinary research, creating new values, management of team and time, and something. All these things are incorporated in the course and education. So 60% of the graduates are going to the society after graduating 5 years, continuing education. 40% are going to the university by changing its scheme to be an engineer to academic people. for getting PhD. For the society, as far as engineering, PhD is not necessary to creative things, for creating the things. So that the course is quite good for preparing that kind of the younger generation for the society. If you look at this picture, a list, there is a list of top 30 companies who are accepting courses. Our president of Hitachi is also the graduate in Kosan. There is a Kosan graduate who prepared or invented the way to transfer pictures through your mobile phone. Nowadays, iPhone is conventional, Pokemon as well. So these are created by Kosan graduate. Now we are cooperating for install this kind new type of higher education system here in Thailand, together with the cooperation of Thai government. And this is the national project of Japanese government. There are two types of Kosan Chem ITL, Kosan Chem UTT, that the detail of which will be given in the afternoon today by Dr. Kosan, who is one of the inventor of the Thai Kosan system. The important education here in Thailand is the industry linkage. We do not ignore industry. Particularly, this is very important. So that at the fourth grade, aged 18 to 19, they engaged into PBL, which is a project-based learning. The project or problem or issues is given by real company to the student. Company asked to this problem by taking 1 year. So having this experience, they are going to the society. It is called as internship. It's a compulsory. They have to stay at the companies at least more than 1 month. This is not the internship for the student only. This is also the internship for the teachers. We ask teachers from Thailand go to industry together with students to solve the problem together. Because as I mentioned, that the teacher should have PhD, but less experience in industry. So internship is very good occasion, not only for the student, but also teachers, so that we cultivating or educating the teachers here. They are real Thai Kosan teachers. After finishing internship, they are coming back to the Kosan for the 5th grade, where they are going to manage the graduation project or research activities, but main issue to be solved is the issues given by the industry. They are bringing back to Kosan to solve the problem by taking 1 year. So this is the very good style, which is now carrying in Thai Kosan. More than 15 companies are working together at the moment already. Well, we are also exporting this kind of the education system to Vietnam and also Mongolia. Already, Mongolia has the graduate 4th time. And the graduates so evaluated, not only Vietnam society, but also Japanese society. Thank you very much for OECD who evaluated our education system. It says it is very good education system. Thank you very much. He is not here today. I think I should finish my talk. Yeah, actually I was told the 20 minutes, but I have to cut the 15 minutes because of the time is so limited. But we are now changing all our philosophy. Do you remember when the course was established in 1958, which is the year I was born? At the time, the middle-class engineers are so important for the Japanese society to enhance the society power or Japanese economy. But after 60 years, the requirement from the society or industry has been changed very much. And also we have had a very, very bad situation last 3 years, pandemic. So global challenges now we are focusing on to solve these problems known as SDGs 17 goals. And also domestically in Japan, we are having Society 55 to enhance the human life, be better. With Corona, this is Japanese Corona with COVID-19. we have to change everything, not only the education, but the way of living, and the technology will support that kind of the new age of the living. And also we have to incorporate the knowledge of AI, and we have to foster the entrepreneur who are going to make the startup industry or something like that. So in addition to fostering mid-career engineers, which was 60 years ago in Japan, Kosan is requested to produce innovative and practical young engineers who solve the urgent worldwide issues. That is, we call social doctors, not only engineers, no more. We call this is the person who solves society's issues together with people. So this is the style of the Kosan, and I hope that you could understand what this Kosan is. So if you've got some kind of the question, please do not hesitate to contact me and ask me through the email, something like that. Tell me what is Kosan. I always mention Kosan is Kosan because there is no similar higher education system all over the world, because this was established 60 years ago in Japan. Kosan is Kosan. We are producing real young engineers who solve the world. And these new type of Kosan is now established together with collaborating Thai government and Japanese government. And within 2 years, first batch students are coming, 20 of them are coming to the Thai society. We are very much looking forward to seeing their activities. So if you're interested in, please check what is the activities of the Kosan graduate. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Professor Mr. Teru. May I invite Mr. Colin Marson, who is Director of Google for Education Asia Pacific, on stage. Thank you.
This on? Right. Hi there, everyone. Thank you so much for putting on this fantastic conference. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, CPE Group. So I'm going to talk briefly about what we're seeing in the region in terms of evolution of the ecosystems around education. So before starting, does anyone know what this is or who this is? It's a T-Rex, exactly. In fact, this T-Rex has a name. His name is Stan. So Stan lived a long time ago, but stands in the middle of the Google campus at headquarters. And really the reason that Stan stands there is because it's a reminder to us that no matter how big you are, times move and evolution needs to happen. So we think a lot about Stan, we think a lot about innovation. And, obviously with COVID and everything that's happened, there's been a lot of terrible tragedies associated with it. But it does show us that the human race is capable of great innovation. So we think about, how quickly the mRNA vaccines were created. We think about the way that the world did in some ways come together to be able to solve these global challenges. So we are seeing that disruption can breed innovation. And in fact, obviously, great innovation also breeds disruption. So from a Google perspective, our mission is to organize the world's information and make it universally accessible. So really, at the heart of what Google does, if you think back to search, our first sort of core platform, it's really about learning. And so we invest a lot of time, a lot of effort in supporting education, whether that's education in a school environment, whether that's education at work and supporting the way that skills can be built, or that's education at home for individual enrichment. We see that there's over 1 billion views each day on YouTube looking at educational material. We see over 1 billion searches every day on education-related areas. So learning kind of sits at the heart of what we do at Google. And we do try and invest across the board in different things. One area that we also look at is that transition from K-12 education into the workforce. And so we've been investing a lot behind certifications. We've been investing a lot also behind scholarships. So in Thailand, for example, one of the important initiatives that we've been driving in collaboration with a number of universities, as well as with True, is the granting of free scholarships to over 20,000 Thai people. So, this is one of the types of initiatives that we try and focus on to support that transition. Now, from a global perspective, when we think about education ecosystems, we think about a number of different areas. We think about equity and access and how we can build that. We think about anywhere learning and how we can support students wherever they are, whatever kind of access they have. We think about providing agency, not only to students, but also to teachers. We think about the health, mental well-being of students, particularly over the past several years. That's become a very important issue. And we think about data, we think about privacy, and we think about how that data can be used for good, so helping to identify students that are at risk, but also how we need to put in place the right kind of measures so that we've got good security. So across the region in APAC, we've seen a number of examples of educational institutions and sort of broader education systems that have managed and are in the process of managing transformations. So that cuts across both developed economies as well as emerging economies. For me, some of the most interesting transformations that we've seen are, first of all, Japan. And so obviously there's interesting things happening in the higher ed space, but we also saw that the Japanese economy and there's a big transformation obviously happening just in terms of demographics. So the Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry in Japan a number of years ago recognized that, frankly, the population of Japan was aging, the size of the population was shrinking, and so they needed to go about making a transformation in education. They needed to create a new form of education that supported the development of 21st century skills, development of higher productivity, and in particular, investing behind getting coding and computational thinking, not just as a single subject, but across the board in terms of how it gets integrated into education. So there was a significant investment there that looked at a number of these different areas in terms of equity and access, in terms of everywhere learning, et cetera. And so they were able to push through about 3 years ago and really transition from a very traditional education system, where literally the best way to communicate with a Japanese school was by fax, to a place where they now have a one-to-one environment for all students. And they've really started introducing coding across the board into their educational system. So it's still a work in progress, but it's been really exciting to see how some of these educational systems have transitioned. I think the second one that I find really interesting in the region is Indonesia, where, as many of you may be aware, the Minister of Education actually comes from the technology space. So he was one of the co-founders of Gojek, the largest unicorn in Indonesia. And when he came into office as the Minister of Education, he looked at exactly the data that Andreas was sharing about Indonesia, some of those challenges that Indonesia faced around the growth mindset, around how education was taught. So he was able to do a significant transformation in terms of the content of education, as well as the introduction of technology. And we've seen them be able to really start moving the dial in terms of supporting teachers at scale. Now, obviously, one of the areas that is a challenge is around sort of technology adoption and safety. So, as Andreas mentioned clearly, with access to information becoming more and more available, obviously it's important that our students learn how to be safe and how they become discerning users of the internet. So we all know that children are much better at adopting technology, right? They just jump at it and that's fine. But the issue sometimes is around coupling that with the type of responsible internet behavior. They might not yet have the maturity and the tools available. So one of the things that we've been doing in conjunction with a number of partners here in Thailand is running something called Be Internet Awesome. And in fact, Be Internet Awesome as a program really focuses on gamification and educating young people about how to do appropriate online behavior. In Thailand, we've supported over 1.5 million students so far with Be Internet Awesome. That is the highest number of anywhere in Asia Pacific, and I believe it's the second highest number of anywhere in the world. So we see a strong appetite within the education system for ensuring that this transition happens in a safe and appropriate way. When we think about some of the opportunities that are coming, one of the big areas is definitely around providing access to digital tutors. So the reality is that only a small fraction of the population is able to afford their own private tutor. And for that population, fantastic. They can get the support they need. But the much broader segment of the world's education population does not have that. So there's a number of initiatives that we're seeing, and we're involved in a number of them to drive scaled support through AI tutors. So we have a platform called Practice Sets, which now allows teachers to just take an image. They can take a picture of a set of questions, goes in, and they can distribute it to their students. And it automatically allows the students, as they're writing answers, to be able to access global resources in terms of support based on the type of answers or incorrect answers they might be making. So we also have been working with Carnegie Mellon University in the US to build a more interactive tutor, one that actually reads the emotions of the student and develops different types of communication strategies to be able to support. Other areas that we've been working on in terms of trying to provide that real scaled support using AI for impact is around foundational literacy. So this is called Read Along. We launched it just a couple of years ago now. We've already have tens of millions of students who are using it. It's really oriented towards students who maybe even their parents do not have strong literacy, but they can interact directly with the tool. In fact, we see it being used, even though it was supposed to be used specifically for students, we actually see in some places, like in New Zealand, we've seen actually parents are heavy users as well when they're in marginalized communities that maybe don't have strong literacy themselves. One of the other things that we've seen across the region is significant, this is the result of COVID largely, is a significant investment behind large-scale deployments of technology, really starting to lay the foundation for a digital educational system. And in fact, what we see is that in some ways, Southeast Asia is starting to lead the way. So for example, Malaysia was one of the first to put in a national scale digital platform about 6 months before COVID. And so they were able to transition more quickly, and they've continued to develop it, and it's now being modeled elsewhere. Places like Pakistan are looking at it for insights. You know, Indonesia also has put in place a national platform for sort of their digital platform. In working with Indonesia on that, now Indonesia has about 40 million students, which is a lot. I do remember when we reached out to the engineers at Google in the US and we said, we're gonna put together a deployment, a domain that's a little bit larger than we've done before. And of course, the engineers are pretty precise and they said, well, how large is a little bit larger? When we said maybe 40, 50 million students, they asked us to hold on for a little while, but they figured out how to do it. So some of these deployments that are happening and some of the transformations that are happening are really leading the way from a global perspective. In Thailand as well, we're seeing that evolution. And, you know, I love this example. This is a school where during COVID, they had to adapt, obviously. And this is actually a agricultural studies teacher who's teaching out in a field to their students and actually giving a more rich experience. I was also very heartened to see the recent news that the Thai government is going to be investing behind 1 million laptops to students, lower income students. And for me, that's really exciting. That's one of the key steps in being able to provide sort of equity to students that might not otherwise have it. If we do it right, that can provide a gateway to those students for long-term success, gives them access to the world. So, at the end of the day, we need to put the learners, put the teachers at the heart of what we do, but we also need to build a strong, broad-based ecosystem that can support the overall learning process. So, we're very excited about the potential, but there's obviously many complexities. And from a Google for Education perspective, in particular, we're really excited about what's happening now in Thailand. And we look forward to supporting and seeing that evolve further. Thank you.
Fantastic. Three very, very important, highly innovative companies and institutions. I think you can see the innovativeness of Amazon, NIT, Cozen, and Google. And it's really very, very important, and I want to congratulate all these institutions and their company, especially for the investment in this region. If you look at the world's population, China is about 20% of the world's population. And in the last 20 years, China has made significant progress in its GDP. In fact, China's share of the GDP is also about 20% of the world. But if you look at Southeast Asia is about 9% of the world's population, But the GDP of Southeast Asia is only about 4% of the world, which means that there is a tremendous growth opportunity right here in Southeast Asia. Actually, we add India. India is also, about 20% of the world's population, but its GDP is also very small. It's only 4%, So it has tremendous growth. So if you look, there's some 50% of the world within this ASEAN region. There is tremendous opportunity for growth and development. So I really congratulate all these Google, Amazon, for investing and working with the countries here. So thank you very much to all our three amazing speakers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ong Tan San, and thank you all the speakers for your contribution and knowledge that you have shared with us. We learned a lot from technology to education.
Pokphand Group. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Supachai Chearavanont.
Good afternoon, and I would like to first thanks Senior Chairman as well as Dr. Cheng to organizing this event. Actually, my timing is not the best because I guess a lot of you must already been hungry. I'll try to, again, I'm not from the education background, but I would like to share my experience and my point of view as a private sector and some experience in the education reform. How we see the world is that the world is actually a school in itself. In fact, we are here to learn how to be happier. And we learn that to be happier, we make other people happier. And I think this is a never-ending cycle of learning because each of our lifetime is not that long, 80s, 90 years old at most. And we have the challenge in different times. And during this time, we face, for example, these 6 challenges. First is what we call inclusive capital or equality. How do you actually make a world a much more stable, peaceful, and prosperity? We are facing digital transformations. Every forums we go to, people talk about disruptive technology, digital transformations, And with this transformation, we actually attach computer to every part of our business and our lifestyles. And for that, it's an increasing consumption of electricity. It's increasing consumptions of all these computing units until we have the shortage. And we're going to have the shortage of the chipset. We're going to have the shortage of electricities. And at the same time, we also facing these complexities of sustainability issues. And the world are racing toward, for example, net zero, which is a huge issue. How we actually live in this habitat longer in the environment that is more stable and be able to pass over to the next generation a better world. Fourth is we also at the same time, with the result of many things, including geopolitics, facing these hyperinflations, result from the pandemics, facing the food security issues because of the, be it the war, be it the climate change, be it all this logistic, transportation. So this is happening at the moment. Actually, more people, actually about 30% of people still go to bed hungry, for example. A bipolar world. We are in a time of change where the number 2 economics power is actually disrupting the number 1, economics dominance, I would say, throughout this of the industry evolutions. And this create instabilities, fears, insecurities, and we'll see more of it. And last but not least, we're still in it, this COVID pandemic. We still would be maybe facing more changes in terms of infection diseases and more challenges in terms of healthcare, in terms of how we create a healthy human life. So if we look at these challenges, there's so much for us to learn. We could see this as an opportunity, but we can also see it as a burden. So which perspective would we take? And together, not only with the private sectors or government sectors, but education sectors, public sectors, how do you take on these challenges? So looking at the industrial evolutions, we are moving from, growing crops, food 1.0 to the production using energy and producing abundance of products, and until we have enough capitals to actually do trades, do financial service, etc., expanding the growth, expanding the productivities, expanding the knowledge across the world. In fact, guess where is our industry, education industry, is at the moment? Anyone would take a guess? Where is our education industry at the moment? Our education system mostly is still at the 2.0. We are still teaching the younger people, the students, to actually come out and work in a factory. Why I'm saying that? And now a lot of workers are replacing by automation, and in the future, including AIs, right? So, but our education system is still mostly one way. A teacher is still an instructor, the center of knowledge. But the knowledge is now abundant with connectivity and accessibility. Teacher is still becoming an instructor who actually give out assignments, homework, and certainly grade the test. But we are not, for the private sector, if we wanted someone to join us, We don't want someone that takes orders. We want someone with, earlier, one of the speakers said, with character. One that actually take the interest to his full potential and be able to create values. One that actually asks questions, research for the knowledge, take the actions as a team, and be able to debate with reasons and further adapt and improve. Those processes should be in our education system. And this is again is something which I wish that we can actually really live for our education system. Can I just back to the previous slides? So when we move now, we are moving into this so-called digital world where we actually see that data is actually the real asset, even more values than the oil, even more values than the currency itself. Okay, but further into the fifth industry evolutions, it is going to be all about technology, because how we gonna solve all these challenges, all these 6 major challenges and more, we need innovation and technology. And how we can actually come out with the innovation and technology is about developing people and the mindsets of the people. A private sector is also an institution that actually develop people. So if the private sector actually accept one of very top talents to work for us, and we let him or her work for the same thing for 3 years, then you make that very talented person become a normal person. Or even worse, if the person actually get into the comfort zone and not really willing to learn more, then we might see the drags. Not only they be able to adapt, but they drag. So the leadership institution like the CP Group, as our senior chairman mentioned earlier, is trying to make sure that we create the entrepreneurship, the perspective of seeing the whole business as a whole. So how can we actually educate the younger people to have this perspective of the world as a whole? Now, we don't want to make all this, put all this problem into their hands. They are young, but in the future, we have to prepare them because they are the one who are going to shape the world. So even in the private sectors, we are actually, we have to work on the organization structure that are more agile. We have to rotate people around. We have to encourage the developments of the people. We don't have them doing one thing for 10 years, 20 years. And they become even not only helping the company progress, but actually become factors of holding back the company. So going forward into the 5.0, I think our education reform have to be addressing these changes and the requirements of the country, the industry, and all the challenges ahead of us. Now, with some limited experience in terms of the education reform, you know, CP Group take part as one of the founding members for Connect ED, which is one of the PPP projects 6 years ago, public-private partnership. There are 5 key principles of driving the education reform. In this case, we are together about 40 members of the private sectors now, looking after, together with the Ministry of Education, about 5,000 schools out of 30,000 public schools. And it's add up to about 2.3 million students. Now, what we do? We're going through the 5 transformation principle. First, like everything, like the private sectors, what is our goals? What are the targets? What are the KPIs? And most importantly, can we make that transparent? Because transparencies can create what we call market mechanism, engagement of all stakeholders of how important and how we actually performing in terms of our education, which actually developed our younger generation and developed the sustainabilities of our countries and of our world. The market mechanism in this case not only talks about these 40 private tech sectors working together with the government, but is actually about how we actually encourage, from the very ground level up, engagement of the parents, engagement of the local communities, engagement of the whole country as a whole. So if we are, I have been to many forums that talks about sustainabilities, and net zero, race to net zeros and all that. But all this problem at the end will have to be solved, not only by us, but at the end will be solved by the next generation to come. So to think of it, if we can engage the whole world toward race toward net zero, why not engage the whole world toward our education reform? So I think that's, is very important. So the private sectors should actually deeply engage with the education sectors. Just now, Senior Chairman earlier was saying that maybe at the age of 18, they should already be working. They should already know their interests, what they want to pursue. Okay. In fact, if private sectors can engage and putting all these connectivities and working as a platform for education, working and learning at the same time, maybe we would actually be able to reform and be able to converge and make sure that we are producing the people of the future that are addressing all these new challenges and developments. The third transformation principle is about the talents, especially the school principals, who is definitely, and the teachers, who are definitely going to be the second family of the students. Their abilities, their mindsets, it's very important, and that is their skill sets. So this is very important, how we be able to select the talents that go into education industry and be able to teach, become a teachers, and become also the parents to our youngsters. How we qualify the people and how would they see their future? Being a teachers, being a school principal, whether they can support their family, whether they can have the lifelong security and be able to give forward. In this exercise, in this particular exercise, the teacher or the school principal actually have to, when they ask for the funding from the private sectors, they have to act like a startup. They have to show that all these spider webs of the school strength and weakness, and what are the area that they're lack of, and what the area that want to develop. So the school would have, from the first thing is the transparency of the KPIs and how they actually move each inch of the KPIs. Spider web. So this is, again, is about working on the leadership. The school principal actually defend for their budget. The school principal actually work with the teachers to see how they improve the school. At the same time, because they are being ranked and graded from 1 to 5, from developing to the excellence levels, all the parents and the people in the community know where the school stands. So the people and the parents are willing to also support the school. And or if not, without the improvement of the school principal, they move their children to another school. So this market mechanism are driving leadership of the school principal at the same time as engaging the market. So this is very important that we as a stakeholders, including the parents, should not just wait and see and then just leave everything to just say, okay, our children go to school, and then we don't know the rest what's happening. I want to also emphasize on the technology, not only the infrastructure in terms of connectivities, not only the platform, the cloud platform, and what we call, digital report books, blockchain technology to protect the data on the students. All of this technology can create a great deals of connectivities between the school, communities, parents, and also linked the school to the vast knowledge of talents around the world, to the vast knowledge of contents which are valuable in education system. So technology is one very important area. They become the tools, but we also have to teach all the teachers and also the students how to use these tools effectively. So in the exercise, we also put in school partners who work with the school principal, and we also put in so-called ICT talents who actually are new graduates from the ITs and then going into school as a change agent. Once these ICT talents join the school teachers actually call them teachers because they become a change agent and help the teachers become digital literate and have no fear. And at the same time, they make sure that the system is not disrupted and being well maintained. So these are the key change agents of how we actually deal with the technology. Now, the last but not least is the child development or the child centrics. I have 3 children of my own. And, I used to be a parent that, when my son, my eldest son, he asked many questions and I would tell him right away, right or wrong. And then my wife told me, no, Supachai, you have to explain to him with reasons. You don't tell them right and wrong. You let them ask the question and explain to them with reasons. So I think there are roles and responsibilities of teachers and also roles and responsibilities of the parents. And there are do and don'ts of how we treat the younger generation. I have to say that I'm very lucky. I still recall my parents, including senior chairman. When I was young, he taught me, he said that if you spend your time just enjoying and entertaining yourself, this day will pass. It will just become a dream or just a memory. But if you spend your time today growing a tree, when tomorrow comes, you actually have a tree growing and will yield fruits in the future. So you could call this, how can you use time valuably? Or you can call this a growth mindset. At the same time, the teaching of my mother, she is saying that, Supachai, nothing is more important than you be able to stand on oneself. You do not think that one day you will inherit anything. You should not think and limit yourself to whatever other people told you. So that teaching is still, echo in my mind, and be able to pass on to my younger son, my eldest son, and also my children, that you will never join CP group If you want to do business, do your own business. If you want to pursue social work, go into the education system, go there. Because then they will be able to really pursue their dream and interest. And that is the starting point of a lifetime learning. If they pursue the learning, if the students and the students pursue the learning by their interest, they would be able to create confidence and contribute to their peers and create self-confidence, which is very important if you want to grow the or develop your children or destroy them. You want to destroy a student, very easy, do two things. Don't give them love and security. Don't give them the confidence. You can ruin them for the whole life. But if you want to develop your children, you do the opposite. Also the two things. Give them the love and security, which is the real campus of life, and give them confidence on reasons. Not just give them confidence on whatever reason, but on good reason. So this is the again the shifting of how we look at the role of the teachers at the same time, the role of the parent, the role of the teacher, not so different. The teacher, instead of being a center of knowledge and an instructor, have to shift their role into a facilitator. Their basic skills, not only in terms of the academics, they should move on to child psychology and child development. They should encourage action learning based, just like Dr. Ad mentioned about this institution. This institution is about action learning based, about experience based, activity based learning. And teacher will be able to observe and making sure that all students have the place to stand in the class and in each of the activities, and be a contributors, be a good players in the team. Now, in the old days, we have sports activities, but nowadays, you know, I go to US for the education. I'm very proud. I joined the math club, and I joined basketball team. But my youngest son, back 3 years ago, he went to the state and he joined a hacker club. And why don't you join math club, or you go join some like football team or something? He said, no, I'm a hacker, but I'm a white hacker. I'm a good one. Okay. And later on, he joined a computer club and a neuroscience club to pursue his interests. The school have this abilities, or they have this access to the student, for the student to pursue the extra curriculum. The extra curriculum should become a core curriculum, because that is how they actually learn. And if they focus, let me tell you, my son, he can argue with the doctor when he got the diarrhea of, you know, of what kind of disease, because he make the research on the internet. And he was arguing with the doctor, and at the end, the doctor said, you're right. So what I'm saying is that if they are focused in their interest, they will have a lifelong learning, and they'll learn so fast, and they will love learning. So this, how can we create this extra curriculum? How can we create this so-called learning centers that could help facilitate the transformations of the education, including the roles of the teacher and enhancing the new skill for the teachers? I'm not saying that the online learning, and I agree, it's not going to take over the school, because the school is the mini version of the world. It's a training ground for the people, for our younger generation. So there will be no better place, even though you can do homeschool, but it will not be the best training ground to get our youngsters to be ready for the real world. But again, all these online learning are very important. The school may not have enough resource to give access to extra curriculums, but with the online and connectivities and connecting all the talents around the world, I think we can. In the retail industry, which is one of the most disruptive industry by the digitalizations, you will not guess, CP Group, we have been working on 7-Eleven, super centers and cash and carry business, retail business. We create this business over 30 odd years. But within 5 years, the e-commerce surpassed our sales. So the education system is the same, but we have to, really use it in the right way, and it will come. I would like to go into my last slide. So looking from the private sector's perspectives, if you look at the sustainabilities, there are 3 pillars of sustainability, which is a very, very important foundation for the world. And it could become also a very foundation for our education system, a 5.0 education system. And that is the social, economics, and environment. Now, when you scale it down to the level of the private sectors, to the micro level, it's the same thing. The private sectors is very concerned about transparency, governance, good governance. And the same thing goes to the economics. The private sector is concerning about how best to engage the market and deliver them with the best products and with the best people. At the same time, the private sectors have to deal with all this innovation and evolution, using all the knowledge of utilizing the nature, physics, science, in order to create more values, more comfort, more happiness to the world, or more peace to the world. And this is the role of the private sectors. We also sit on the same 3 core pillars, and not so different from life. If we're talking about just individuals, it's all the same. Senior Chairman earlier mentioned about gratefulness or gratitude. That is one very first fundamental of compassion. So when we learn how to feel what other people feel, and you don't want your parents to suffer or to be disappointed, then that's actually called gratefulness, gratitude. But it's the compassion or love is also the basic foundation for equality. But equality should not be carried away. Equality should be equal access to the necessities. There are 4 necessities, as we know, and adding one more is access to knowledge. So 5 necessities. So that is what the education system are doing. I believe that we are not only teaching academics excellence, but I believe that we are teaching all the youngsters to be able to cope with the challenges and also be able to create more values and prosperity to the world. And the opposite would do a totally different things. Imagine, instead of compassion, there are discriminations. There are silos across the whole industry, across different industry, across different countries, making war. Then the world will turn the other way around. It will wheel the other way around. And that could happen also. Our education system should encourage the world to move forward with compassion. And we never forget that survivability or the security of living is also very our human nature. And dreams or desire is also our very human nature. And that's how we enjoy lives. With dreams, with targets, with challenges, that's how we enjoy life. But the great dreams and the true security we discover with 8 billion people living in this planet is based on compassion. So why not education system base the importance of the education system on these 3 pillars and be able to create this right growth mindset and values for our youngsters to actually shape the future. I have been to many forums, but I belong, on this World Challenging, like World Economic Forum. But I belong to the 2.0 industry. I belong to the 2.0 education system. I was teach to deliver homework. I was teach to memorize. I was teach to actually do as you say and you are told to do. But imagine the new generation. If they are seeing that the problems and the questions is there 3 meals, all these changes and all these problems and challenges that we are facing today, and think that is actually very far-reaching, maybe for them would be very easy. So I would like just to close my speech over as this quote. The education should be world common challenge, just like net zero, and even more important. Education should not be a competitive advantage to win over each other, but to overcome challenges for the mankind. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Kun Supachai Chearavanont, our Senior Vice Chairman and Chief Executive Officer, Charoen Pokphand Group.
And before we have our lunch break, our senior chairman would like to offer a token appreciation to our guest speakers. So let's welcome him again on the stage.
Please welcome our Senior Chairman, Charoen Pokphand Group, Mr. Dhanin Chearavanont, on the stage to do the honor. ขอเรียนเชิญท่านประธานอาวุโสค่ะ คุณธนินทร์ เจียรวนนท์ได้ให้เกียรติขึ้นมามอบของที่ระลึกให้กับ
Please welcome Kun Dhanin Chearavanont to give a trophy to the guest speaker. Thank you.
And we know that Mr. Thai gifts for our guest speakers. And we're inviting 4 speakers to coming up to the stage to join us for the gift of appreciation. They are Dr. Cheng Davis, the founder and the president for the Forum for World Education. And Andreas Schneschner, the Director of Education and Skills, OECD. And then we have Vikram Rao, the Head of Enterprise from Asina at Amazon Web Service. And we have Mr. Colin Marson, Asia Pacific Director for Google for Education.
So firstly, for Dr. Cheng Davis, can we have a round of applause, please?
Thank you. And then now we welcome Mr. Andreas Schneschner, the Director of Education Skills from OECD.
And next to Vikram Rao, Head of Enterprise, ASEAN at Amazon Web Service, AWS.
And last but not least, let's welcome Mr. Colin Marson, Asia Pacific Director from Google for Education.
Thanks to all the speaker and also thanks to our senior chairman for doing the honor ขอขอบคุณท่านประธานอาวุโสเป็นอย่างสูงค่ะขอเสียงปรบมือให้กับท่านอีกครั้งหนึ่งค่ะท่านธนินทร์ เจียรวนนท์ our senior chairman เจริญโภคภัณฑ์ Group.
Thank you very much. We hope that all of you have enjoyed the conversation and the exciting speeches that we have received from this morning. We would like to extend our welcome to our lunch sessions at the dining hall. And in the afternoon, we will be discussing about providing quality educations and training roles and responsibilities of business communities and many more other exciting topics going on in this auditorium in this afternoon.
So ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy your lunch and please be back at this auditorium around 1:45 p.m. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
And ladies and gentlemen, you may leave the translation device in this auditorium. Thank you. สามารถวางหูฟังไว้ที่ห้องนี้ได้เลยนะคะขอบคุณค่ะ
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Welcome back. I hope you all have enjoyed your lunch. Very delicious Thai food in the
That's
dining
right.
hall. Yes, and very nicely, welcome back to the auditorium. We'll have very exciting topics going on today in the afternoon. And please allow me to introduce my partner for this afternoon, Bank.
Yes. Good evening, everyone. My name is Wang Thachikon, and I will be your host for this afternoon session and the evening session. And I hope you enjoy the lunch as I was. And we have a lot of agenda in the afternoon. So we will provide some agenda for you.
Exactly. So first we will start this afternoon with a session that will be hosted by Professor Alistair Jones, who will be joining us shortly, providing quality education training, roles and responsibilities of the business community. And he will bring us case studies from Switzerland, Indonesia, New Zealand, and Thailand.
That's right. And then we will have the internationalization and educational experience, the voice from Singapore. We will have the panelists will share insight about how Singapore has succeeded in equipping young people with the economic success.
Yes, and then we will have we'll have a coffee break where we get to enjoy more Thai little snacks. I think I really like that. Yeah. And then we would have our next session, which is focusing on vocational training and business training, as we've mentioned, emphasize the importance of trainings in business for the future leaders and the future employees and the future business entrepreneurs.
That's right. And then we will have the perspective of the next generation. And that is something that we all need to know. And because we are all like still young, and we can like say that we are still the next generation, right, Angel?
Exactly. I mean, not only we try to stay young, but also we're always lifetime long learners. So that's very important that we keep the learning spirit up.
Exactly. And then we will have the evening session. The last one is the virtual simultaneous evening session with business and young business leaders. And we will have Mr. Stephen Golding as our moderators.
Exactly. And we would have big names joining us, including Mr. Michael Bloomberg, who will have voices for us to share. So
that's right. And if anyone still outside the auditorium, please come in and take your seat.
And we still have our front row open, so please do join us. And shall we start with our first session, Ben?
That's right. I'm not sure if already here.
Yeah.
Oh, great.
So, okay, sure. So let's welcome Professor Alistair Jones, the Senior Deputy Vice Chancellor from Waikato University, New Zealand.
That's right. Professor Jones' main fields of research have been in science education and technology education, particularly in teaching, learning assessment, leadership, teach education, and curriculum development. So please welcome him on the stage.
Let's give him a round of applause.
Good afternoon, everybody. I've just run back from the lunch, so there's quite a few people still at lunch, so I ran back here. But it's my real pleasure to be here. Isn't it wonderful that after 3 years we can be back together again and to be able to share experiences, to be able to reconnect. I think Zoom and conference calls have been fantastic, and I know that the Forum for World Education, on the steering group of which I'm a member, we were in regular contact. Some of those calls, of course, and some of those seminars we were doing were being done at 3 o'clock in the morning. For other people, it was 3 o'clock at night. For other people, it was midnight. And I really want to acknowledge the people here that are here, the people that are not here, but the way I think the world engaged to try and move this organization forward. And I think what we're seeing today is testament to that, with so many people here from around the world, that we survived in many ways from 2019 in December, this time exactly 3 years ago in Paris, and to be back here past a pandemic, to be back here face to face. So we've heard this morning a lot of things about how to connect, that we should be making education more relevant. We need to think about the future of work. We need to think about where we're going. And what we want to do this afternoon is to be able to look at some case studies. We're going to look at case studies from New Zealand starting off, because I'm a little bit biased about that country. But also then we're going to look at Switzerland, who's doing an amazing country, who are doing some really interesting things. We're going to look at Indonesia, and we're going to look at Thailand. And I think we learn from case studies. We saw what Andre Slyker put up this morning in terms of looking at things at the system level. We've looked at things at the global level. And this session's now a chance for us to really consider how we look at applied knowledge, how we look at curriculum change, and how do we connect things. So what I want to do is give just an example from my own university, which is up on the slides there. And what I want to talk about is, in the session, is really how do we bring business and education together to get better outcomes for our students, because that's what it's about. It's not about the education system. It's not about the business, although we're quite keen on that. It's actually about the difference we make for the next generation. So what I thought I'd do is give you, one of the things that when I arrived at the conference was that people were wanting to know where I was from. And it was very difficult. So I thought I'd give a little bit of context. So I said it was about a 10-hour flight from Singapore, about 11 hours from Bangkok, but also where's the university? And was it in the North Island, South Island? So to understand a case study, it's useful just to know a little bit about us rather than trying to guess what we're like. So our main campus, the University of Waikato, is based in Hamilton. It's major freight logistics hub, being an hour south of, an hour from either of the largest ports in New Zealand. Centre for Advanced Manufacturing, agribusiness. It's in the, at the moment, the biggest field days event, the biggest agricultural event in the world is actually happening right now in Hamilton. And it's also home to some of New Zealand's leading science and technology, science and research facilities, and has the highest number of PhDs per capita in the country. The other place we have a campus, which is a new one, is in New Zealand's 5th largest city. It's growing rapidly. If you're having kiwi fruit, honey, avocado, it's probably come from there. But also has horticulture activity, high levels of robotics, AI, marine biotechnology, and it has New Zealand's largest port. So that's just to give you a little bit of an example of the context in which we're trying to operate. So one of the things that we've worked at for a long time is, as a university, is to really think about what is the future of work. So we've had a lot of conversations this morning around what does the future of work look like. And we just had a presentation about Education 5.0. Now, so how do universities begin to respond to that? Universities are really hard things to change for those people that work in universities. The curriculum's not easy to change. We have a history. So you can change things in a school, but changing things in a university is hard. We've always, as a university, had really strong university business connections. So when we think about education, we've had practicum in schools. When we think about medicine, engineering, nursing, all those things have very high levels of engagement in the profession as professionals. But how do you think about that every student in the university would have some work integrated learning?
Every student. So if you're a philosophy student, if you're a psychology student, if you're a history student, every student as part of the curriculum has to have that. We've always have that as part of their learning. So it changes the way you think about university education. We also, though, have had, the other thing that we've got is the thing called entrepreneurial universities. These are applied research centers within the university, which are designed from the get-go to be connected with business. So they are designed to work on business-related problems. So I won't talk too much about those because those are fairly standard kind of university responses. So what I really want to talk about is how do we move forward from a curriculum point of view? So the curriculum reform that we've been talking about is work integrated learning. Every student has to do a work placement. Every part of the curriculum has to think about global citizenship. Two themes that we've actually heard about at this conference. How do you get all your undergraduates out into business and industry over a period of time? Is not an easy feat. And how do you build global citizenship into every undergraduate program? And so that's what we want to think about. And one of the things is that business quite liked the idea. So there was no problem engaging with business. What was hard was actually trying to work with business about what interns would do. They were used to having an intern over summer who would sort of make coffee, work on a small project. Can't do that if you're going to assess the learning that they're doing in the business for credit for a degree. So that required a major rethink about what we were going to do as an organization. And so that meant we had to think about managing expectations. We had to think about what it meant for students, what it meant for staff, and also the impact on business. What were business going to get out of this? So some of the things that we did was we developed a thing called Impact Lab. So an Impact Lab is a multidisciplinary activity with a series of businesses. So someone from social science, someone from management, someone from engineering, all working on a similar problem. So if you take, for example, going back to Tauranga, which is one of the fastest growing cities, that has a real problem with traffic. It has a problem with roads, new buildings and so forth. So working with the city council, setting up an impact lab where students are looking at transport systems, both from an engineering point of view, social science, social impact, social housing. So you suddenly begin to develop projects which are beneficial for the business as well as interdisciplinary. We also, that was also the notion of a studio where you have students work on a similar problem, but in the university. And then New Zealand is not made up of big companies. We're a small country, 5 million people. Natalie, my colleague there, is laughing. It is small. It seems big, but it is small. But one of the things is that most of New Zealand is made up of family businesses, intergenerational, billion-dollar companies, but still, but also SMEs. New Zealand has one of the highest SMEs, small, medium businesses in the world. How do you work with an SME and place a whole lot of students in them and take them away when they're at the margins? And that's where we got groups of SMEs working on similar problems with similar groups. So that changed the notion. Also working with community groups, working with NGOs. Māori business in New Zealand is a 75 billion this week, $75 billion revenue business. So about the same time as CP Group. So working with iwi businesses, Māori businesses, in terms of our students going back and connecting with those and making a real difference was really important. And so what was the strategy? So what we had to grow the university's business connections both regionally in the places we're at. We also had to look at them nationally so that people could go all around. But if you're going to have global competency, global citizenship as part of your curriculum, then what we've looked at is having global internships. So they can go to the UK, they could come to Thailand, One of the key things we need, though, is connections with universities. Otherwise, they have to start using their work visa relationships, well, say whether it's Singapore or whatever. So connecting with universities globally to do this is a really important part of being able to deliver. And so it really required an enhanced coordinated approach. And it also meant that we had to look at the way we treat our campus. In other words, our campus has to think about being open for business to work there and co-locate. So it really was about maximizing community and commercial relationships, having long-term impact projects which work over a long period of time. So I talked about the Tauranga City Council one, that will go on for about 10 years. So these are projects that students can come in and out of over time. And working with, even with our contractors, so developing a new IT system, we put students in for work integrated learning when we have a project. When we're building a new structure, we put our engineering students on that on campus. So it's really been, I think, a great relationship, and it's enhanced the university's relationship with the business community. We've got better outcomes, but it's been managing expectations because the students are being assessed for the work they do there. They're not just labor for the business. And I think that's one of the key things, is that they're not just there to support the students, they're there also to support their learning. It's not just giving them work skills, but also life skills. So what do we know about what's worked? Increased student satisfaction. Students are getting practical, real experience in a comprehensive university. Our students are having an impact on the communities they're working in, and it's preparing them for the next stage in their careers. It's also beginning now to enhance global connections around the world. But I think one of the strongest things is now there's a better understanding between business about what universities do and understanding between the university about what the outcomes that also business are looking for. So future developments, we want to continue to build on best practice. We're building that whole notion of continual improvement, but it's about managing expectations, both from the university side and from the business side, and reducing those barriers and increasing access. But at the same time, we really want our students to be outward looking. New Zealand's a long way from anywhere, as people keep telling me, oh gosh, to fly from New York, it's 17 hours. Yeah, but New Zealand New Zealand students need those global experiences. And so that's an area we want to continue to work on. So thank you very much. And I will now hand over to the next speaker. Right, slide change. So as I said, we're going to go through. So it's my pleasure now to introduce See Leng is that I said that correct? Who's the education dossier at the Embassy of Switzerland in Thailand, and she's going to give us an overview of the Swiss education system, particularly as it relates to vocational education. Welcome.
Let's try it that way. Dear distinguished guests, my name is Céline Badertscher, and I'm in charge of the education dossier at the Embassy of Switzerland in Thailand. Previously to my work at the embassy, I used to work in the private sector and in the specific field of professional training. And longer ago, when I started my professional career, I used to teach in a vocational training school. So you can imagine, therefore, I was very pleased when I've been invited by the Forum for World Education and by CP Group to talk about vocational training in Switzerland and to highlight a few success factors of the Swiss model. But before going into vocational training, for those who don't know so well Switzerland, I would like to give you a glimpse of my country. So Switzerland is a very small country, but it's located in the very heart of Europe. It is surrounded by big European countries, Germany, France, Italy, and Austria. We have around 8.5 million inhabitants, so not even Bangkok. The official name is the Swiss Confederation, because we have politically, we have a federal system with 26 cantons. The biggest city in Switzerland is Zurich. It's our economic capital, but not a capital city. The capital city of Switzerland is Bern, and it's located in the middle of the country. So very small country, I told you. I think it's around 12 times smaller than Thailand. And also a particularity is that Switzerland has no natural resources. So the country had to find a way to succeed in another way. And so the country, Switzerland, decided to succeed through innovation. It's what so we invested in people, as it was said this morning. Since almost 10 years, Switzerland has always been ranked top 3 in the Global Innovation Index by WIPO, a World Intellectual Property Organization. So it works, apparently. And a couple of signs that show the innovation in Switzerland, I can mention a few of them. We have, for instance, among the highest density per capita of publication of patent. We also have among the highest density per capita of Nobel Prizes. So this is not so surprising when you know that Switzerland invests around 3.1% of its GDP in research and development. And that explains as well that the Swiss startup or the startup created in Switzerland are above average in the survival rate. And of course, all these achievements in innovation could not be possible without a strong educational system. So first, on a higher education level, Switzerland has top-ranked universities. For instance, ETH in Zurich, technical university, is since years now ranked always 7 or 8 in the QS World Universities ranking. Dr. Cheng mentioned also this morning how important it is for university to have open doors in education. And Switzerland has among the most international universities in the world. So the country attracts a lot of foreign students, top researchers. Less known internationally, but one of the backbone of the Swiss educational system are the universities of applied science. So the difference between classic university and university of applied science is that the first are have more theoretical curriculum, and the second a more practical education. And being more practical in their program, that means also that the universities of applied science have a stronger connection to the private sector. The only limitation for University of Applied Science is that the students cannot do PhDs. And in fact, the University of Applied Science are the natural continuity of our vocational education training. So vocational education training is very important in Switzerland. After mandatory school, so at the age of 15, 16 years old, 70% of Swiss young people decide not to go to a high school that provides general education, but they decide to do a vocational training. So that shows how important it is. So to go back to something that mentioned Senior Chairman this morning, in Switzerland, vocational training, it's not the last choice, but really the first in that case. And some of them, of course, will continue their studies and go to University of Applied Science. But what do we mean by vocational education training in Switzerland? So it's a practical training combined with theoretical education. In practice, that means that the apprentice spend 3 to 4 days a week in a company doing training on the job, while they spend maybe 1 or 2 days per week in school for more theoretical education. So it's a two-side education. And to go back again to what Mr. Sie Leng said this morning, so it's really learning and taking action. And yeah, I don't know if this builds wisdom among our younger generation, but for sure, training take an active role in the company's production processes. And this is also a net benefit for the employer. That's the reason why everybody is doing vocational training in Switzerland. So it's not only the big renowned international companies that have vocational training, but really everybody, the national companies such as the Swiss Post Office or the Swiss Railway, to the small shoe shop or plumber company, vocational training is at every level in Switzerland. But I think most of you already know a bit what is vocational training. So today I'm not going to talk about what is vocational training in details. What I want to do today is to highlight a few success factors that explain the achievement of the system in Switzerland. And one more time, there are many success factors. So I'm not going to explain all of them. I'm going to focus on 3 of them. So first of all, vocational training in Switzerland is a result of a collective governance between the government, the cantons, and the professional organization. So this is very important. It means that the private sector in Switzerland is heavily involved, not only in the governance, but also in the conceptualization of the curriculum. So the Swiss vocational training system is not government-driven, but really involves the private sector at every step of the process. Then when we go to the content of the vocational programs, they are pretty much focused on the labor market. So that means that they focused on development of professional competences in demand for existing job vacancies. This explains that in Switzerland, there is a very low unemployment rate among younger people. So, and this is also very supported by a strong mindset in vocational training. And here I go back to something that Mr. Schleicher said. He highlighted the importance of the mindset for students in the growth culture. So for Switzerland, in the vocational training system, the mindset to train the students to become the best in their particular activity. So not in general education, but really in their particular activities, very strong. And it seems to work. If you look at all these skills competition that are very much in trend right now, and you look the podiums, you often have Swiss apprentices. That means that in Switzerland, not only Roger Federer wins medals, but also our apprentice. And the third success factor that I would like to mention today is, I think, very important, especially in today's world, is that the system needs to remain flexible and permeable. So from the perspective of the students, it is very important to have the ability to move very easily between school and the job, but also within their education journey. And in general, the Swiss education system is very flexible and allows, we have many bridges between the different educational pathways that allows young people to choose different roads, to change, to evolve during their studies. So the flexibility, I would say, is very important, especially as a basis to train a lifelong learner. As an example, I could say that, for instance, an apprentice in Switzerland can start maybe with an apprenticeship and then continue after his diploma in a University of Applied Science. Or he can choose to, during his apprenticeship, to do in parallel a high school diploma to then go to university. Or he can decide to finish his vocational training, to become the best in his job, to do professional training, and then why not become a master for other apprentices. So it's very flexible. So in conclusion, I would say that for a strong vocational system, it needs a well-functioning governance. It's a partnership between the public and the private sector. It needs this social dialogue. On the curriculum level, it is important to integrate vocational pedagogy directly in the businesses. And finally, from the students' perspective, it's very important to remain flexible and permeable. So it's very difficult to explain everything in 10 or 15 minutes, but I did it. So I will let the floor to the next speaker. If you have any questions or you want to engage, I'm here to talk with you. Thank you very much.
That was Swiss timing, just to get it exactly on time. Shows the really important of apprenticeships. So what I'm going to do now is, that was fantastic introduction, because now we're going to have a video recording from Dr. Christoph Metzger, who I met in Paris, and he's a strong supporter of the Forum for World Education. So he's now going to talk a little bit more in depth about a particular case within Switzerland.
Dear audience, greetings from Switzerland. Supposing that you already got an overview on Swiss VET in general, I would like to elaborate on the company's engagement within VET. My overall statement is that companies play a decisive role within Swiss VET. The fact is that about 30% of all companies, both private and public engage in VET voluntarily and intensely. The question, of course, is why are so many companies ready for this engagement? My answer in advance, VET is not just a company-specific on-the-job training, but the result of two interacting success factors. That means that it is two success factors is supported by both periodical quantitative and qualitative studies, including transnational comparisons. Let me come to success for factor one. VET has manifold attributes. As you learned, VET is highly popular. It's the mainstream of upper secondary education. About 70% of all students at the age of 16 go through VET in the sense of an apprenticeship. VET is multiply dual regarding the competencies on the one hand side, professional domains, the specific labor market oriented competencies are taught. On the other hand, there are general, societal, and academic competencies taught. We have two main learning locations, the workplace on the one hand, where apprentices stay 3 to 4 days a week. Let's call them host companies. Sometimes there is also something like branch courses. On the other hand, the vocational schools teach domain-specific theoretical and general education. VET is also permeable to tertiary level education, which leads to professional exams, advanced federal diploma, universities of applied sciences. And finally, within success factor one, VET is collectively governed by the federal state and the single cantons or states, by professional organizations and individual companies, and by vocational schools. This leads to clearly defined programs, nationally harmonized assessments. Let me come to success for factor two. VET is factual and perceived. First, there is a net benefit at the end of apprenticeship in the sense of the productive contribution of apprentices succeeds the costs. That's true for about 63%, and the costs are lower, or the productive contribution is higher in the average of about 12%. There is as well, however, a variance with regard to professions, to size, and to the branches. The companies, secondly, as within factor two, provide employees with competencies needed. First, it's an advantage for the own company in the sense of keeping and recruiting employees. It's also an advantage for the labor market in general. We could say, you know what you get if you know that many people have gone through an apprenticeship. And finally, it's also an advantage for the individual employee. Research about satisfaction of apprentices show that they like the career chances, the development, and the transfer and mobility advantages. And finally, for the companies, there is relevant that there are some political and social attitudes which impact training decisions. Many companies, leaders in Switzerland have themselves a VET background, and in the sense of an attitude, many leaders think that it is a good contribution to labor market and state. Let me come to my conclusions. There are some assumptions. The company's involvement in VET stays high and effective only if VET relies on the belief in its educational and economic value. If it is mainstreamed with a permeable education system, if it is marked by cooperation and shared responsibility, is directly linked with work experiences and markets needs. And finally, it is highly flexible and continuously reshaped. Thank you, and have a successful conference.
That worked particularly well. It's now my pleasure to introduce someone who's going to introduce someone else, actually. So, but it's my real pleasure to introduce Jalu Kayuto, who is the Education Project Specialist for USAID Indonesia, to introduce our next speaker.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. Thank you for the opportunity to the organizing committee. Before we continue to the next case study that is coming from Indonesia, let me introduce myself. I'm Jalu Cahyanto from USAID Indonesia. I'm part of the American Embassy in Jakarta. USAID is a United States Agency for International Development. It's a US government international development agency that works with developing countries to tackle countries' top challenges in different sectors. In education sector, our vision is to create a system in our partner countries that enable all children and youth to acquire the education and skills needed to be a productive members of the society. And in Indonesia, our investment focus on working with partnerships, working in partnership, including also the private sector, businesses, and also other organizations, and also academia, to run or to design and also implement programs together. So Indonesia is a very large country. May I know how many of you have been to Indonesia? Good. Have been to Bali? Maybe more than Indonesia, yeah. Yeah. When we talk about Indonesia, maybe the first thing that come my mind is actually one of the most famous tourism area or resort called Bali, yeah, which is actually
we did the G20 summit meeting recently in Bali for all G20 leaders. As a very large country, we have an complex education system. And with more than 250 populations, we have a very vast education system and also a lot of schools. There are 50,000 students right now from primary to higher educations. With that also, we have challenges that the unemployment is pretty high, and the vocational education sector or the vocational graduates actually contribute the highest unemployment rate right now. So with this condition, the vocational education that contribute to this high unemployment, that's because of issues related to link and match, where the curriculum is not quite relevant with what the industry needs. There are also low competencies of vocational graduates, especially in soft skills. That includes also work ethic, teamwork, and also communication skills. This is also based on our recent survey to several companies in Indonesia. So USAID tried to partner with private sector to develop a program, and we try to support innovative program that address these challenges. And we run this AWARE 3 program, which is accelerating work achievement and readiness for employability, working with a private sector company that co-invests one-to-one of the resources to run this program for 2 years. And we did this during the COVID pandemic between 2020 and 2022. Soon, you will hear from my colleague, Satya, who is actually also the chief of party of the program, and share some successes of the program, how we actually bring schools, or especially vocational school, engage with businesses and have the access for the student to experience work-based learning through partnership with industry. So I would like to welcome Ms. Satya to come on stage. Thank you.
Thank you, Charu. So let me tell you a little bit about EDC. So EDC is a non-profit organization. We are a global organization founded 60 years ago by a physics professor at MIT. We are now working across 80 countries around the world, and in Southeast Asia, we are working in Thailand, Indonesia, Philippines, and starting a project in Vietnam. So in Indonesia, we implemented AWARE 3, which is the third iteration of the project. So we had AWARE 1 in Philippines and Indonesia, AWARE 2 came to Thailand, and AWARE 3 went back to Indonesia. So in AWARE 1, we focused on work-based learning, building work readiness skill, and prepare the education institution for meaningful work-based learning experience. In AWARE 2, we focus on a new addition, innovation skills. We think that all TVET students should have enhanced experience in innovation skills, not for the top of the pyramid, but for everybody. And in AWARE 3, we focus on an additional skill of the digital learning, and also enhance the work-based learning experience with the virtual work-based learning, which I will tell you a little bit. So you can see that there are two main components in AWARE 3. We want to create the work-based learning experience for learners early. So we started as early as 10th grade. In Indonesia, and I think it's the same in Thailand as well, the 12th graders in TVET institutions, they have a full-time internship experience. But before that, we want to prepare them so that they have the right mindset. They know they have prepared the work readiness skills so that they go into the workplace to gain meaningful experience. So the work ready now is work readiness skill training. It's classroom based. We train the teachers to deliver the online, or it's online because of COVID. It's an online soft skills training to promote soft skills like growth mindset, self-development. They know that they can grow in their own ways. They know about their strengths and their weaknesses, the skills that they want to improve when they go to the workplace. We provide them with early experiences to practice their communication skill in professional settings. We started to help them with job seeking skills, preparing CVs and digital portfolio. We talk about professional work behavior, and they also have experiences in simulations about teamwork and leadership. So those are participatory classroom teacher facilitation activities that build the work readiness skill. When they are ready, we then transition them to the virtual work-based learning. It's virtual again because of COVID, but I think, after COVID, we also feel that the virtual work-based learning model is actually quite a strong model for the education institution to partner meaningfully with the private sectors. So in the virtual work-based learning component, we start with the curriculum synchronization process, bringing the industry to sit down with the school, with the curriculum department in the TVET institutions. They talk about the current needs in the labor market. What are the skills that are the youth are lacking? What are the skills that the industry value? In the curriculum synchronization process, they also define the projects. And then the industry actually come in. And when I say come in, it's virtually to provide master classes. Example of the master classes that we conducted in Indonesia was something exciting for the youth and also very relevant for the industry, like food photography, social media campaign development, zero waste fashion design. That kind of cutting edge, but simple, but exciting for the youth. After the master classes, we then get the students to work on the virtual internship projects. And the virtual internship projects are short because it's an introduction for the students to gain early experience about working, about professional life, and also start thinking about what are the kind of work life that actually make them fulfill and make them happy. They do meaningful projects, and then they learn from some of them. They learn from their own mistakes, and we create nurturing environment with the private sectors for them to grow in their career. I just have to go very quickly on this slide, but I just need to highlight that we use an ecosystem approach, similar to our colleague from Switzerland. So this is an ecosystem. We bring in the private sector, we engage with the local government, and we have the school, being in the middle of this. So EDC do not go in and manage everything. We are aside and facilitate the process so that the school can learn how to create meaningful connection and conversations and dialogues with the private sector, and the local government understand how they can bring together the big and small businesses in the community to help the TVET education institutions. So in our program, we were able to start in Jakarta and then expand to East Java. We reached quite a large number of students, but not, if you think about Indonesia is really large, right? So we are seeing our program as a sandbox, and and our funders, USAID and JP Morgan Chase Foundation, were kind enough to allow us to try to innovate, to try to develop something different that create a different experience for our students. We placed around 3,000 students to the virtual work-based learning experience and engage, if Martin is still here, we engage them through Google Classroom. that, it's a steep learning curve for the teachers, but, we managed to pivot and adapt many things during the COVID time to get the teachers into the new learning experience. So what we left behind are key educators, educators who have learned how to grow learning communities in their own school, educators who know how to reach out to private sectors and create meaningful dialogues and gain inputs for curriculum development. We left behind also 345 teachers who have been trained on delivering work readiness curriculum online, but using participatory approaches. We also engaged 40 private sectors in the program. They came in and provide students with virtual work-based learning experiences, and some of them come to the roundtable and give insights and provide policy guidance. So these are the key learnings from AWARE 3. The first learning is that we found that if we design this right, the virtual work-based learning can connect industry and learners in meaningful way. So the industry actually defined a small projects for the students to do. This can be individual or group activity. The students can work remotely, and I think in some settings, the remote work can actually allow the students to work with companies in other area or even other country. We think that this approach would also help us collect a lot of data. In the first year that we implemented AWARE 3, we used an online platform that's developed by an Indonesian startup, which was AWARE 2 partner. So we, through this online platform, the students actually apply for the virtual work-based learning projects that they're interested in. They can simulate the process of job seeking. They develop their own digital profile and kind of pitch for the projects that they want. And through this online virtual work-based learning experience, the student actually communicate with the supervisors in the industry. And we have collected a lot of information about how students communicate and their different communication styles, how industry provide feedback to the students, and how the students actually improve or make change in response to those feedback. So digital platform can be powerful. However, I think there are also some issues that we face about connectivity, unequal access to technology. That's, for the policymaker, we have to think about. The second learning is that we also need to choose the virtual work-based learning model that fit the school context. So like I said, in cohort 1 of the implementation, we use the online platform. In cohort 2, when the COVID situation was much better and people come back to school, I think there was some kind of a different feelings toward online learning. People want to connect face-to-face more, and people actually feel like they have already too much of the screen time. So we have to adapt in the second year, and we also choose to develop an alternative model. The teachers with lower technology literacy, because we moved to East Java, actually quite a rural area in East Java, to implement our second cohort. So we adapt the virtual work-based learning so that, we try a new model, which is not on the online platform. It's doable, it's not as powerful as the using the online platform, but it's actually easier for the teachers who has lower digital literacy. So we tried that as well. It's still virtual work-based learning, but it's not done through the online platform. So the teachers still do curriculum synchronization, master classes, and online projects. But all the conversations and the students were done without the platform. Well, we call this a no-cost model, but it's actually putting in a lot of resources from the teachers. The third learning is that the virtual work-based learning integrated technical skills, the skills that they learn from, maybe the students were from pastry, from hotel and tourism, from fashion industry, for example, so that they get to integrate those technical skills and the soft skills that they learn through the work readiness skill training and the digital skill development through the process of learning online, submitting digital assignments, and incorporate some of this selected work into their digital portfolio. And this digital portfolio can be a really powerful instruments for the students. Internally, they can see themselves grow through their own portfolio. And some of the work in this portfolio, they can showcase as evidence of their skills to their future employees as well. We also try to create a platform to support dialogues between schools and private sectors. We bring them together and get them to talk about curriculum, get them to talk about how policy can promote more involvement of private sectors into TVET education. And we get them to also talk about the career pathway in the digital economy. What we found is that industry, especially SMEs, smaller businesses and startups, they're really enthusiastic and really want to have an entryway into TVET institution. They want to inform curriculum development. They want to tap into the future talent pipeline. So, by creating this kind of platform for more conversation, I actually like this platform, right? We have private sectors, we have policymakers, we have academia sitting together. But what we did in Aware 3 is try to create that in the local government level, with the government of Jakarta, with the government of 2 smaller cities in East Java. So with that platform, we hope that we started a conversation, and we hope that the local government would sustain that conversation so that the private sectors can have influence or can communicate to education institutions in a meaningful way. Fifth, learning. We have some part of the program as teacher training components. And when we do online teacher trainings, we try to make this as participatory as possible. So the teachers actually get to practice teaching within their teams. They also get to observe the online teaching, online facilitation of the work readiness skill development. And it's actually possible because of because of the online nature. And I don't know why when it become face to face it become harder. But with the online classroom observation, we actually help to foster a community of practice in each school and actually across the school a lot easier as well. So there are a lot of learnings that we gain from Aware 3, but I just picked the one that are related to industry linkage. But if you want to learn more about EDC work-based learning program, you can go and visit this link. There would be more resources, and we are now expanding to community projects and climate change projects in other countries as well. So if you want to talk more, come find me. Thank you.
This morning we heard about consent, and this afternoon we have Dr. Kosol Pecheswan, who is an advisor to COSUN KMITK. So we'll hand it over to him, and we'll keep moving along this afternoon. Thank you very much.
Distinguished delegates, this morning you have a presentation from Professor Inoue about COSEN of Japan. Now I'm going to make a presentation about COSEN for Thailand. And I use the title of my presentation as Education synergy between Japan and Thailand. And I would like to start by making a quotation from Professor Kaku that wealth of a nation comes from science and technology, and our future comes from passion and innovation of young people. I put in a diagram like this. I believe knowledge of science and technology will generate economy, and Thailand has a vision of overcoming the trap of being in the upper middle income. So want to have a higher income. So the government has a policy of upgrading industry with knowledge intensive ones that require advanced technology and research and development activities for better economic growth. So the government initiated the Eastern Economic Corridor as a key strategy. And as we know, in Thailand, direct investment from Japan is many times more than that from other countries. And from a survey, we discover that all Japanese companies have problem of insufficient number of highly skilled engineers and R&D personnel. In Japan, Japanese companies have Charoen engineers. Charoen was established in 1962 during Japan's period of high economic growth to produce practical engineers who could support the rapid expansion and development of the industry. Charoen, as Professor Inoue presented this morning, is a unique higher education in engineering. There is only in Japan, not elsewhere, which has successfully sustained Japanese high economic growth based on science and technology. And it has been designed to train graduates from junior high school when still physically and mentally maturing to be practical engineers with 5-year educational programs, which is significantly different from the high school university system. And as Professor Inoue said this morning, all teachers of Charoen are with doctoral degrees in engineering and in science. And they are professors with experience, all of them. I went to the 60th anniversary of Charoen in Tokyo 2 weeks ago, and I met with Professor Dr. Kazuya Masuo, president of Tokyo Institute of Technology, one of the prestigious university of Japan. he was so proud of being an old boy of Kosen. I am told that Mr. Noriyuki Takakura, President and CEO of Honda Automobile Thailand, is also an old boy of Kosen. These are just two examples. This is an interesting track. We started from, well, what we want the industry, we want practical engineers, researchers, and with creative minds. So the fast track that Japan have done is by having junior high school students and give them engineering education for 5 years. And Japanese company welcome them so much to be practical engineer, researcher with creative mind. And this in Japan only. Normally, junior high school, we go to high school and to bachelor degree, master degree, and doctor degree, then become researchers in the companies. So this is the fast track. This is the formal track. Even the fast track, some of them can go and get an advanced course for bachelor degree and to become practical engineers. So these are the two tracks for work together in Japan. But the fast track of Kosen is very much welcome by the industries. And in the history of 60 years of Kosen, overseas students to go to Kosen to join at the 3rd year. No, after they have senior high school education, they go to the 3rd year. And they never had overseas students to start the fast track Kosen from the 1st year. And as Professor Inoue said, there are 51 Kosen in Japan in all 51 prefectures, all well distributed throughout the country. And comparing the program of education, high school and university, you have 3 years of general education in senior high school, and then liberal art for the 4th year mostly, and engineering only in that area. But from Kosen education system, they teach engineering from the 1st year here, and then go for the 5-year regular courses, and then go to the industry. Only a few number go up to the advanced course to industry. And the liberal arts, mainly science and technology, and teaching by professors. For example, in the 1st year, 1st and 2nd year, professor emphasized on reverse engineering learning to the students. And also they emphasize on developing engineering mindset, which is very important, and also engineering critical thinking. And then in the regular course, after the 2 years, they will go to the real industry, manufacturing practices, and then internship and these activities. And then they come back to school. In fact, they don't go to the companies, but they're involved with the real industry. And in the final year of the regular course, they have a research with professors, and then engineering design. And from here, as you know, that after the regular course, 60% of them go to the companies. Only about 40% go to the advanced course, and after advanced course, almost 65% go to the companies. Only minority go to the formal university program. And in Japan, each year, there are about 1 million junior high school graduates, and they control students for Kosen education only 1%. That's only 10,000 out of 1 million. So this program is special program. So Kosen in Thailand. The government of Japan helped Thailand establish 2 Kosens. One Kosen KMITL and Kosen Chem MUTT. And Kosen KMITL has 3 courses. First one, mechatronics engineering. It was the first one, started in 2019. And then last year, computer engineering. And next year will be electrical and electronic engineering. And Kosen KMUTT, one with automation engineering, engineering, and agricultural engineering. All Thai teachers, all of them, young with doctoral degrees. And we have to have a really good young doctor degrees, all of them, in science and engineering. And they are working with experienced Kosen professor from Japan in the process of transferring know-how of Kosen education to Thailand. Curriculum and teaching methods and the quality of 2 Kosen in Thailand, we emphasize it. It have to be to have the quality the same as Kosen in Japan. We have a grade 9 junior high school or Matayom 3 student. They are selected through the same entrance examination of our science high school. We have 13 science high school in Thailand. The first one, Mahidol Vithayanusorn, and we have 12 Princess Chulaporn Science High Schools. This is the atmosphere in the classroom of Kosen KMIT. Teachers always with students. After lecture, they have to spend at least 1 hour working with students. They work very closely, as Professor Inoue said this morning. Student and teacher always are together. They never leave student. And when they are in 3rd and 4th year, we have industrial forum. Like in this May, we have 16 leading Japanese company located in Thailand. And the company come in and they bring demonstration of the engineering tools in the company, and our students discuss and exchange idea, and our students demonstrate of their project work. So they make themselves familiar to each other and exchanges discussion. This is the idea, the atmosphere of the activities of the industrial forum, industry and students to know each other, to familiar with each other. And students demonstrate of their work to the industry. In the 2 weeks ago, in 16 November, Charoen have the 60th anniversary in Tokyo. 4th year student, I missed out the year, 4th year student of Charoen KIT demonstrated the project to the large audience in Tokyo. And Charoen gave them awards for their demonstration. And Prime Minister Kishida of Japan also visited Charoen KIT in May, and senior high and senior and senior chairman of CP, Kun Dhanin Chearavanont, also visited in June this year. And we have students from Princess Chulaporn Science High School, the grade 9, study at Charoen in Japan. It was the first time for Charoen to have overseas students in their first year, in their 60 years anniversary. And next year, 2023, there will be about 100 students. And these Chulaporn Science High School students are quite successful in their study at Charoen in Japan, and majority of them are among the top scores of the students and won prizes and awards. These are the pictures. And Her Excellency Sri Nut Thien Thong, Minister of Education, visited Akashi Charoen last week, 22 of November. And she made a very impressive comment of her appreciation of the good quality of Charoen education and the success of our students studying at Charoen in Thai. I have no time to translate. Now, about Princess Chulaporn Science High Schools, our Science High Schools, we have 12 of them in all parts of Thailand. And this morning, there's a presentation about OECD assessment. They call the International for a program for international student assessment in mathematics, science, and reading. The average score of Princess Chulaporn Science High School are quite high, higher than the average score of most countries in mathematics, in science, and in reading. And Princess Chulaporn Science School have partners, have Super Science High School of Japan and Charoen of Japan as partner school. So 1-to-1 with 12 and 12 Super Science High School, and 1-to-1 with the Charoen Institute in Japan. And every year we have students science fair, student ICT fair, and game programming hackathon among Japanese students and Thai students. We have about 150 Japanese students. Time's up. Okay, few minutes. 150 Japanese students and 300 Thai students stay in the school dormitory for 3 days, having scientific activity together. And students of Princess Chulapon Saikun get award international affairs from so many countries each year, including the famous and popular and prestigious ISEF of the United States. Okay, I leave just briefly about King Mongkut Institute of Technology, KMITL, that started in 1960 with the government of Japan to set up training center in telecommunications in Thailand. And after 60 years, now it become King Mongkut Institute of Technology, Lakrabang. And JICA is so happy with the development. They made the book, tell the story of how with the cooperation from Japan, King Mongkut Institute of Technology, Lakrabang have been developed. So I take a little more time, sorry, that I want to just give some of my observation about education synergy between Japan and Thailand. So thank you very much.
And thank you very much. I think there's some very strong and key messages coming about through there about what we can do differently and how we can learn from each other around what will make a real difference for our students. So in the interest of time, I won't spend 20 minutes summarizing what everybody else has talked about. But I think for me, we're on a really important journey globally. It's how we capture that and we make a real difference for our next generation. So please join me in thanking all the speakers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alistair. That was very professional and well done. As we've discussed during the panel speeches, we're living in the time of enormous uncertainties. Technology is advancing at a very, fast and increasing rate, transforming the nature of work and employment. How can we achieve meaningful education in the times of uncertainty? And how can we guarantee or at least try our best to achieve a world with better tomorrows?
Right.
Yeah, so there's a lot to discover, and we're going to discuss about how to cultivate global citizens and the roles that they're going to play.
That's right. I totally agree, Angel. And the next session will be really interesting because it is about the internationalization and the educational experience is a voice from the Singapore. So our panelists will share the insight about how Singapore has succeeded in equipping the young people with this economic success and early experience adapting this model in Thailand.
Great. Now we'll welcome our moderator, Eileen Low, who will be joining us virtually.
That's
and
right.
we will have our speakers offline with us today. So let's put him on our screen.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, we need to tell the host to allow me to share my video because it says you cannot start your video because the host has stopped it. Thank you. So I can unmute, but I can't share my, okay, all good. Hi, everyone.
Hello.
Hello.
Okay, great.
See you already.
Yes.
Hi, good to see you.
Hi. A very good afternoon. I believe that Professor Tan Un Seng will probably do a very brief introduction to me, and then I will proceed to introduce the panels.
Yes, please.
So this afternoon, we are very fortunate to have Professor Loh See Leng. It's good that she is able to connect through the Zoom. Professor Loh is actually the Dean of the Academic Faculty and Affairs at the National Institute of Education. Professor Loh also belongs to the very distinguished group of select professors from the IAE. And she actually has held many senior positions at the university. And she herself is an expert in not only in linguistics, but also in teacher education. She's also very creative. She actually have invented apps also on pronunciation and so on. So we are very blessed this afternoon to have Professor Loh to moderate this session on internationalization. And we have a panel from Singapore, as well as the presence of a very important Vice Chancellor from the UAE, who is also in this panel and who has been working with Singapore as a partner. So over to you, Prof. Loh.
Thank you very much, Prof. Tan, and a very good afternoon to everybody. I'm going to be starting to share my screen now. The only reason why I'm not able to be with you is really because of pandemic times, as in I am very happy and proud to say that today I'm day 5 and COVID-free finally. I tested negative this morning, but I was positive, and that's why I cannot be with you in person, but very happy to be able to log on and to feel so much better today. Are you all able to see my screen? I suppose you're able to see the screen. Yes, okay, good. I would like to, first of all, talk a little bit about setting the stage for reimagining education beyond crisis and disruptions before I bring on my lovely panel. We know that COVID-19 and worldwide disruptions have really affected our education landscape. According to McKinsey & Co., almost 800 million jobs have been displaced. More than 641 million people have been infected worldwide, including myself. In our Republic of Singapore, we have about 2.15 million people infected, but the death rates remain low, thankfully, at around 1,000 over and below 2,000 since the start of the pandemic. What has these worldwide disruptions and crises shown about our education systems? That one, we are unprepared for the multiple disruptions, or we aren't as prepared as we think we are. We are not nearly as robust or resilient enough, and a lot of inequality across our systems have been exposed. There are many key drivers of educational change today, which is very topical for our forum this afternoon on these 2 days. First of all, there's a great changing operating context of rapid technological change and disruptions, including the current pandemic. We have higher public expectations and aspirations. There's also the problem with aging population, as well as falling cohort sizes. The economic weight shifts have moved to Asia. Inequality and mobility remains a growing concern. We are all faced with a much more diverse society with much more diverse needs within our mainstream classrooms. There is therefore the changing local education landscape, global education landscape, as well as other crises and challenges facing us. What does this mean for education? What should we be rebuilding? And how should we begin to reimagine our education systems? Our current Deputy Prime Minister, who was then Minister for Education, Mr. Lawrence Wang, has this to say about the crisis that we face. We need to seize opportunities to reshape our education system for the longer term and to accelerate improvements in the way we teach and the way we learn. We need to strengthen what is already working and build on these strong foundations. We need to seize the chance to rethink our systems, make them much more resilient, nimble, and innovative. and our rethinking has to be contextualized within the context of education, which we all are working. Our current Minister for Education, Mr. Chan, has to say that there are positive aspects of our culture that we must retain and other aspects that we need to evolve and improve. Uncertainties require agility, complexities require collaboration, and disruptions require lifelong learning opportunities. The OECD indicators for Singapore students' global competence is shown. I know that everyone is aware that we perform very well in all of these indicators. And even before the pandemic struck, we know that the OECD has come up with the education framework about transformative competencies 1, creating new value, transformative competency 2, reconciling tensions and dilemmas, and transformative competency 3, taking responsibility. And Linda Darling-Hammond and her team have talked about what educators need to do to prepare for education beyond pandemic times. There must be more cognitive and metacognitive strategies focused on deeper learning. For example, investing in high-quality education preparation, transforming educator learning opportunities to match current needs, and to support mentoring and new teacher roles, and to create even more times for collaboration. So here I'd like to share with you 3 aspects of holistic development, which is education for resilience, values-anchored education, and lifelong education. We know that there was a lot of learning loss experienced during the pandemic, as shown in this current slide. Many learners worldwide have lacked between 4 and 12 months of learning. We have learned that schools are much more than merely places to learn. They are places for physical, nutritional, and mental safety. We need to rebuild our systems from the perspective of monitoring and mitigating learning losses from school closures and planning ahead about what we want to achieve in terms of regaining learning losses after the pandemic. A holistic system reimagination requires us to focus on the following 6 points. I now move on to values-anchored education. Values, indeed, like what Prof Tan has said about the primary purpose of education, is about building character. Character is important because it is the moral compass to mobilize our skills, knowledge, and competencies for us to meet the complex demands of the future. And of course, we must be committed to providing inclusive and equitable quality education and to promote lifelong learning opportunities for all, as expressed by the SDG United Nations Goal number 4. So to provide values-anchored curriculum, we need our teachers to deliver content competencies as well as to inculcate good values. This brings me to lifelong learning opportunities. As we had heard from Minister Dr. Tan See Leng this morning, Singapore must stay open to seize opportunities in Asia, and to do so, we need to retain and retrain our labor. In the past, we have always focused on a very step-like lifespan of education. We need to rethink what this lifespan of education looks like. Tertiary education is only the beginning of our lifelong education opportunities. We all are familiar with the World Economic Forum articulating the top 5 skills that our employers would want in 2025, which I direct to you on the column on the right. Singapore has emerged with our Lifelong Skills Future initiative, which defines lifelong learning dispositions and habits of mind for every citizen, whether young adults or mature. The continuous student learning therefore requires continuous teacher preparation and professional development and continuous teacher educator preparation. The quality of teachers was also emphasized by Andrea Schleicher this morning. We need to strengthen teacher education through improving teacher efficacy, promoting teacher commitment, teacher well-being, and by ensuring that our teachers are role models of lifelong learning themselves. In Singapore, we are reimagining teacher education. We are beginning to articulate the archetype of the future-ready teacher to put in much more elements of greater learning agency and flexibility, introducing interdisciplinary programs and reimagining our structures so that we can restructure, streamline, and give much more learner agency and choice to our programs. At the National Institute of Education, we are part of Nanyang Technological University's new curriculum known as the Interdisciplinary Collaborative Core that focuses on character, cognitive agility, and competence as our learning outcomes. And these are some of the ICC core courses that all our students take. And it is not just enough to envisage future-ready teachers. They must be accompanied by future-ready faculty on the top. So, for example, creators of knowledge need to have experts of interdisciplinary breadth and depth. And in order to be shapers of characters, we need role models of professional values. These have to take place together. You want teachers to be leaders of educational change, you need inspirational mentors. We also believe in faculty holistic lifelong development. And therefore, we know that the pandemic is much more than a medical issue, as Professor Tan Eng Chai from the National University has mentioned. In the past, universities were all about specialization and depth of knowledge, but in the future, universities need to have interdisciplinarity, lifelong learning, and flexibility. The 3 C's in the post-COVID world will be that universities are institutes of continual learning, and we need to close the cycle between research, innovation, and enterprise. And the 3rd C is confidence building in ourselves and our contributions. Last slide before I introduce the distinguished panel. The role of all educators in pandemic times is to keep learning going no matter when, no matter what, and no matter how. Today, we are privileged to be able to think about internationalization and the educational experience in pandemic times and beyond. Voices from Singapore and beyond. I'm very proud to have on my panel Dr. May Alty, Vice Chancellor, Emirates College for Advanced Education, Ms. Su Wei Chung, IBDP graduate and law graduate, Nottingham University, Ms. Jalene Chua, graduate from UCL, University College London, and current research associate at NIE International, and Ms. Dawn Teo, former banker and current CEO of a high-tech enterprise based in Singapore. We will have a very conversational approach to our panel, and I will begin by firing the first question. I would now like to stop sharing so that I can see the panelists. My first question, to open our session, Dr. May, I would like you to talk about your perspective as a Vice Chancellor of the Emirates College for Advanced Education. How important do you view internationalization to be, and how have you built this into your programs? Dr. May, please.
Hello, is it working? Yes. First of all, thank you, Prof. Lo. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank FWE and CP for the kind invitation. If this is a demonstration of anything, this panel is actually this forum is actually a demonstration of the importance of internationalization in education. It gives me great pleasure to be presenting my country, the United Arab Emirates, in this strategic panel and strategic forum, talking about education and internationalization. At the Emirates College for Advanced Education, global citizenship is actually one of our values and one of our core beliefs. So when we talk about global awareness, when we talk about local footprint, when we talk about global citizenship, these are values that are ingrained in the essence of our organization and our institution. We live, as we heard today, in a globalized world, which is very wide and open and global. This is why we need to come together as educators. We need to come together as students to solve the wicked problems or the real life complex problems. And this is not possible if we do not open arms to the world and to the countries around us. So I would say that for us at the Emirates College for Advanced Education, internationalization of education for our students is very important. We do that through different forms, starting with the learning and design and development of our programs. So our programs are informed based on best practice. We have faculty from 20 different backgrounds, specializations, nationalities, co-creating these programs within the local context. In addition, we try to incorporate as much as possible student exchange programs. We strongly believe in student exchange programs in which they go experiment, for instance, to Singapore and experiment how education is there in schools, and they learn and they actually get to apply some of the skills that they took from the courses there. So we are big on student exchange. We're also big when it comes to research. So we always involve our students in global research, and research not only relevant to the UAE, but worldwide in terms of coming up with innovative pedagogy practices, innovative learning technology tools, and using state-of-art tools and technologies. So this is really at the crust of what we do, but I'd like to give you even a further example of us going beyond that to reach to the community. So for instance, we at the Emirates College of Advanced Education work with Education Without Borders, for instance, a nonprofit organization that helps countries that are less fortunate. So we try to engage, as we speak now, we're engaging our students in preparing for a program that is gonna happen for refugees in Jordan, for instance, in January. So we strongly believe that our role is not only internal, but external to spread the practices and the learning experience. In addition, as you might know, the UAE has hosted Expo 2020. In Expo 2020, we had 440,000 students visit Expo, in which they got the exposure to 192 different countries that were showcasing the latest of their developments in this global platform. So internationalization is important. Internationalization is key. We cannot remain closed-eyed or blinded to what's happening around us. We have to encourage global citizenship, and we have to take an active role in bringing positive change to society. Thank you, Prof. Lo.
Thank you so much, Dr. May, for that very insightful comment and speech. We'll come back to you in a little while and probe a bit deeper about some of the points. My next question is to Ms. Su Wei Chung. I would like you to tell us a little bit more about your International Baccalaureate Diploma program that you underwent. Although it was hosted in Singapore, it was an international program. What are specific components of the internationalization program that has shaped your experience and has prepared you, in your opinion, to pursue and succeed in an undergraduate program in the UK? If you could begin giving us some comments about that, please.
Thank you so much, Dr. Loh. So I did my IB in Singapore at ACS International, which is obviously a Singapore school. But I feel that because of the way the IB is designed to be something that covers breadth of knowledge as well as depth, and including your own personal experience, I feel like that has really pushed me as a person to not only find myself, but also to question everything that has been taught to me or that I've just allowed to be imprinted on me without any question. I feel, obviously, with the different subject groups, I'm not sure if you're familiar, but you probably are, that you get one subject from 6 subject groups, and then you have 3 extra components of it, which include CAS, which is Creativity Action Service. So you do charity work or you do creative pursuits, and that counts into your diploma. TOK, which is Theory of Knowledge, again, to my point of questioning what you know, how you've come to know about it, and whether or not you want to accept something as true. And the third component is the extended essay, which mimics a university dissertation, just not as long or intense and scary. I would say the most important part of the IB program for me that I've taken away and prepared me for not only my university experience, but every other experience in every aspect of my life, is really learning to be discerning. And it comes back to the point of Mr. Andreas of the OECD earlier, who mentioned that it's about how we use what we have access to, because Google can tell us everything, which is true. But I feel like the main skill that the IB taught me is how to critically think and question, and then utilize what I've been told or what I've learned, and to implement it in more creative ways.
Thank you very much, Sue. We will hear from another young student, or rather a recent graduate, and that's Miss Jalene Chua. Jalene, I would like you to talk a little bit about some of the internationalization experience that you faced whilst in the mainstream schools from K to 12 in Singapore. In particular, perhaps how that has prepared you for your education at University College London, but also currently for your role undertaking this huge job as a research associate in the NIE International. Jalene, please.
Thank you, Prof. Loh, for your question. Very happy that you're able to join us virtually, and I hope you're feeling better. So for me, I grew up in Singapore in the local education system up to pre-university. And then after I decided to pursue my university degree in University College London, UK. I did psychology there. But before that, I did have some internationalization experience in secondary school. And I think Singapore has good emphasis on incorporating a lot of internationalization experiences in school, even for our younger students, and I was the benefit of that. So for me, I as part of my co-curricular activity, which is an activity or club that we are involved in aside from academics, something like sports or music. For me, it was a uniform group. It was National Cadet Corps. So as part of National Cadet Corps, which is like kiddie version of the military, basically, I was able to go visit Pierce Air Base in Perth, Australia. And I was also part of the this international exchange cadet program where I hosted international cadets from US, UK, and India in Singapore. So that was like my very first time as a young student. I was like 14 years old, being exposed to students from different countries and also learning about their viewpoints and their mindsets. And I realized at that point that people from different countries, you know, they come with a different background and culture, and they bring something different to the table. So that sparked a curiosity in me towards venturing out of Singapore to pursue travel or if even possible like studies overseas. So fast forward after that, I was privileged enough to study in University College London, UK. For my university degree, I did my bachelor's and my master's there in psychology. But when I got there, I realized that, a short-term exchange program is very different from living in another country for an extended period of time. I was there for 4 years. And when I got there, I realized that I had to really adapt to the culture there and to really assimilate in the culture there, which was very different from where I came from. So I had to change the way, not change, but adapt the way that I communicated with people, adapt the way that I learned. Because while Singapore is, we are well-versed in English because English is our main mode of instruction and is our first language in Singapore. But we also speak in something called Singlish, Singaporean English, where we tend to shorten our words. We are very efficient people. So instead of saying the whole sentence, we just shorten it as fast as possible. So when I got there, I was speaking in Singlish with other people there, and they didn't understand. They asked, what language am I speaking? And so I had to really adapt the way I spoke. That's one, adapt the way I communicate with people. And the second thing that I had to adapt to was the way I learned, because I was very much used to the Singapore way of teaching, which was very structured, I would say, very structured. There was a lot of scaffolding involved in schools where the foundations are laid first, and then you can go on to do extensive self-directed learning on your own. But when I got there, the style of learning there was very much you are left to your own devices. Attendance does not matter. There are people who don't attend any lessons and they just turn up for the final exam. So I had to change the way I sourced for information and change the way that I learned and studied for the exam, because the exam models were different as well. So I guess my key takeaway from that is that adaptability is very important, and internationalization helped contribute to that for me. It's very important to be adaptable in today's age, especially, the pandemic really showed that we as people, as countries, as systems need to be able to adapt to unpredictability, change, and very much be nimble in today's world, because it's getting more and more unpredictable, as we know. Yeah, so that's one thing. And
thank you, Jalene. If I may come back to you again later on.
Sorry. Oh, am I over time?
No worries, no worries. Okay, I just wanted to give us sufficient time.
Yes,
really, to listen to Dawn. Dawn, obviously, we are very excited to ask you this very important question, because you are this CEO of a very, very cutting-edge high-tech firm. We want to ask you, how important do you view internationalization mindsets and perspectives in terms of the guaranteeing the future employability of young individuals? And you, as an employer yourself, what are some of the things that you look out for, and what advice do you have for the young people? I think we're all very excited to hear from you. So over to you, Dawn.
Oh dear, Dr. Low, you make me sound so old, that I don't qualify in this young category, but I am excited to be here. If you kind of read my background, I do not come from the education sector. I come from a banking world. It's a harsh world. So this is a very nice industry, I must say. But I think COVID created many opportunities. And my startup, which is an edtech startup, started from there. Before I begin, to give you the answers that you are looking for, policymakers and decision makers here, I just want to tell you a bit about a shift in some of the enterprises. In the past, many enterprises start off with just P&L in mind, and it's just profit driven. But really, when COVID came, we started to ask ourselves, are we just more than P&L? Are we just more than revenue? Is that a value proposition that we want to do? We want to change the world. And I noticed, and okay, I just let you know, we are a circle of CEOs, okay? We are always asking ourselves, hey, seriously, you have so little sleep, you know? Yeah, this was the year I have the least sleep. I sleep 4 hours, my guys are there, they're like, oh my goodness, my boss is overdriven. But you know, there's so much joy, you know, why? Because every day we're asking ourselves, what do we want to change the world for? And because of that, from you know, Singapore is really small, right? And of course, our education is really, really top notch. And I love that. But what I am asking myself is, hey, am I just solving my nation's problems, you know, with education? You know, is there something more? And that's why we are forced, right, to look at international. Now, then comes the next question. Do I hire the person without, right? And Dr. Loh, you rightly point out something, mindset. I can tell you, mindset is such a big thing, you know. It has nothing to do with the countries you go. Agree? So I have hired two types of people. One that goes to different countries and the other goes to exotic countries. They come back. I realize their minds, one mind has not changed. The other mind has changed completely. You all get what I mean? If you get what I mean, you can raise your hands. Okay, yeah. Oh, thank you, thank you. Yeah. But this is so important. And that's why when I hire a young person, I ask them a few things. I ask them, what drives you? How do you treat the lowest person on the earth? How do you treat the person that's richest? Because, right, the truth is this, education is about meeting both ends, isn't it? Yeah. And that is where I really look at some of the criteria, right, when I hire someone. Because internationalization, it's about how do we look at humanity? How do we see a human? You know, how do we treat them? If there's a change, thank you so much for clapping. How do we see when they change their status in socio-economic, do we treat them the same or we treat them different? And I think that is the essence of education. Yeah, I think it is far more, okay, don't tell my bankers, okay, but this is far more rewarding than my banking industry, that I was like, oh my, I am brought to an industry of real investment capital. So I always say this, you know, well, we like to talk about sustainability. The biggest untapped energy, right, is the human. And I think we are here to discover that, isn't it? So the truth is this, internationalization is not so complex. If any one of us, right, just enjoys, right, sitting down, not just enjoying your tom yum, you know, or your chicken rice. Today we had a little debate on chicken rice. I was like, wow, is this chicken rice the same as Singapore's, right? Yeah, but then guess what? Food brings us together, you know? And then I just want to say this, okay? Probably the world is not so divided. We don't have so many lines drawn. There's so many things in common. I say this with a lot of passion because this year I got a chance to go to Japan. And I thought, okay, Japan, I don't know you really well because I don't speak the language. But guess what? I was there to test one thing, my value proposition on my education technology business to reimagine education to restore human value. Is this transnational? The answer is yes. And that was how we connected, even if the language is different. Yeah, so there, I hope that is a very good tip for you. Yeah, Dr. Loh.
Yes, thank you so much, Dawn. In fact, actually, along with our Dr. May, I'm so proud of this Singapore panel because I think today what you have really seen is truly the ability of the Singapore education system to produce very, very competent, globally competent individuals who also have the values and the character, you know, and there's a lot of promise in that way. So I think it's always better not just to speak about the Singapore education system, but I think this is the best showcase that we can possibly have. Now, we do have about 13 minutes left, and I'm going to use this very preciously. I'm going to go back to each of you and ask you perhaps what is your one message that you would like to give to our audience this afternoon before their coffee break. We stand between them and their coffee break, so we must make the 13 minutes worthwhile. Dr. May, back to you. What is your one message that you would like to give to the audience this afternoon?
Thank you, Prof. Loh. Actually, I'd like to continue on what you were saying about the Singapore education and to actually touch upon some points that Dawn mentioned. We live in a global world, however, and we can use the technology to bring us back together. And in the UAE, for instance, we have we have around 223 countries, 200 live in the UAE, and in the college, we are home for around 20. What I'd like to say is to capitalize, to actually call for a unity in education. And I think this was a recurring message that we got from today's sessions, that if we work together towards solving these complex problems or wicked challenges, we'll be able to achieve more. If we actually harness the power of youth as well. Today I was very impressed with the chairman when he said the formal education system has to end at 18. We want youth to be embarking on the industry early on. And I am actually a product of that. I graduated university when I was 18 and a half, between 18 and a half and 19. I finished my master's in 21 and I started industry. So my message is also to youth and to educators. Youth, tap into what you're passionate about. Go full force with full energy to achieve that dream. For educators, your job is no longer to dictate. Your job is to facilitate. Your job is to help students understand what they're passionate about and pursue that dream. We have a huge responsibility. Students spend time in classrooms as much as they spend them at home. So it's our role as educators and facilitators to make sure that they follow their passion, that they go after their dreams, because they are the true potential of any society, youth and the educated youth. Thank you, Prof. Lo.
Thank you, Dr. May, for not just being a shining example of truly a child prodigy, but who is really paying it back to the education field. And thank you for that powerful message. Sue, what is one message that you would like to leave with the audience today?
I personally don't have that much experience in this field. This is the first time I'm actually speaking in front of people with a microphone.
Same.
Thank you. But from what I've learned from like half a days of speeches and presentations and a lot of data, is that none of these components of the education system exist by themselves. I feel like we're now coming to the realization that every little thing that we do, every way that we treat everybody has a knock-on effect that is so much bigger than we can fully comprehend or understand or map on a graph. So I feel like the biggest takeaway for me personally, and that I like to share with you, is that we are all part of that. It's important to remember that we're all part of something bigger than ourselves, and that's the central tenet in what we should be working towards. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that very youthful optimism and idealism. And over to you, Jalene. What is your one message that you would like to leave the audience with this afternoon?
Yeah, I think for me, I would like to speak up for a certain group of the student population, which is the population of special learning needs, because I'm a psychologist as well. I work with some children with learning differences, and when we talk about internationalization, it's about accepting diversity, but then diversity also exists in the classroom, and the most relevant one would be learning diversity, how neurodiversity, and how different students learn in their own ways. So Mr. Andreas also mentioned this morning that we have to believe that every child can learn, right? And I really want to speak up for the students with different learning needs. I realize that when they are very much supported and accepted by their peers, their teachers, their parents, they can really thrive. And when they are not seen with like a deficit-based lens, basically we celebrate their strengths, and then support them in areas that they need support in, they can really improve and thrive. So I think that is my key message for today. Yeah.
Thank you, Jalene. Wonderfully put. And of course, I'm very happy to hand it back to our powerhouse. Dawn, what is that one message that you want to leave the audience with?
I can say this, you know, my journey of learning about education and the industry has been fascinating. You know, I think, you know, what CP coach had said, that if you want to know the business, you need to go to the ground. And that's what I did. I went all the way to the preschoolers and I found out the struggles of a child, of a teacher, of a program head, of a principal. And then I realized this, you know, that actually there are a few things, right? I mean, I was a process engineer, you know, doing a lot of transformation in a bank. And I use that, right, to apply even in understanding the school environment. And I start to ask myself, hey, why is everyone coming with a good intent, right? Not hitting at it effectively, you know? I think that is something that keeps me awake at night. I love our education system. I think it's so good, you know, that so many children have risen up because of the opportunities they are given, right, for empowerment. But I'm sitting here speaking this way. You come from a country representing maybe perhaps not at the state that you want, correct? And that's why you're here to learn. And I find that there are so many things to learn from each country. If only we listen, you know, beyond our words. I'll give you an example. I was in Japan, right? And of course, I was there to learn about the fantastic, you know, innovative, creative culture that they had. But then I realized when they met me, right, they were humble, you know. I was shocked. I was like, no, I'm here to learn from you, you know. But no, they were not. They were listening beyond words, you know. And I thought that was so humbling for myself, you know, as an entrepreneur wanting to change the world. I think that is so such an important language that sometimes school don't teach. Not that they don't teach, but in Singapore, we have to learn because we are so, we have so many races, we are forced to learn, right? But then I realized that, you know, the moment we lean in, right, to listen more than just the words, right, actually we can hear a lot of things. So I just want to ask you, have you all spent time to listen to the people, to the ground? Have you leaned in, right, to other voices from other countries? Because if you realize, right, actually we are not very, very far from one another. We all have the same heart and one mind. We want to empower our young people. We want to see that they have a better future than us. And I think that governs me quite a fair bit, to also embrace technology in a big way. So I know educators, right, sometimes they look at technology, well, they want to throw stone, you know. I'm like, oh, wait. We are not at the mercy of technology, agree? It must work for us. But if we remove our soul from technology, right, then we lose it. So there's one message if I were to tell a young person is this: when you go and learn from other countries, never ever lose your soul as a person, you know, your values, your character, because that is what really make you. And I have seen, I really have seen and witnessed, you know, where I send some of my staff out, right? Oh, they come back a different person. And I was like, wow, what did I do wrong? You know, what did I not do enough, actually? So that's just one thing, main thing, if I were to that divides between us and your coffee tea time, you know. Yeah, this is that one thing. Yeah, I do want to part with you. If you do want to chat up, I'll be happy to do that. Yeah, thank you.
So ladies and gentlemen, I think you would agree with me that this has been really a very, very energetic, dynamic panel. We've learned a lot from each other and of course from the rest of the conversations that has happened since the morning. We are all committed to having education as the power to change the world. And we also have the youthful dynamism, idealism to achieve it. So with that, I think we will give you your tea time It's been an honor and privilege to have been the moderator of this very distinguished panel, and I hope you have enjoyed yourselves as much as I've enjoyed moderating the panel. Thank you very much for your kind attention, and I'll return you to the host.
Thank you very much. I really enjoyed this panel. Right?
Exactly. I mean, COVID-19 does show us some possibilities of, having virtual and offline goes very smoothly, and we're all very used to that now.
That's
I
right.
guess we can have more conferences like this that really discuss meaningful topics about world education. And thank you very much, panelists, for
Yes.
joining us. And
Next, we will have a 15-minute coffee break, and we will come back at the auditorium at 4:30.
exactly, and we're going to discuss with different case studies from Europe, from Asia, and different countries that are in these areas, in the regions, about what roles can education play in shaping societies and institutions and preparing creative workers and closing the political economic
That's right.
economic gaps.
But first, let's have some break.
Yeah,
Grab some
okay, let's
snack
have
and
some
drink.
break. And enjoy the coffee outside, please. There's also Thai dessert and fruits.
That's right. And see you at 4:30.
See you at 4:30. Dear honorable guests, please come in the auditorium and join us, and to please be kindly seated. And our session will start very soon.
That's right. Our moderators and the speaker are ready, so we are waiting for you to come in and take your seat.
Please do invite the guests outside to join us inside, back from the coffee break. And we're going to start very shortly.
That's right. I understand that our snack and dessert taste good, but you still have a lot of chance to have it.
Exactly. And we do have our online guests that are joining us. Thank you for bearing the coffee time with us. And we hope that we get to invite you to Thailand someday to join the coffee break.
That's right. It would be great. I hear your bell.
Yes.
Oh. Our partner is ready. Oh, okay. Introduce them one by one. Yes. So before we start, I would like to introduce our speakers. So the first one is Mr. Wilfried Hartmann, a professor for Department of Education, the University of Hamburg. He teaches and research in field of German teach and research in field of didactic and comparative and international educational science. And then we also have
Then we have Mr. Markus Hoffmann, the project director for German-Thai Dual Excellence Education Program, and is also at the German and Thai Chamber of Commerce.
That's right. And then we have Dr. Kamonsak Suradom, Senior Project Manager, German-Thai Dual Excellence Education Department and German-Thai Chamber of Commerce.
And we have Alistair join us again on the stage to share the case study from New Zealand. It's very exciting that we get to have a great line of speakers to join us to really talk about the case studies from Germany, from New Zealand, and also
Thailand.
from Thailand.
That's right.
Exactly. So I think we will have a great discussion that is going on for the following session. So I think let's give the stage to them.
That's right. So please give them a loud applause.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm really glad to see you here because I was glad that session 3 finished in time. I was glad that we all had a chance for a coffee break. And thirdly, I'm very glad that you managed to leave this temptation outside and come here to join our session. Thank you very much for that. And as far as I can see it, the situation where we here are in an academic setting and out there is the world of commerce shows that we, with our topic here, business and vocational education, are really on the top. They are earning out there because we are here. We are able to study and continuing study while they are feeding us. So that's a win-win situation. And I had during my professional life in many fields the chance to travel worldwide around and get to know various educational structures and systems. And coming from Germany, I was ever so surprised that what we take for self-evident, that the training on the job does not only take place at the work place or at a school, but it's combined. That's rule in Germany and in some other countries as well. But around the world, I had to discover that it was an exception. And so we tried to find out how can we, from the basic education onwards, from the schools onwards, try to work in the same direction as FWE is, namely to bridge the gap between economy and education. And here we have now examples from 3 countries, and I'm very glad to have next to me Mr. Markus Hoffmann. He was already introduced, and so I'm giving the floor to you.
Okay. First of all, thank you very much, and thank you so much for inviting us here today in this very great location, and for this great audience. Talking about dual vocational education is part of our life, and I'm in the vocational education and training system for over 30 years now. This has really become part of my life, and I believe I will never change it. We would like to share with you 2 PowerPoint slides. Firstly, we would like to introduce you in our dual vocational education and training system from Germany. And secondly, how we implement this already nearly 10 years ago here in Thailand. Starting with this slide for introducing, and like Professor Hartmann talked before, the German dual vocational education and training is the most important foundation of the success of continual training for skilled workers in the German dual vocational education and training system. And the system is so called because the training and the teaching takes place in 2 different tracks. So once our apprentices, they go about 30% and working in the companies on their profession which they selected, and 30% they are supported by vocational schools. The trainees are able to orient themselves by clearly defined training standards. Once they learn like the occupation in theory and simulated in vocational schools, and also practice in real workplace on real occupational working standards. And the training qualifications are recognized by the state, economic, and society throughout the whole country in Germany as well. Since they're training, the employees themselves are able to ensure that they always have enough skilled workers in hand. The training company and the employers also are able to partially adapt the training content which regarding to the needs of the company. A little overview about the structure of vocational education and training, and you see the blue field. So we have once is our dual track, where students go working inside the company and supported by vocational schools, or they go in so-called full-time school-based learning and training, where these schools have workshops and laboratories, and the students are doing their practical work. And before the training begins in Germany, our younger generation, they looking into, right now we have approximately 324 recognized training occupations. The student thinking what kind of training or what kind of profession they would like to learn and where they would like to work on. And they can then inform themselves whether there is a demand or is it like the up-to-date profession what they would like to learn, or is it probably a profession which is outdating? So means the students and the apprentices later then they select the profession by themselves. Then the companies in Germany, mostly they advertise about vocational education and training places where the students can then apply for the job. They send then out the application form with their CV, and then they apply for the company, and hopefully, and they pray that they get the job and get invited for the interview. Once they get confirmed that they can apply for this job and can have training inside this company, and then the company combines then training contract with the apprentice, And there are very crucial and important points in the training regulations and also in the contract. Firstly, we're talking about the training duration. This is depend on the profession the young people would like to learn. This can be between 2 and 4 years, depend on the profession. And also inside this training rules and regulations are the training schedule, the remuneration of means the payment for the students, which is very interesting and important for the students, and also how many holidays they have. And mainly this contract is also regulated by laws from both sides, for company and also for the college. And it is very important to say that our training and teaching plan are coordinated. So, and we're talking once for vocational schools, we're teaching on learning fields and not on the subjects anymore. And here you can see that 70% of their training, the students are inside the company and learn hands-on jobs and are directly integrated into the working process, and 30% supported by vocational schools. But this training plan is coordinated. This is a very important point. And while primary and general specific knowledge are taught in vocational schools, the students get their specific work steps and practical skills in the company. And also, like I said, they are directly integrated into the work process. And after the training is done for a period of 2 or 4 years, depend on the training regulations and depend on the profession, the trainees have to undergo examination. If we're talking about a 3.5 years training duration, the training must do also a midterm, we call final examination part 1, and the final end examination, this is final examination part 2. Final examination part 1 already count about 40% and 60% for the final examination part 2. And from both of them, they must pass at least 50% to get the certificate. And the respective chambers, like we from the German Thai Chamber of Commerce, and in Germany is the Industrial Chamber of Commerce, they organize the examinations, and therefore we have independent examiner boards, which are combined by employers, employees, and also technical school teachers. They are also involved into the evaluation of the training. Once the certificate is awarded, like I said, the students must pass at least 50%, and then the door is open for the students. They can decide whether they would like to work continually in the company where they studied before and what they learned. But 2/3 of the students even remain inside the company where they have trained, and 1/3 they do further education, or even they change the job and looking for another things what they're interested in their life. And here you can see a little overview what we have so far in the last year, that we have about over 400,000 training companies in Germany. We have about 324 apprenticeship programs and professions in Germany. We have about 1.2 million apprentices for last year. And there's actually no age limit for vocational education and training. And every year, approximately 1,500 people who are already over 40 years old, they still decided to have dual vocational education to get a qualification on being a skilled worker for the company. And here you have a little overview about our, let's say, big players on vocational education and training in each state of Germany. So I think most of the names you know as well. And they play a very big, important role also when it comes to employment for the younger generation. So they are really contributed and strong on education field. And then internationally, the German dual vocational education and training is recognized as a successful model. And therefore, we brought it out also abroad and in other countries. And this dual vocational training system leads to high quality vocational qualifications. And this is a smooth education to the work transition. And then coming to our next slide, like how we implement such kind of successful model, for example, here in Thailand. And this is our next story, what we would like to talk about. In 2013, the German-Thai Chamber of Commerce, together with the Ministry of Education from Germany and also for the Thai local ministry, we implement this German-Thai dual excellence education program here in Thailand. This is also dual vocational education and training program. And this is an apprenticeship program where also the students must and have to work in vocational school, in the company, supported by vocational schools. Also here, like we implemented this in Thailand, the training is mainly provided in the company and supported by vocational schools. We have different systems and we have different kind of structure. Once the students go 3 to 4 days to the company and 1 or 2 days in vocational schools, or we have so-called the block course or block training system. And here's just an example. This is depend on the negotiation and the cooperation between company and college. This is one example where you can see in the yellow field that the students are remaining company, and in the blue field they go to vocational schools. What we are doing, actually, our consultancy service from the German-Thai Chamber of Commerce, we advise companies about vocational education and training. We qualify also their training staff inside the company. We ensure that the relation between school and company is in place. We also coordinating the training plan for the company and also the teaching plan for vocational schools. And we also organize the examination, means we buy the license from Germany, we ordering the original German documents for the examination, we translate them back into Thai language, and then we use them for the Thai market. We also deploy independent examiner for our professions, and for each profession now we have a board of examiners, and now we can say proudly we have over 60 independent people who are evaluating our apprentices for all of our company partners. And last but not least, after we doing the examination and the students passed, we issue also the DIHK certificate, which is the umbrella organization from all industrial chambers and commerce from Berlin. Here you can see a little overview over the years, how we would start in 2013. We start with a small number of apprentices, and also over the years we run more or less. And of course, COVID was one factor when we have a little bit struggling with problems to get new apprentices in our program. But so far, and proudly we can say, we already graduate over 1,000 apprentices and hand over German certificates to the students. Currently, we run with 6 companies, and here you can see also big players, not only from Germany, but also Singha as a Thai company and Bangkok Cable. And very important to say that Singer also is on the top of this field, because they do exactly the same what German companies also doing in the standard of providing vocational education and training. Our current training professions, we do on automotive mechatronics, on electric power and electronics, and mechanics, mechatronics, and warehouse operating technician. In the past, we have some experience with agriculture mechanics. And maybe I hand over to Dr. Kamansak and explain a little bit about the structure of how we can cooperate with our vocational partners.
Okay, thank you very much. For our partner college in Thailand, that means we focusing on the profession, that means the company side, they need to develop the people as qualified skill people. Firstly, we talk about Don Bosco Technology called Bangkok, that's been developed automotive, electronic, and mechatronic now. The second, the Chearavanont Vocational School, that's mean we develop automotive, mechatronics, and Eastern Technological College, we develop automotive, mechatronic, and mechatronic for industrial. And Thai Austrian Technical College in mechatronics นะครับ แล้วก็บางแก้วฟ้า Vocational College in automotive mechatronics, and Lopburi Technical College in automotive mechatronics, and Manpower College Automotive Mechatronics and Samutrakan Technical College in Automotive Mechatronics also. Yep. For GTD workshop, we support to the company side and support to college and company work together under cooperative working together because of very important to develop the apprentice in our program. Firstly, we talk about trainer workshop. Trainer workshop, that means we working how we can train them for training preparation. This is very important because of when we talk about design competency is profession. The trainer who are very important guy to how to train the apprentice. This means very important. Yep. Second part, final examination look exactly like centralized examination. Like Kun Marcus said before, that means we translation from Germany into Thai language. Also, this is we run on that. The third, I mean, we talk about workshop for the profession. This time, I think basic English or for profession. This is very important when we talk about English. We not talk about how they can communicate. They can. We mean how they can read the drawing, how they can record and summarize something like that. Look like the apprentice or student. They need to develop more and more for this period. Yep. The fourth, that means we talk about the special needs from the company. For this time, the most of company need to develop the apprentice regarding to critical thinking and analytical skill, something like that. Yep. The fifth, we talk about training of the trainer. We have the ADA standard, ADA international standard. That means we training the in-company trainer and qualify them. This is very important. Yep. The last two, that means technical teacher development, and the last one, that means we ongoing process to develop industrial master, cooperate with KMUTNB also. Yep.
And this is an overview about the DIHK quality categories. I will make it a little bit, let's say, bigger to read it. To implement dual vocational education and training from Germany and copy and paste it into another country, you can imagine it's maybe a little bit challenging and difficult. So therefore, we have developed from the DIHK Berlin 3 quality categories, which is mean the C category is a local vocational education and training. B category is a vocational education and training related to German standards, and A category is exactly actually the same what we are doing with our apprenticeship in Germany. But therefore, you must have, like Dr. Kamasak said, qualified, skilled people and trainer. And of course, also, we should not forget the people, the training personnel from vocational schools. So we have to take them also with us. And the training duration is at least 3 years minimum. 70% we must make sure that the students are remain in company, 30% in vocational school. Like I said, we order the documents and all these paperwork from Germany, translate them into Thai, just align them to the Thai vocational market, and then we do our midterm and final examinations. Not only closely related, but this is really German standard. And here you can see, most of you, you know, the vocational education structure from Germany when we're talking about the Pokphand and Pokphand level. Also, we have 2 levels that the students are, for example, in the yellow field in Pokphand when they study about accounting or maybe study about electrician, and later the students decided to go in the green field in Pokphand. Now I want to be automotive mechatronics, or I want to work on mechanics, so they start from zero again and again. So, and to avoid such kind of decision errors from the younger generation, so we now implemented a pilot project together with Don Bosco Technical College. And I would like to show you what is our goal and what is the idea behind the scene. Once the students decided, for example, here we're talking about the profession of mechatronics, they should remain 5 years in this profession and not switch the profession between Pokphand and Pokphand. So our students now, they are 5 years on the mechatronic tracks. We do midterm and final examination, and Don Bosco is a, let's say, so-called special vocational schools, because they have also not only workshop departments, but they have cooperating partners. They have production processes inside the school. So this is a school and company under one roof. And our aim is that the students have dual vocational education and training under the roof in the first 1.5 years. Later, they should have internship trainings, intensive internship trainings inside the company. And in the last 2 years, they should have an employment contract and work only in the company, of course, supported by vocational schools. And if we go this track, and then for mechatronics, then we have a very good chance to build up now a 3.5-year vocational education and training framework from Germany, which our mechatronics also have to do in Germany for 3.5 years. So then we can say this is our goal, and then we would like to implement 100% the German structure in cooperation with Don Bosco. The DHK quality category, I mentioned it earlier a little bit. So we have with Mercedes-Benz and BMW and Singha, we reach already the A certificate, means this is dual vocational education abroad in foreign countries. And with this certificate, the students are even able to work abroad. Of course, they have to have some recognition steps, but they can work abroad with this certificate as well. And with other companies, we reach other quality categories. But also we have our independent examiner board, like Dr. Kamusak mentioned earlier. So we have from different organizations, we have over 60 people now who evaluate our apprentices. And also twice a year, we have our vocational education committee, which is actually a very important driver when it comes to new innovations, technology, dated, and also examination updates. So we invite all the people who are involved, and then we have so-called a roundtable, and then we're talking about the update versions. What we're implementing when we're talking about dual vocational education and training, this is very important, like also Dr. Kamasak mentioned, not only the trainer inside the company, but how we can take the school with us, where the students go there for the theoretical training. So, and therefore we implemented also 6 years ago, a quality assurance for vocational education and training institutions. We checking also, is this school ready to go with us together on the dual track? Are they able to change their curriculum as we need to have it regarding to German standards? And can you change a little bit the structure and teaching and training methods inside the school? And therefore, we also had this kind of school assessments and qualified our partner schools on that. And Dr. Kamunsak mentioned it also, we have our trainer certificate for in-companies trainers. This comes also the certificate from Germany, and a cooperation with this kind of part of trainer is the technical teacher for vocational schools, means the technical teacher in vocational schools, on one side, he is a trainer, but on the other side, he is a pedagogic person. Pedagogic means the didactic and methodic. He should know what he teach and how he teach it. This is actually very important. And like I said earlier, the framework, curriculum of practical and theoretical are coordinated. And even the teacher in vocational schools, they should know their mission, and they have then a chance also to follow our standard framework. Very proud to say that a couple of years ago in 2019, we had an official recognition from the Ministry of Education that we now can implement dual vocational education and training under our 3 quality categories. We can implement our training of trainers and also our quality assurance for education institutions. And this certificate is actually a very important step and a very important driver for us, because now we can so-called implement a standalone curriculum. So now we can say we have a German curriculum, and if we identify the right college, so then we can go now on the German track together. So, and with this certificate, we can do that. We had a very big started actually before COVID, and COVID actually make it a little bit struggling, but we implemented the German mechatronics technicians under project-based learning, which is actually a very important and crucial step for us. And so we started this. Part of this project was also how we can bring German education standard books, for example, to Thailand, because probably some education books in Thailand are a little bit outdated. So we brought the latest version from the German mechatronic textbooks to Thailand. We translated them into Thai language. It took us during COVID for 2 years. We had a lot of workload for that. Proudly, we can say now we can provide German mechatronic textbooks into Thai language. And this is actually another step how we would like to push and move forward on our mechatronic development. Another thing you can see here, a little bit overview how we can cooperate, how we cooperating with our company partners. For example, for BMW, we are also responsible for the students' recruitment. We are responsible for the examination process as well. And on the right top, you can see we visit frequently our dealership from our company partners. So we're talking there with the trainers, with the management team, what can be updated, how can we support. And for this meeting, very important, we always take the vocational schools with us. So, and the students also have to have a record book. So they have to record their process, what they are learning inside the company. And we're very impressed when we meet our dealership and our students there. Once they are very dirty, the students, and they have dirty hands, it means they work a lot. And mostly the students have no time to talk with us. This is another good sign because the students are, because time is cash, time is money, they have to run because they're working on the customer product. And this is not wrong, but this is nice to hear that the students said, sorry, I have to go back and work, which is actually this, we would like to see that. And see that the students are inside the engine and working deep inside the motor. And this gives us a very big hope that yes, the students get the right training and yes, the students can do. And getting the feedback from the dealership, they are very, very, very happy to have this program. They are very happy to have the students there. And when you see that these little kids working alone on a car, which is cost even more than a condominium in the middle of Bangkok, so means the students have to do it. So, and so they must be qualified, otherwise they cannot work on the customer product. The same applies for Mercedes-Benz as well. So we have the same parallel program as well. So we do the same students requirement and also the examination process, and also support the students later for getting a job and advise them and help them to bring them into the labor market. Another thing I would like to show you also what Dr. Kamasak mentioned earlier, we have our updated workshops regarding with colleges and companies. We help and support them. Here you can see some videos when we bring out the new textbooks and how to use the textbooks, because not reading just the book, but how to implementing the learning field structure. We would like to remove a little bit from subject learning, but go more to learning field structure and to project-based learning, that the students get their hands-on skills, which is very important and they need for the qualification. Very nice to see Bunrod, Singha, how they starting their apprenticeship program in the super right way. There, Bunrod, Singha, they qualified their people first, I mean the training staff. And then we had a very long process to implement this structure. And there was a lot of meetings and implementing paperwork. And Bunrod, Singha, they have now their in-company training plan, which is the same thing like we have in Germany. And they do a very great, outstanding job for a Thai company, which is really incredible, perfect. And students very happy. They take over later, they get a job, they get their money, and they are very happy to have them. Our update little information about our technical teacher training. Like we said, we need to take the teacher also with us. This is a 125 training hours teaching program. Where the apprentices will get the ADA certificate and also the pedagogic certificate in cooperation with King Mongkut University of Technology, North Bangkok. Having this mechatronic program and development process here, you can see just a little bit our students, they have to build up such kind of pick and place devices as a project-based implementation. And here we call about holistic learning. The students, as a mechatronic technician, you have to learn about mechanic, electric, PLC, pneumatics, hydraulics, and so on. And so regarding to this project-based learning structure, the students learn a lot, and they are really able later, once they work on the small, let's say a modular production system, they can also work later in the production line in the company by no problem. Like we mentioned also our implementation with Don Bosco, and here you can see also a little bit about the the inside of the training, let me also highlight the thing. Don Bosco have also a printing department inside the school, and Don Bosco have also education for deaf students. And now the deaf students printing our mechatronic textbooks for the whole country through this mechatronic training program. And this is actually a very nice and good topic to show that students work for students as well in this program. We have a very close cooperation with FWE Thailand when we're talking about electromobility, high voltage, how to qualify the people, how to qualify trainers and teachers. So also FWE is on our board. And therefore, we also are very happy when we move on to Industry 4.0 and also for electromobility in high voltage and qualification for the future. Thank you so much. And I hope we're still on time.
Thank you very much, the two of you, Markus Hoffmann and Dr. Kamansak Suradom, for giving us this overview about the situation in Germany and the evolving, developing situation here in Thailand. I was very fascinated by three things. Firstly, it came to my mind when you were talking about this course of education where the young people have a full finished education at a very young age. The remark by Senior Chairman Dhanin in this morning that he is aiming at having people educated up to the age of 18, that surely is the case here. In addition, I was really surprised by your remarks on those aspects of the program here that aim in the direction of lifelong learning with people you are going to take into the program up to the age of 40, and these additional courses, training the trainer, technical teachers, is as well showing that learning never ends, or that you can continue, and that's worth the effort, and that it's a value for the society. And what really surprised me was how well you managed to bring together the needs of this society here in Thailand with experiences made in a totally different context without just putting a hat over those here, but taking into account the needs and necessities. So thank you very much for this presentation. And if there are any questions regarding this program, you have the follow us on there, and there's a chance to put questions as well. But if there's something you would like to ask immediately, because otherwise you couldn't enjoy your dinner or sleep at night, there is a chance now for one or two questions. Okay, so relax. No stress on you, and therefore we can move from the German direction further eastward, and we are now continuing our journey from Germany over Thailand to New Zealand. And I ask you, Alistair Jones, Senior Vice Chancellor of the university, the name of which, something like that. Not too bad. Okay, to you.
Thank you for the opportunity. I'm not really going to talk for very long. What I'm going to do is just introduce a video presentation from Dr. Leon Freire, who is from Te Pūkenga, which is a new name for the integrated polytechnic system in New Zealand. But I want to give a little bit of introduction to the system. As I said earlier when I did my presentation, New Zealand is only a population of 5 million people spread across a country, which is the same size, which is slightly bigger than the United Kingdom, just to give you a bit of context. And so what we had is we had a number of industry training organizations. We had a large number of polytechnics in the system, and we had 8 universities. And just so that you understand the system, we had quite a big break, if you like, in the system between school, and then there would be the polytechnic sector, and then the university sector. And so I'm here just to give you a little bit of a contextual understanding of the process. Then I'll hand over to Leon, and then I'll be open to questions. But we don't have technical universities. We have comprehensive universities, and we have a polytech system, which is now trying to integrate all those different polytechnics across the country into one. So quite a complex thing to do, but very, very strongly based on community, very strongly based on the connection with industry and business to make a real change to the country. So I'll hand over to Leon.
Kia ora, hello, and thank you for the opportunity to address the Forum for World Education. I would like to share with you why New Zealand is currently undertaking a massive once-in-a-generation transformation of its vocational and applied higher education sector. A fundamental driver for change is the future of work. The future of work demands from all of us to effectively respond to key global trends that relate to increasing demands brought about by technological advancements, a rise in job displacement as a result of automation, the rapid pace of change and growing competition amongst businesses globally, the mobility of our future workforce that will have multiple careers, demands for greater and faster upskilling in the workplace, a higher reliance on businesses as teachers of new skills and knowledge, a significant shift towards a higher demand for in-work learning. Other challenges that we are facing as a nation is a shrinking pool of school leavers. The proportion of students who have remained at school until at least 17 years of age decreased year on year over the past 3 years. There's also a direct correlation with declining birth rates. We've come off a peak of more than 26,000 births per 1,000 people in 1957 to projected 12,000 births per 1,000 people in 2022. That is more than half. And over the past 5 years, there has been a continued and steady birth rate decline of around 1% per annum. We have an aging population. The ratio of 65-year-olds compared to the 15 to 64-year-old population group is increasing at a substantial rate. And by 2034, it's expected that we will have more than 25% of our people that are in the 65 plus age range. This, of course, will have significant impact on housing, health, financial capability, social services, and of course, immigration needs and labor shortages. Our net migration loss continues. We encountered a net migration loss of 1,500 people in the past 12 months, ending in June 2022. Migration loss or gains, of course, are driven by a combination of factors, including relative economic and labor market conditions and migration policy settings in New Zealand compared to other countries. More specifically, for our sector, the New Zealand's vocational applied higher education system has until recently not been fit for purpose. Why? Historically, this system has been served by two key groups of institutions and learners. On the one hand, provider and campus-based institutes of technology and politics, and on the other hand, in-work and apprenticeship-style training of our industry training organizations. A system that is highly competitive, which, as a result of the cyclical nature of our economy, created winners and losers between in-work and on-campus-based delivery models and revenue outcomes. No collaboration existed within or across various parts of the education sector. Training providers under financial pressures working within a funding system that supports volume over value. Equity performance for minority groups such as our Māori people were lacking. Only 15% of businesses are connected to the education system. and a growing disconnect between qualifications or graduate skills and what businesses really needs. The reform of vocational and applied higher education in New Zealand has led to the establishment of Te Pukenga, the New Zealand Institute of Skills and Technology, in 2020, which brings together 16 institutes of technology and politics with 8 industry training organizations across New Zealand into a single network of provisioning, 24 institutions becoming one. Te Pukenga NZIST creates a new kind of organization, an organization that brings together on-the-job, on-campus and online vocational applied higher education and training through a unified, sustainable network of regionally accessible provisioning. Te Pukenga NZIST, in essence, now provides education and training delivery options through more than 40 large campuses, 163 delivery sites, more than 25 businesses right across all regions in New Zealand, as well as through blended and online delivery. This gives the New Zealand Institute of Skills and Technology significant size and scale. It is the largest tertiary provider in New Zealand and overall the 35th largest in the world. And in the vocational applied and higher technical education space, it is the 3rd largest in the world. We employ in the order of 13,000 staff, have an asset base of more than $2 billion, and offer more than 2,700 programs from apprenticeships to diplomas to degrees and postgraduate qualifications. We currently serve more than 200,000 learners, and this number could be closer to 250,000 in the coming years. The establishment of New Zealand Institute of Skills and Technology, or NZIST, will ultimately achieve the following: more effectively address New Zealand's skills shortages across all industries, to unify into a single network the vocational, applied and technical tertiary education system to better meet the needs of learners, employers and regions, enhance collaboration and remove competition between the 24 institutions, and allow learners to seamlessly study via various modes of delivery, be it on campus, in work or online. In terms of international education, prior to the border closure impacts of COVID-19, we delivered approximately $150 million in international revenue, of which more than 95% was from inbound international students. Our new international education strategy launched in March of this year will leverage off our size and scale with a greater emphasis on investing in offshore partnerships and delivery solutions with governments, agencies, global business, and tertiary providers. Our inbound student portfolio remains strong, with the largest proportion of learners studying qualification at degree and postgraduate levels, with particular interest currently in engineering, applied management, nursing, and IT, to mention a few. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to introduce to you Te Pukenga, the New Zealand Institute of Skills and Technology. We look forward to connecting with you in the near future.
So I cannot thank Dr. FWE directly, so I ask you to convey our sincere thanks that he produced this information on something most of us surely had never heard of before.
I could ring him now if you want.
Isn't he asleep now? Yes. Let's see. I know that better than you. Okay. In any case, I'm really glad to hear that movements in this direction of vocational education are spreading. And when you keep in mind that Dr. FWE comes from South Africa, we have now already 4 continents included: Europe, Asia, the Australasia, New Zealand continental group, and Africa. And what's missing is the Americas. So I'm looking forward to a discussion in one of our meetings where we can compare the results, benefits, disadvantages, for example, of community colleges in comparison to what we have heard here about vocational education. But we have here now a specialist from New Zealand, and so take your chance and put any questions you have now, and I'm quite sure that Professor Alistair Jones will try his very, very best to answer those.
Yes.
Yeah, Susan Sclafani.
As you're coordinating all of this into a single program, will you still maintain your 100 and nearly 200 current set of facilities across New Zealand that will become part of a single unity?
At the moment, I think you don't want to rush into closing places. I mean, they are community-based. They serve their local community and their local business. So there might be things done on the periphery, but not on any substantive. What we've done is there's been more consolidation before the merger around properties that were not required. So there's been a reduction in overall capital, but that's more been a local concentration rather than a national issue.
Well, let me just ask a follow-up question. Then how do you help all of these distinct institutions come to a single model that represents what you're trying to accomplish in your new system?
It's not actually been very easy at all. I think it's been complex. If you read the media, you'll see some things have worked and some other things haven't worked. I think there was a lot of duplication. There was, increased management at the top. And I think what we're going through is you go through that initial, I guess, not a hiatus, but you go through, you build a new management structure, then you've got to actually reduce it again to make sure it works. So I think there's more work to do in that, and I probably wouldn't have implemented myself the way it has been done, but that's a political decision. So I think when you're trying to create a national system, you may have been better to focus on 4 or 5 regions and allowed that to occur with standardization across that. And that may be eventually what happens.
Thank you very much. Any other question? Now that we had an ice-breaking question, it should be now easy for all of you to come up with following ideas, suggestions, remarks from your own national background, where you are by far better than all the examples we have heard, or where you would like to learn or hear more about it. Doesn't look like. So we can be proud to close our session almost 5 minutes earlier than scheduled. I hope you are very grateful for that, and I wish you a nice evening, but before that, more sessions and a fruitful participation in the rest of our conference. Thank you that you have been here. Thank you to the people on our podium.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That was a very fruitful conversation regarding the different case studies from the 3 countries that we have received from the moderators and panelists.
Yes.
From New Zealand, we get into a deeper look into it, and about the dual education of Germany and Thai, and then we have the Thailand perspective. I think it has really given us a round of educational from policies to practices that we have gained, and
I agree. And the next session is really interesting too, because it's about the perspective of the next generation And that is something that we all need to know, right? So because we are the next generation, and many people in this room too, and we have a long list of talent lineup for this. Could you please?
Yes, sure. Allow me to read these names out loud. Who are going to host this panel will be Mr. Guo Haosun, the chairman and the co-founder of the Providence Academy and the co-founder of Easy Transfer. So, Guo Hao, the stage is yours.
Yes.
Should I invite everyone to come on stage and then we can make the self-introductions? Great. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. This is our last session of the day, and you can see we have a great lineup here of all very young leaders, and we will start without further ado. So I am Guo Hao's son. I flew in from Beijing, and I'll give a bit of an introduction, and then I'll pass the mic along, and then we can go down the line with everyone's introductions. I think I'm the youngest of everyone here. I graduated from the Johns Hopkins University in 2018. I studied mechanical engineering. After graduation, I came back to China for to join a startup. And I am also founded Providence Academy, a nonprofit education platform with several of my friends. I currently also sit on the board of an international school in China called the Western Academy of Beijing, an IB school, as well as being a global shaper in the Beijing hub under the World Economic Forum. And yeah, I'll pass along for you to introduce.
Sure, thank you. I'm Korwat. I'm from Thailand. So I went to Columbia University in 2013 till 2015. I actually started a company when I was at school, and basically I dropped out about 2015 after we raised some financing. Since then, I've been running the same company. I'm CEO at Amity. Basically, we are a high growth software company. Our R&D is based in Bangkok. And our headquarters are in London, our business headquarters. And we have about 200 over staff, and we've raised about $40 million in total funding. So that's a quick introduction for me.
Tēnā tātou katoa, ki te rangi tū nei, ki te papai takoto nei, tēnā kōrua, ki ngā tūpuna kei wainganui a tātou, tēnā koutou. Ki te hunga ora, ki a tātou katoa, ngā rangatira, o tēnā whenua, tēnā tātou katoa. My name is Natalie Lulia, and I greet you in the Indigenous language of New Zealand, Te Reo Māori. I am a proud Māori woman, and I'm very grateful to be here on this panel. So in my introduction, I just acknowledge the sky above and the land below, our ancestors that have us be here today, and also to you, to all our distinguished guests, and those who make this forum possible, great yous also. So I'm from Aotearoa, New Zealand. I'm from a very small town called Rotorua. For those of you who may have been to New Zealand before, I would say is one of the tourism capitals of our country. And yeah, as has been shared earlier today, my colleague, Professor Alistair Jones, has shared a little bit about how tiny our country is. And as Māori, we make up about 17% of our country. So as Indigenous people to New Zealand, we are quite an even smaller percentage of our team of 5 million. But I am a staff member of the University of Waikato. I am the Director Māori for the Centres of Asia Pacific Excellence. And essentially our job is to bring the Asia Pacific and New Zealand closer together. So my role specifically looks at how we include Māori in those types of activities, and in particular, what does Indigenous development and Indigenous engagement look like on the global stage. Also, as I'm a business owner and I deliver a transformational leadership curriculum, all based out of Māori knowledge. So utilising what it is that we've had passed down through generations to our future generations. So kia ora.
Thank you. And thank you and good afternoon. Pleasure to be here. My name is Ruben Jassing. I'm from a number of different places, born in London, grew up in Australia, moved to Hong Kong, and then also now live in Singapore. But through that, studied in London, but spent most of the time in Melbourne, graduating from RMIT University in Bachelor of Communications and Engineering around electronics as well. I now live in Singapore. My role, I work for Amazon Web Services as the head of digital innovation covering ASEAN. And that's really about people and culture. It's about how do we operationalize a culture that focuses on customers to be able to identify the right things to innovate around. And then how do we actually innovate in those spaces? My journey's really been an interesting journey through, in the background, I used to work for a number of large enterprise companies doing outsourced services and so on in Australia, moving through into Hong Kong, which then led me into a focus on digital and digital innovation and into this role with Amazon.
Hello, everyone. I'm Tony. Super glad to be here, and thanks for the Dr. Davis for the invitation. And actually, I went to the US when I was 15, so that's nearly 13 years ago. And I live in the States for 11 years. And after the study journey, I actually went back to China to start my own business. And in the year of 2017, where I actually dropped out from Harvard Business School as an MBA student. And the company I was doing is Easy Transfer. And now we actually closed the latest round, the 6th round of capital investment from Tencent, which makes us one of the largest service platform for helping international students paying their tuitions online. And the part I actually I'm most proud of is each year right now, we're helping more than 400,000 students paying their tuitions online using their local currencies. And in the UK alone, we are helping more than 30% of the Chinese international students. They're all using our system. And because of the system, we have the opportunity to discuss the all the potentials with all the university to work together to change the work, the study, and live environment for all the international students. So today I'm super glad and thankful to be here and to support the event. And hopefully I can give some thoughts and become friends of all of you guys. Thanks.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to be sharing the stage with you guys. My name is Tarit. I'm actually graduated quite long ago, 2012, from University of California, Davis. Did a PhD in chemical engineering there, and then continued to do the postdoc. My parents say you should stop studying, but I didn't listen to them. So I continued to chase my dream, attend MIT for the postdoc. And then after that, I went to Copenhagen to pursue my research career, be in the petrochemical companies for a few years, and then came back to Thailand, joined Roland Berger, the German leading consulting firm, and had a 3 or 4 years career track there, and then moved here to the CP Group. So at the moment right now, I'm running through Digital Park. So it's basically Thailand and perhaps Southeast Asia the largest startup hub, that we, build a campus and assemble all the ecosystem players, that matters in terms of driving the progress and the digital transformation of Thailand. So in the network, we have more than like 2,500 startups, not limited to the local startup, but also in the region as well. So I'm glad that Amity is also in our ecosystem on our campus. And hopefully, Tony, we'll have a chance to work together in the future. So yeah, so True Digital Park right now has been operating for 4 years. We are expanding to the new phase, which I might have chance to talk more about it. And yeah, so hopefully that we can build first of its kind, our own Silicon Valley in Thailand and help Thailand to progress not only to 4.0, but beyond that. So yeah.
Great, thank you. Welcome, everyone. And so, as you all know, our theme today is the perspectives of the next generation. And here we have several young leaders with us. Some are relatively a bit more senior and some a bit younger. So we'd like to start off with the younger ones first. So I think this first question is for Korwad, Tony, and Natalie. So as relatively younger or more fresh graduates, or, you left university a bit more recently, I would like you to kind of look back at your time in university. Was there some things that you learned or found useful in your careers now? And was there anything that you learned you found not useful? And, is there any regrets of, now looking back, things you would have wished you took advantage of while you were in university? And yeah, we can start with Korwad.
Sure. Thank you. I mean, I honestly, I was only at university for 2 years. I honestly, what I think was really helpful and really great about both university and I went to boarding school before that was the network and the people. And certainly many of the people I met in school now work in our company, and then we work together, and also many have actually invested. So I think that network and what the constructs that the schools provided are really important and helpful in fostering the next generation of startups and companies and innovation. I think that's very critical. I honestly speaking, I think that specifically in the case of tech entrepreneurship, or maybe entrepreneurship a little more broadly, I think that there may be areas to invest in and to look at for how do we make it more helpful for at least for our line of work and for our line of work. In my case, during our office was downtown, so I was basically commuting back and forth between class and our office and our team. And basically my parents, they gave me a condition. They said, if you raise more than $5 million, but that was back then, we let you leave school. But if you don't raise more than that, then we don't let you leave school. So I managed that in the second year, and then that's when I left. But I definitely think that especially in the field of tech entrepreneurship, I think there's many areas for collaboration with startups and tech companies in the area of our school and all that, and that would have, I think, created a lot of opportunity. Very briefly, I think also actually how I got started was actually a high school senior, and next to my school is next to Princeton. Next to my school, there was an accelerator, and they actually were the ones who gave us our very first investment. It was an accelerator tied to Princeton University. So I think that was a really amazing experience, and we spent the summer there in the campus, and we got to learn about entrepreneurship, and that was not officially part of the curriculum. But I feel like if that business accelerator program was part of the curriculum, I think it would have been awesome also. Thank you.
Thank you. And Natalie?
Cool. Yeah, so I actually finished uni a little bit ago, but anyway, I have a go at I'll have a go at answering the question. And I guess how I would like to answer the question is to share a little bit more about what it is I do currently. So when I went to university, I guess some of the positives I got out of it is I'm really good at my job and I'm really good at what I do. And for me, I guess what was missing out of that was who am I? So as Māori, we have been displaced from our lands and we've also been disconnected from our culture. And if I was to look at my journey through schooling and also through university, that is one thing that was missing. And so the work that I do currently is to provide opportunities for our young people. So we work with our young people in high school, so the year 10, they're about 13 years old, all the way through to our Māori students that are in the tertiary sector. And one of the things, I think the most important thing that we want to instill with them is their identity, who they are, where they come from, and I guess what that looks like in the context of being a global citizen. So one of the things we teach our kids and we remind our kids is that being Māori is their superpower. Now that's not because Māori are better than anyone else, it's because Māori is who they are. And so we provide spaces that allow them to explore what that means to them and to explore what that means, again, in the context of being a global citizen. So they unpack things like the 17 SDGs and they have a look at what that means to them being Māori and what does that mean to them being Indigenous. So those were I guess the things that were missing when I went through university, but it is, I guess, a commitment that I've given my life to ensure that those opportunities are there for our next generation. And, you know, one of the things I think that I've learned very quickly is that our next generation, they're clever, they're intelligent, and they are coming thick and fast. And so one of the things I challenge my own peers with is, you know, asking them, are you ready for the type of leadership that's coming through? And what are you doing to create spaces that allow that type of leadership to thrive? And that's something I ask myself every day. And I continue to ask myself and I continue to ask my peers. So while we may sit here as, you know, the next generation, you know, I'm looking at our babies, you know, that are under 10 years old. What is it they're inspired by? What is it they're committed to? And being able to provide spaces for them to explore that safely and culturally.
Thank you. And Tony.
Yeah, like I actually I had a super strong resonate with Andrew's point from the morning. The point is about like mindset and altitude actually determines the result. So my study journey actually started when I was 15. Like I went to a boarding school in Omaha, Nebraska, and I was the first Chinese student in the school's history. And over my high school, 99% of my classmates are all white in Nebraska, Omaha. And like that's where I actually start my studying abroad journey. But you know, like the first day I was in the classroom taking the English class, and the first book I was reading is from Shakespeare, the book Macbeth. And I literally understand every single word in that page, but altogether, I don't understand. So that's the real case. And from there, actually, I start to know that if myself, I'm not trying hard enough, I won't be survived in that environment. No one gonna help me because I'm the only one in that environment. So mindset is really like the key to success. And later, so how did I survive in that environment? So every day I went to the class, even though I don't understand any of it. No, like English literature is killing me, but besides that, it's a Catholic school. So I have to go to the religion class. I have to learn. And plus, like the other class, like American history, European history, I don't know any of it. So in the day class, I took notes. I tried my best to take down like every single words I can understand. And during the night, since it's an all boys Catholic school, we definitely have curfews. So every 9:30, we actually have the lights off. So by 10 o'clock, after the first check, I just hide into the closet and study and read by myself. So I did everything again during the night. So from there, I actually I formed a behavior, like my daily schedule actually formed. So every day I stay up until 2 o'clock, study the thing actually in the morning I don't understand. And every day, like the next day I wake up at 6, go to a classroom, try to get the professors in advance, asking him, what should I know about the class for today? And from all of this past experience, I'm definitely sure like this definitely contribute to my startup experience. And the point, attitude, really determines the result. Is the key. And the only thing actually I'm super regret is throughout my whole high school experience, because the environment has no Chinese. And for my undergrad, actually I went to another direction. I went to USC. The school actually has more than 7,000 Chinese students. So over one night, I was trying so hard to involve back into that Chinese international students group. So for all of the 4 years in my undergrad, I barely involved with my US classmates. And that's the part I regret most. Because when I actually started my business, I realized that the world is flat. If you want to grow your business into other countries, into other regions, you gotta have friends in that country, in that region. And the best way to make friends is by the time when you were back in the school, in the college. So I think that is truly important. And yeah, I know there are a lot of young men in this room today. So don't make the same mistake I have made. Trying hard and getting more friends. That's the most important part about your college life. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So all very inspiring. And I think, talking about following up with these university school experiences, I think the next question I wanted to ask two people kind of more specifically, like Ruben and Korwad, because looking at kind of life after becoming an adult, you spent most of your life in your career, basically working in a professional career, and less time getting a degree or at university. What was the thinking behind that choice? Maybe for Ruben, have you considered pursuing further degrees? And then for Korwad, have you considered in the future pursuing further degrees at all? And also thinking about now being in this work environment, what do you think could be improved in the education system? Kind of what made you not interested to pursue further, and what could be changed so that future students could be more adapted to the ongoing and changing economic environment? So this one, we'll start with Ruben.
Sure. Thank you. So for me, I think when I went through university, one of the things that really equipped me with was the ability to be more curious, to learn how to learn. And what I found was when I went into my first job, I very quickly reinvented myself. The first job I went into is a very technical role. And within a year, I thought, this is not what I want to do. But it gave me the curiosity to look at other things, start to reinvent myself and learn and do other things. And over my career, I think I've reinvented myself at least 5 times. And the last one is probably the most significant one, but they've all been on the same thread. One of the things that really has driven me, and I think having done an engineering degree, I like to see how things work. And that's what I got from my degree. It really helped me to understand how things work and also learn how things work, because I was always curious. I'd always pull everything apart in the house. My parents were frustrated. The TV wouldn't work because I pulled it apart, right? But how that sort of played into my work life is I'm curious about how things work. And so that drove me to learn those different things. And now it's translated not just from a technology perspective, but to a people and culture thing as well. So now I go deep on how people operate, how do we operationalize culture, those types of things. When I look at, I did think about maybe going back to university at one point, and I still think about it every now and then, maybe doing an MBA or something like that, maybe to round out my my skills around management and other things as well. It's more been a function of time, I think, for me. Now moving on, busy, children, life, it gets hard to get back. But I think for me, if I look at the education system, economic climate, the trends that are out there, one of the big things that I see is, at the end of the day, the trends, everything's always changing. What we really need to see are people that are adaptable, that are able to be curious, to learn. Through the course of today, listening to all the speakers, one of the common threads I sort of picked up was curiosity, but also that inquiry-based thinking, learning, to not just take things that we hear and assume they're right, but to challenge assumptions, to think about how we challenge those assumptions and how we move forward, taking small steps, trying things that are new, having that ability to take risk, experiment. And I think that one of the things I look for my children in a school are schools that enable them with that. So it's not just the academic piece, but also that ability to try things, to inquire, to challenge assumptions with reason, right? But to give them that thinking. And we also have a look at now where we are from a, I guess, technology perspective. Children are getting bombarded with a lot of information. Being able to select which information is the information we should follow. How do they assess that? So it's that critical thinking, inquiry, curiosity, and so on. But that's the underlying base I'm looking for in the education system when I consider schools for my children now.
And Charoen.
Thank you. Well, I think that, it's coming out. It's of course extremely different, and I think that, honestly, I think school continues, of course, in a different form. Of course, when you start work, right? In my case, my parents, they pretty much said like that, we want you to go and do something. Want you to go and build something, because there's no better way to get a crash course in everything. In this case, in my case, business and tech related, except for by starting something, right? You get everything from, incorporating a company to accounting, taxes, payroll, marketing. I mean, everything possible, you have to do it. And you actually learn, and you actually, and so that I think like that's been, amazing, like the amount that you can learn in a very short period of time, and through especially struggles, and I think that every company and every upstart will face significant problems and challenges, the kinds that you wouldn't imagine. Like for example, staring down a bank account with $50 when you have a couple $100,000 in payroll to make in a few weeks. Those are the kind of problems that you learn to deal with, and you learn to manage over the years. When I think back about my time at school, and what I think that I feel that if you look at the last, if you look at many of the industries, right, whether it's medical sciences or medical, or even like hardware, industrial development, like so many of the advancements are obviously centered around universities, and the academic world is generally speaking at the forefront of innovation at so many industries, so many important industry sectors. But when you look at software and the internet, when you look at tech, which is actually categorically, if you look at the market capitalization, these are now the dominant companies and industries in the world. Tech, cloud, internet companies, these are now the dominant industry, the largest industry by market capitalization. And it is the one industry where actually you find that universities and academic institutions don't actually sit at the center, and in fact don't really make an impact dare I say, in the industry, right? It's more like Google or Microsoft who are making new strides in developments, and not necessarily, not necessarily schools and universities, of course, with some exceptions. But I think that's and I think that creates a gap between, let's say, like the next, what is the fastest growing industry, what is becoming a very dominant industry globally, and the academic world. And so I think that bridging that gap is really important. Building bridges, it may be difficult now, but because the incentives, the structures are different, but bridging the gap between, an institution, an academic institution, and a leading tech company in order to bring students closer to that experience, to that industry, I think is very important. For us, we hire, of course, like we hire 50, 60 people, per every 6 to 8 months. And I can tell you that we categorically generally require a minimum of 3 years after school experience. Because we found that receiving fresh grads, no matter from which, because we have over 35 nationalities, no matter from which country, we found that is very difficult, and there's a large gap of training needed, which as a smaller company, we just don't have the resources to do. So I think that bridging the gap from a relationship perspective and experience perspective is very important.
Yeah, that's very insightful. And I think as educators here, our experiences as students and entrepreneurs might be able to inspire you all. And then on the other hand, I would like to, as you can see, the other 3 seated here have been through several stages or degrees in their academic journey. For example, Dr. Tarek, you've been through undergraduate, master's, PhD, even postdoc. Tony also went on to an MBA after several years of work. And then Natalie also did a master's as well after undergraduate. So this question is more considering, a lot of students nowadays, they're considering this question too, like after graduation, should I just continue on to all my degrees, finish them, and then go into the workforce, or should I work a few years and then go on to my next degree? So I'd like you 3 to share your experiences. Do you think it's better to just finish everything, or is it better to work and then go back, switch back and forth? So let's start with Dr. Tarek.
Yeah, sure. This is exactly the question that I asked myself. This is also exactly the question that my parents asked me when I, decide to pursue the next step back in the days. I just think that it's very hard to answer, and there's no like one solution for everyone, right? It depends on your family background. It depends on, if you know exactly what you want to try first, not to mention that if you want to do it yet, but to try it first. It also depends on, your stability in life, like where you are, right? For me, I divide myself back then into 2 phases of life. So life in school and life after school. And basically when I was in the first phase of my life, I had nothing to do with the second phase. I just know that I have to perfect it in the first phase in order to prepare myself to be at the best status to jump to the second phase. Somehow I was taught that way. I was taught that if I graduate at the top of my class at the best school at a certain degree, in Thailand is engineering or the doctor, like a medical doctor. That's the best chance that you can be successful in life. So I have done that, right? But luckily, so I got a Fulbright scholarship, went to US, and that opens my mind and that opens my vision, right? Got a good friends in school. And also, with some luck to have a chance to intern in good companies like BCG, right? So I understand the context of the world better. So then I can maneuver around, this complexity in the world right now. And that's how I got here today. So go back to your question, what would I suggest this day for the kids? I don't know. I sincerely don't know. But I just think that this day, the information or the knowledge are more accessible, is much more abundant. So if you're a kid, you can go to Google, you can search everything that you want. I mean, fake information aside, but it's in the palm of your hand. So basically the power is there, right? So just try to find what you are interested in, study it, deep dive into it, and try it. And then you will make, the choice that have a better chance to hit a good spot in your life. That's the only suggestion that I might dare to suggest. But other than that, I think life is just like a box of chocolate, right? So maybe the flavor change from my era to this era, but I mean, hey, we just try to live life in a better way and let the system empower us, because it can do better than the past days. But that's my answer.
Great, thanks. And Tony.
I truly think school is important to me, and timing is also important. So by saying that, actually, like Harvard Business School has been super generous to me. The school actually offered me 4 years to 5 years for the gap year, and then allowed me to go back to the classroom. And because of pandemic, luckily last fall, actually I had the experience to go to the online class for 1 semester at Harvard Business School, and then still taking the gap years after that. But why I mentioned school is important, because I truly think school is the place that empower you, gives you the power, gives you the confidence. And whenever you need power and confidence, you go back to the campus. A lot, I started my company when I know nothing about management. I was 19 years old at USC undergrad, trying to do a startup from the school incubator. And suddenly after 3 years, the company actually grew more than 300 employees. And we have 20 departments across 9 different countries. So how I can manage the team? And there are a lot of inside frictions between departments. And pressures from investors, pressures from the board, pressure from your competitor. You can never manage that well. And every time, mentor is definitely important, but school is the place that offers you the theory that explains everything. You might have the chance, you might be super lucky to manage your team well, but on the background, you probably know every single knowledge behind it. So every time when I go back to the campus, go back to the classroom, I learn some theory, and suddenly I realize, aha, because of this, I can manage the team well. Because of this, I know how to differentiate with my competitors. And because of this, I can regain my confidence and power in the industry. So I truly believe school is the place that can give you back all the confidence you have lost in the business world or in the real world. And school is the place you learned, but after you learn, the most important part is you share the knowledge with your teammates. So all the power can be regenerated through everyone in your team. That's how important the school is to me. So for everyone, no matter you're starting up your own business, you're pursuing a higher degree, every time when you face difficulties, that's probably the best time for you to go back to the campus and regain all the powers.
Thank you. And Natalie.
It's quite a hard question. And I would also say, I don't have an answer for that either. But I think, I think it's probably less so about what order you do something in or what comes first, second, third, or last. But I think it's this notion that people have choices to do that. And I know in my case, and for many people that I know and that I've grown up with, that choice was never available to them. So I think that, we're talking about education, we're talking about universities, but there are still a lot of people who don't have access to those. And so I think about how do we find ways to provide and give our young people the opportunity to choose. And it may sound quite weird, but I think the power of choice, the power to author your own life, the power to choose what it is you want for yourself and your family, I think is not something that everybody is granted, and something that I'm reminded of every day with the work that I get to do. A huge responsibility, but also too a great honor and privilege. And so when I think about, I guess, education and being in the workforce, it reminds me of a proverb, and a part of the proverb which I'll share with you, which was recited by our first Māori king, Kingi Pōtatau Te Whirowhiro, and it goes like this, the first part of it anyway. It's a little bit longer, but it says, ko tahi te kōhao te ngira, e kuhuna ai te miro mā, te miro pango, me te miro whiro, me te miro whiro. And that loosely translates to, there is but one eye of the needle through which the red, white, and black threads must pass. And so I think about, I guess with the work that we do with our young people, is for them, you know, to have a think about what this thread or what this eye of the needle that they're creating, which is their future, their dreams, and utilizing then these threads, whether that's education, workforce, whether it's their family upbringing, and how they thread those through the stream that they're creating for themselves. And so that's something, I guess, yeah, not necessarily an answer to your question, but I guess it's the way that I think about, you know, what that looks like for our generations coming through, is how do we provide those kind of opportunities? One, where they have the choice in the first place, and two, that they're able to author and design what goes through their eye of the needle. Well done.
Great, thank you. So I think, you know, education, it's very diverse for everyone. It's sometimes about accessibility. It's sometimes about the knowledge and theory, sharing that behind it. And sometimes it's even ties in with cultural expectations, you know, local, you know, everyone knows the Asian expectations. Your family wants you to, like, you know, go into engineering or be a doctor. So yeah, just now we also saw from a younger, newly fresh graduate perspective, and then also for Dr. Terrett and Ruben, you guys completed your degree relatively earlier on in terms of time and comparatively here. And so I wanted to ask about, you know, looking at the education you can see now on universities and schools alike, how has it changed from back when you were at university or school? And, you know, what are the positives and negatives that you see from this? And we'll start with Ruben.
Oh, thank you. I think I probably wouldn't be able to say a lot about the university side, since I've not gone back to have a look at what's happening in university now. Having said that, though, I've got young children, so I do see the school side in the primary as well as the secondary, and what's different to when I went to school. The first thing I think, and the biggest thing that I've seen, is pathways. Personalization of education down to the level where different children have different learning ability or speed, or where help is needed, there's more pathway support. I don't remember seeing that when I was growing up. Having said that, that also brings with it a number of other challenges. When a child goes into a learning pathway that might be for more struggling children, we also see the challenges with confidence and them not feeling that they're in the top group or something like that. The other thing that I've seen change, I think also, is that shift I mentioned earlier to driving more inquiry-based learning, experimenting with things, trying things, which I think is a good thing, which is what I am looking for my children, mostly because it gives them that drive and that mental model, that approach on how to maybe go out there and try something, that entrepreneurship that we want to try and foster, to experiment with something. And this is something I think is important. When I look at the way that we operate within our business at Amazon, one of the big things we look at is one, focusing on customers to see what customers need and want. When we think about developing new products or services, how do we change society? How do we serve society? It's about finding the problems that maybe haven't been solved before and trying to build something new. It's very easy to copy or look at something that's already been done, or maybe integrate existing solutions. But being able to break that mindset to be able to think about the art of the possible, not starting with a solution, but starting with a problem, and being able to really be stubborn on that problem. Say, this is a problem I want to solve. I don't know what the solution is. And being willing to go out there and try things that have not been tried before. One of the things that we talk about within our business is an experiment or trying something is not really an experiment if you know it's going to work already. So how do we encourage young people to experiment with things that might have risk associated with them? Be okay with failure. Be okay with trying something new and solving something that hasn't been solved before, to be the first to try something. So those are some of the things that I see that are good, and I think we need to build upon that.
Thanks, and Dr. Terry.
Yeah, I definitely agree with what Ruben said. Like personalized education was not a thing back then. Like we had no idea about it. It was almost like a straight line that, you know, the curriculum like draw for us and we just walk like through it. I just think that on the other side, I think I can't remember back then when I studied in school, like maybe there was a day or two that we took a tour to like somewhere outside the school. But these days, given that I run through Digital Park, I've seen a lot of schools coming in my way. You know, wanting to know about, you know, what are the work environment in the future if I grow up, who I will be working with in the future, what kind of person they are, what kind of skills they would need, you know. So basically like the awareness for the needs for your future career is much more obvious. And it seems like the curriculum is trying to instill that, you know, more and more into like every school. I mean, as far as I see, I think that's very good actually, because it can inspire, you know, all the young kids. It can, you know, open your mind for, you know, even the first jobber. You know, when I say this because I see it from experience running through Geopark. The campus is not only for the kids, the campus is not only for the startups, but it's also the campus for the first jobber that they are unhappy about the job that they are working with. And, you know, they just come to our campus, talking to people, build their own professional network, and they are trying to find a new jobs. So basically, like, this is truly a lifelong learning trend that we start to see. People jump back and forth between like, you know, life in school and life at work. You know, they study in school, but they want to jump to understand like what is life at work looks like. And someone who are at work, they want to like go back to the education system and try to understand like, what are the kids studying these days? Like, do I miss something? Can I upgrade myself just to be competitive in the job market, you know, along with all these new graduates that seems to be so clever, just like you say, right? So we feel that this is different from the past. Another aspect is that I think the facility these days are much, much better than the past. I mean, I wouldn't have co-working space back then, but these days when I open co-working space at our campus, I see a lot of kids, you know, wearing student uniform, coming to hang around after their school hours, you know, just work on their homework, or maybe they start their own business already that I'm aware of some, and I do not even aware of some. So that's great. Because, you know, this is a new environment from, you know, apart from the school. This is the real extracurricular activities that you don't even need to force it. It's available to you and the student knows it. So I think these are the two main differences that I see, which is great, I think.
Great, thank you. And as time comes close, we will wrap up with one final question for everyone. You know, you all, some of you already have children, and some of you will have children in the future. So this question is to think about, you know, what is your ideal education that you would want your children to go through? Maybe describe one or two aspects that you feel would be most important or most beneficial that you would want to have in your children's education? And we'll just start with Korwad and go down the line.
Okay, I think in terms of early school, I would like if I had children, I would like them to have exactly what I had. And honestly, I think my elementary and middle school years were some of the most useful and the best for me. I went to the British International School in Bangkok, and what was amazing was the diversity of classes and things that we learned. And this is actually very much what I learned when I was 8 and 9 years old, and 10 years old was really what defined my career. So I started a tech company because in 2000 and I don't even know 2003 or 2004 at my school, I had a course on Photoshop, I had a course on HTML coding, on design, on design work, and many others. Actually, I came out 10 years old from this school, able to build websites. Which is something that even in high school we didn't really learn, right? And this was in 2003, 2002, and it was so far-sighted of them. And if it wasn't for that, I wouldn't have got into been inspired or got into the industry, into a tech industry, very different from what my family has been doing, right? And so I think that and it was that opportunity to get to try so many different things, and also in every field. We had everything from kayaking. We had kayaking classes. We had classes where we made chips when we were 10. Like, it was an amazing experience. And so I think that diversity is something that and the opportunity to try so many different classes is something that I would like for my kids. And it was and hopefully at the same school, I hope.
This is a great question. So I am a mum. I have a almost 10-year-old daughter, and she is the boss and CEO of my house. So yes, she makes sure that I'm always on track. I guess what it is, I hope for her, and actually I hope for my grandbabies. I would love to be a grandmother one day, but what I hope for, for her and my grandchildren, is that when their time comes, that Māori knowledge, that Indigenous knowledge for them is recognised and just as important as all the other knowledges that are out there. I think first and foremost, that is something that I hope for her, that wherever she goes, whatever career she chooses, whether she chooses to go to university or not, whether she chooses to create her own business or work for somebody else, that she is proud to be Māori wherever it is she goes. And I think for me, in terms of what that looks like as well for her, is I've been privileged enough to have been taught, I guess, some of our traditional Māori knowledge, and I'll share one in particular, and it's called the roimata. Now, roimata translated, I guess in English, is the teardrop. And this, I guess, curriculum that I've been gifted and taught, and we actually teach it as well, is that the teardrop, the roimata, is the most precious gift that you can give and the most precious gift that you can receive. And we are taught that upon conception, your ancestors gift you a roimata, and inside that is all the knowledge you need to fulfill on your purpose in life. And I guess one of the things that I hope for my daughter is that she is in spaces that allow that to thrive. And so one of the things that we are told and we are taught is through the roimata, through the teardrop, is that you are awesome, you were already awesome, and you already know that. And so for me, I think about what would education and what would the world look like if we were to teach education from the view of being that kind of awesome. So yeah, I guess a challenge for myself and a challenge for everybody in the room, is what could that look like? And I hope that's the future that my daughter gets to live into. So, thank you.
I think beyond the curriculum, definitely that diversity in curriculum for my children, because I've got also a 10-year-old daughter and a 6-year-old son. That the other thing for me is really emotional intelligence. And that emotional intelligence, not necessarily being taught, but something that they learn from those around them, from the teachers around them, to drive confidence. Number one, confidence in themselves, to be able to try things, to be able to fail, that ability to be able to fail and still have that confidence to understand that, to be able to go deep on that, to be confident to lead their lives, to follow their dreams, and to pick something and to be able to move forward and be confident in that, and that emotional intelligence to be able to work with people. I think that's probably the really important piece for me.
And like for education, like for my daughter, actually, like I would like, like there's a theory named FCB grade that explains how the product actually delivery to the consumers and how the consumers get convinced to purchase the product. But that model, actually, I feel that's quite resonate to the learning curve. So it has 3 different stages: feel, learn, and do. So after you get a feeling towards one stuff, and then you learn why it happened in that way, and then you do it by yourself. So like for my daughters, like a learning curve, like I would actually suggest to her to try as many different topics as she could until she actually get to the high school. So the first 15 years of her life, I wish she can enjoy it as many different topics as she could. Why? Because my background, my academic background, I was growing up in China. And back to a decade ago, 2 decades ago, like that time, the education system in China is quite different from nowadays. We don't get a chance to pick any classes we like back then. And because of that, for the first time, I went to the US. The only 2 major I know is business and math. That's pathetic, actually. And when I was young, I can build nearly 300 small 1 to 18 car models by myself. And if I know there's a major named architect or a major named engineering, then I could be possibly from my undergrad, I went to that school and become an engineer or architect. Because I don't know, I never tried. So if I can get in touch with all the different topics as early as I could, then I would find a direction that I am really into that. And I think that's where education is most important, because for everyone, for your kids, you want education actually foster him or her ability to live on their own. And education actually will help them learn and survive in the real world. But the only case, if they like the topic. If they don't like it, they're gonna be struggle after 10 years, after 20 years. So try as many things as she could and find the thing she really loved. That's the most important lesson I learned. And I really wish she could do that.
Hey, I just want to answer it a little bit differently because you asked about the ideal, education system. So for the record, I don't have kids yet, but when I imagine that I have kids and which school would I put him or her to, I think hard. I spend some time, some good times thinking about, okay, let's put it in the school that I graduate from, something like that. And then I have a second thought, probably not, because it's not that good anymore. So when I have this kind of thinking, it's a real problem because it means that the good quality education is not made available to everyone. And even if that was the case, it can change, the landscape can change. So basically, it means that I think the education system, not only in Thailand, but the world, has to keep up with the world, the pace that it spins. And whenever that it can, give me a peace of mind when I select a school for my kids, I think that's ideal. I think that's really ideal. The thing is, when we talk on this stage, we are talking about maybe the education for a more privileged one, right? Did not even mention about those less opportunistic kids like in the farm or something. The best we can do right now, just give them a computer, and hopefully, I mean, they can use that to seek the knowledge, hope for the future, have a dream that one day they can accomplish. So I think the ideal education system is that we don't have to do that anymore. So how can we just make the awareness of the options in life made it available to every kids in the world? That is not easy at all. And I don't have answer for that. Sorry for that. But I don't have answer for that. But I really believe that the world is spinning toward more decentralization in everything. So Web3 is one thing, right? Education as well. So personalized education is one of the ways that I see. It spins out of this decentralization. But I mean, go back to your question. So if I have kids, like what kind of routes in the education system would I choose for him or her? I think that I would gauge hard, like what are made available to me at that point, and I would use every tool in my power just to do like you say. So put it in the hands of the kids, let them feel it, let them understand it, and then at the end, let them try or choose it. And I wish for the best for their future. But then I have to, take my hands off because life is in their hands. So I have no say in that further. So that's my answer.
Yeah, that's all very inspiring. So we are out of time, but any questions? We'll just take maybe one or two if there's any questions out there. Oh, we'll entertain maybe one question. Is there a microphone? Oh, coming.
Hi, I am a volunteer advisor to former Senator Prateep of the Doing Prateep Foundation. And one of the problems that we have seen in the community is, as some of you have noticed, the underprivileged children do not have the choice of choosing which school they can go to that has the great teachers. And as some people have said already today, if you miss, you get one chance in life. If you got that great teacher, that great school, and for the underprivileged, if they miss that one chance, it just, flashed for a moment, that's it, there goes your life. But on the stage, as you very kindly said, we're talking about schools that people of privilege have a choice. So what do you think? Anyone have any other solution other than give them a computer and hope for the best? Is there anything else you can do or society can do for the underprivileged kids to give them more chance, give them more choice?
Well, I might have a go at answering that one. So one of the things I think no answer, I guess that will solve everything. But I guess sharing with some of the work we do, I think one of the biggest things for us is, and has been spoken about already today, is about building interconnected and really strong ecosystem. So one of the things that we do in our programs is we have students, so we have our high school students, we have our tertiary students that come through our program, but in the program, we also as part of their journey, their family members are a part of it. So at the end, so actually in October, we had our final session for the year. And in that room, so it was a room probably as big as this, we had our students, we had alumni from our previous years, we had policymakers, we had business community, and we had their family. And for us, that is a deliberate way of connecting, and I guess utilizing relationships that we have to provide opportunities. Now, the kids that we work with with some low decile skills and some high decile skills. But our hope is that they become connected to an ecosystem from which they can connect others to. So we know that we will never have conversations with every single community, but we know that the people who come through our programs will be able to reach communities and speak to people that we can't. And so that's actually, I guess, the core fundamental purpose of our program, which is called Ngā Hononga a Kiwa. And hononga in Māori, or in English, is connections and relationships. And Kiwa refers to one of our ancestors who traveled the Asia Pacific. And so for us, it's recognizing the importance of relationships, but also too noting that those relationships are not new. It's about reconnecting relationships that already exist. And so through hononga, we look at hononga of whakapapa, which is your identity, hononga taututu, and taututu refers to reciprocity. And we also look at hononga maurua, which is enduring, lifelong, intergenerational relationships. I don't know if that will work for everyone, but it's something that works for us. And it is, I guess the tools that you have with technology do aid and help, I guess, our future generations. But I think the biggest thing for us has been around those relationships and connecting the ecosystem together. So our kids, our 13-year-old kids, presented last month to the policymakers and told them what they want their education to look like. And we gave them a voice, we gave them a space. And I think the more that that's done, even with our underprivileged kids, I think the better off we all are. So hopefully that answered your question.
Maybe I can just add very briefly. I think because we're part of a program, our company, I think it's just a very a way in which private sector can give back to rural communities and education. So I don't know, maybe it was mentioned earlier today, but we are part of the program, but also most of CP Group's companies are also part of the program called Connects ED. And basically it's a government partnership program that works with about 12,000 schools in Thailand. And the way it works is that each company actually will send some of their top performing managers to be a school partner, and the school partner will actually travel to this. These are 12,000 very rural schools, and the school partners actually travel out to those schools and actually work with the headmasters to review the curriculum, share some knowledge from let's say from the capital all the way to the rural parts, right? And then actually look at what the needs are and do a kind of a review of those rural schools. And then actually the corporate that sponsors, I think in Thai, I think we have about maybe like 20 or 30 corporates that are part of the program, a very large corporate. So most of many of Thailand's largest companies, all part of the program. Many of the companies sponsor 1,000+ schools, and they actually then follow up by donating and sending both their teams. So I think it's a really interesting strategy in which the country has actually allowed the private sector to give back in a pretty scalable way. Yeah, and I think it's really important because we're talking about top managers from private sector that are very in touch with new trends and technologies, and going out there to a very rural part and actually bringing that knowledge and sharing that with the teachers and working with the local community. I think that's the thing that. Yeah, thank you.
Do they have involvement with any of the Bangkok areas?
I think a lot of the schools are in Bangkok, but there's a large focus on the rural communities. I think it's about 12,000 out of there's about 30,000 public schools in the country. Yeah, about 12,000 out of that are part of the program, but maybe it expanded now. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if it's expanded already. But a small company like us only sponsors. We're just a small one, but the larger companies will have 1,000+ schools.
Great, thank you. Really honored to moderate this panel. I think today we've had a lot of great ideas and even good questions. Everyone's from different backgrounds, successful entrepreneurs, educators, executives. But I think we're all lifelong learners here, learning in and outside of school. So I think everyone's experiences as students, as their identity now has inspired everyone here. And yeah, thank you. And we'll wrap up this panel. Thank you for listening. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for hosting the panel, and thank you all the panelists for joining us. Exactly, equality in education benefits not only just individuals, but all of us together. And thank you so much, everyone, again, for coming to the Forum for World Education for the first day. And tomorrow we also have very exciting panels and sessions that are going on. Not only already like very good case reports, but also young entrepreneurs as well.
That's right.
Exactly. And tonight we also have an 8 o'clock online virtual session that is going on. And you want to?
So yes, we have a special announcements to everyone here because we are actually flying the world-renowned musicians to perform a jazz performance tomorrow night with our dinner time at the courtyard. So I believe everyone who enjoys arts, who enjoys music and internationally, please stay with us until tomorrow night. It's going to be bravo. It's going to be marvelous. Okay. For the jazz show, special announcement. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. We still have a last session left as you heard, but I believe that many of you are hungry now. So we will have a dinner at dining hall first, and then we will come back at the auditorium at 20. And don't be late, because if not, we will end up really late tonight.
Exactly. So please be on time. And there are big names there having voices and messages that are sharing with us regarding the future for education. And thank you again for joining us. Please enjoy your dinner.
See you at 8 p.m.
See you at 8 p.m.
issue follow. Hi there.
Hi, everybody.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, Dwight. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Likewise.
Hey, Sam.
Oh, hi.
Hi, Dwight.
Hello.
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 Hi,
Hello.
Sam. Hi, Dwight.
Hello.
Steve. Hello,
Hi,
Dwight.
Steve.
Okay, I see all of you now.
Nice. Hi, Sam.
Yes.
Oh my God.
Am I looking at the Market Street Bridge, Sam, behind you?
That is Chestnut Street.
Chestnut Street. Oh, all right.
Recently renovated.
Oh, okay. So you Penn, right? I mean the Penn.
Yes.
Philadelphia. Okay.
Philadelphia. That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
Okay. Oh wow. How's the weather there?
Beginning to feel like winter, cold weather.
Okay. Same as Beijing here.
I wish I was in Thailand right now.
Right. Exactly. Yeah.
Hello. Sorry to interrupt a little bit, Steve, but before you start your panel, I'm gonna introduce you and the panel briefly. Would you mind?
No, that's fine.
All right. So we are going to start right on 8 o'clock. Is that the time?
Just 1 minute left.
In about
1 minute. Start.
潘老师好。
哎，好。
你好，你好。
Oh, can you see us? Yes.
Okay. Yes.
Okay.
Hi. So our audience are coming back. They are returning. And are we going to start, Bang?
Oh, yes. And now we have a live at the last but not least session. It will be virtual simultaneous evening session with a business and young business leaders. And we have a great live talent lineup for this session.
Yes, correct. And our moderator for this session will be Mr. Stephen Golding, who will joining us virtually with his all panel guests. Mr. Golding is the FWE Board of Director. He has over 35 years experiences in higher education financial affairs, investment management, strategic resource planning, and government. Currently, he serves as the senior advisor to the president of Ohio University. Please welcome, Steve. It's your panel now.
Thank you. And I first of all, let me begin by saying good evening to all the panelists. I trust your day has been a productive one, and I know it has been long. And so as a panel, we are going to try to be mindful of your time and to present our information in a way that keeps you on track for a ending time of about 9 o'clock this evening. We're going to begin with a brief video from Mayor Michael Bloomberg. And then Jonathan Schur, who is Mayor Bloomberg's educational advisor, but also CEO of American Archives, will provide a few comments as a follow-up to that. We then have Dr. David Pan, Dean of the Schwartzman College at Tsinghua University, who will talk about Mr. Schwartzman's vision and what has been accomplished at Tsinghua University. And then we will ask Mr. Samuel Lundquist, Vice Dean of External Affairs at the Wharton School, to talk about how they have been thinking about their curriculum and how it may meet the needs of students and future business leaders. And we will finalize our conversation with you tonight with Mr. Dwight Merriman, who is the founder and chairman of MongoDB. The purpose of this panel is really to talk about how educational institutions and systems can prepare students for the future economy and to think creatively about what are the opportunities to enhance or expand opportunities for students so that they can achieve economic and social mobility. And we are very pleased to be able to assemble this panel who has thought much about many of these issues, and hopefully will provide you with some interesting thoughts as you go through the rest of the conference. With that, if we could ask for the Mayor Bloomberg's video to start our panel.
Education holds the key to so many of the major challenges we face. Want to reduce poverty? Education. Want to reduce crime? Education. Want to reduce homelessness? Education. Want to reduce income inequality? Education. And the list goes on. But for far too long, zip code and skin color have determined a child's education. That is wrong, tragically wrong. And I believe fixing it must be our top priority for our country and for our next president. Because kids in Harlem and Detroit and Memphis are every bit as equal to kids in Beverly Hills and Grosse Pointe and Scarsdale. And they deserve schools and teachers that are every bit as good. The sad fact is that the schools doing the worst job preparing students for success are generally in African American and Latino neighborhoods. Everyone knows that. And I've seen it as a mayor, I've seen it as a university chairman, and I've seen it as an employer. Now, I'm lucky enough to own a company that has some 20,000 employees. And I can just tell you that one of the biggest challenges facing companies like mine is finding people with the skills we need to fill positions. Nationwide, there are some 700,000 job openings in technology that employers can't fill. And in other industries, there are millions of open jobs of all types. In fact, there are more open jobs in America than there are people on unemployment. Just think about that. We have the jobs, but too many of our kids are getting diplomas that are virtually meaningless in the real world instead of the skills employers need. Shame on us. Our schools are not preparing students for the tests that they will face in the job market. And the tests that they are taking in school often set the bar far too low. Now, I know testing these days isn't popular. But if we shield our children from taking tests that measure essential skills, three bad things happen. Number one, teachers can't possibly know if students are on track. Number two, parents don't know if they're falling behind. And number three, students don't acquire the kind of knowledge and discipline and experience they will need to pass tests in the real world. And if they don't pass tests in the real world, they don't get the job. That is the hard truth. And every business leader will tell you that, but too many politicians are afraid to say it. One of the main reasons I first decided to run for mayor back in 2001 was that I was tired of hearing the excuses for why New York City schools performed so badly. And over my 12 years in office, I can't say that we accomplished everything we wanted to, but we took a system that was riddled with dropout factories and we turned it upside down. We closed schools that had been failing mostly minority communities for decades, and we opened 650 new schools in their place that outperformed the old schools by wide margins. Hazel, thank you. We also lengthened the school day. We increased advanced placement courses. We reformed teacher tenure, and we created progress reports for every school so parents and principals and teachers can all be held accountable. In the end, we cut the achievement gap between
I'm here.
Bloomberg's wonderful comments in that video, the Bloomberg Philanthropies strategy and education, what Mike Bloomberg Philanthropies are doing, and a little bit building on what he did as mayor of New York. And three, I'll just close with more questions than answers, but a few questions that, at least in the US, are questions that we've not fully answered, and would be interested in, pushing you all to think about how you would answer them. And if we don't have time in this forum, I'd love to learn from you in future conversations, because there's some knotty questions that I don't think we've got answers to that I'd like to put out there. So with that, I think we've got Steve and the other panelists back, but unless Steve, you want to say any other words as moderator.
No, you've done a great job. Just keep on going, John.
Great. So, okay, the nature of the challenge. The context I'm familiar with is the United States, which I'll speak to while I'm learning from you all about the rest of the world. In the United States, we face the most rapidly changing economy in our history. And maybe the Industrial Revolution people could argue was as significant, maybe not, but there has never been a faster pace of change in the economy. And as Andreas Schleicher talked about earlier today, there's often been, and authors have written about, there's been a race in the US over the last 200 plus years between education and technology. And when we've done well, it's because we kind of caught up how we educate all of our people to be able to not only equip the economy with skilled workers, but give people access to fair opportunity. And now I'd say technology and the economy has been racing ahead, and education hasn't gotten worse. It's gotten a little better. We've made some progress, including in places like New York City, as well as individual schools that have shown that, in fact, kids from every background, low income, Black and Latino kids, rural kids, kids with special needs, all kids have the potential to learn. And there are examples of it. But at scale in the US, we've stayed relatively flat overall at a time when the economy has changed dramatically. So that's a second part of the context. Third is we have dramatically changing demography in the US. We have an increasingly an older population. We have an increasingly diverse population, with now the majority of public school kids in the country kids of color. And we have a situation where, in order to be competitive as a country, that we have actually kind of competitiveness needs are inextricably linked with our equity needs, which means we won't have enough talent to power the economy in the United States unless we actually put all our players in the playing field. Our low-income kids, our rural kids, Black and Latinx kids, and kids with special needs. And so there's the nice thing is there's a business-driven need for a greater pool of workers and a fairness and equity need for the same thing, which is how do we adapt our education system to this rapidly changing economy in a way that can, as Mayor Bloomberg said, change the situation where we've got right now more open jobs than unemployed adults in the country. And that's the nature of the challenge. In the US, we've got some examples and proof points. New York City made tremendous progress under Mayor Bloomberg's leadership. The country as a whole has made some progress for underserved groups. There have been some individual schools that have been tremendous, but as a country, the challenge for us has been, I would largely say, unmet of making this change and adaptation. That's kind of the backdrop on the challenge. And I won't repeat many things that have been said today, but when you're trying to raise the bar has changed. There's a new level of skill needed. You need to have a system that's agile, not static, and serve a diverse population that can be part of the solution, but needs to change in education in order to tap that. It is not an easy challenge. It's possible, but not easy. That's the context. Second thing I'll share is Mayor Bloomberg, after he left being mayor, started Bloomberg Philanthropies. And the organizers of this conference have asked if I could talk a bit about in the role that I've played advising him in Bloomberg Philanthropies, what Bloomberg Philanthropies has done building on what he did in New York City. And let me actually start briefly by talking about in one city, in one country. As mayor, Mayor Bloomberg said, this is going to be my number one priority as mayor. We're going to make improved education, especially for kids in need, top priority as mayor. The school system, when he took it over, was not governed by the mayor. It was governed by a school board. And he successfully championed that effort that the mayor took responsibility to govern the school system. And he put in place a system in partnership with the teachers union, Randy Weingarten, who's now the head of the National American Federation of Teachers, an agenda of high standards, much higher expectations, as Andreas Schlager talked about, a big focus on professionalizing and paying teachers more, 43% increase in teacher pay. Third, a big focus on data-driven continuous improvement. And fourth, the creation of hundreds of new schools where you give the opportunity for educators to come together with authority and come out, design new schools, new small schools that can help address the needs of kids in different ways. And the system over the course of over a decade made significant strides in closing achievement gaps, improving graduation rates, still not perfect, but made some real progress. As philanthropist, Mayor Bloomberg has tried to have his philanthropy support efforts that build on those lessons. There are now 3 areas of focus in the philanthropy. One is a K-12 public school system support program, which looks at cities around the United States that are following that model for higher expectations, greater funding investment in equity, professionalizing teaching, giving the opportunity for more parental choice and more educator empowerment, and has backed cities around the country that are trying to follow that model. He's also backed in the United States the expansion of high quality charter schools. He really sees that in the United States, charter schools, autonomous public schools where educators have more decision-making over what happens at the school level, has given funding to help try to create kind of an research and development arm of education in the United States to kind of create models and examples of what is possible that can inform what public education does more generally. Secondly, he's focused on not just K-12, but what comes after. And that begins in high school. And he's focused, secondly, on looking at creating more pathways for a greater and a more diverse student population to go into and through strong colleges. Created a program called the College Point program, Matriculate, to provide high quality college advising for low income students who could go into strong colleges. And he's created an initiative called the American Talent Initiative, which has gotten a set of colleges in the United States to make significant commitments to improve the percentage of low-income students who come to and through those colleges. But even for all that focus on college, we only have 1/3 of our students in the United States who get a four-year college degree. And so Bloomberg Philanthropies, under Mike Bloomberg's leadership, said, you know what, for students who may not at least initially get a degree, we need to support pathways of programs linked to good jobs that don't necessarily involve a four-year degree at the beginning, and has supported partnerships between employers and school systems to create pathways to good jobs in healthcare and technology and the trades that might wind up have a student getting a degree over time, but don't start that way. And that's been a real significant change that's been pioneered by a number of cities in the US, including through high quality apprenticeships and internships and career pathways programs. The key is to do that in a way that doesn't lower the bar, but to change and to kind of create flexibility and options and choices for students to pursue the pathway that makes the most sense for them. I would say the success of Bloomberg Philanthropies at this point is that it has created and supported a set of proof points in the United States for what's possible in these areas, improved K-12 in certain cities, improved access to college. He put a very big investment into Johns Hopkins University to make it possible for low-income students to come to Johns Hopkins, regardless of their family's wealth. Pockets of examples of employers working on things like apprenticeships, but it still hasn't scaled in the United States. I know there are people here from the United States who know the challenges as well as I do. The question is, how do we go to large scale? And I think we'll hear more from the rest of the panel about how we'd address that. But I'll just close by saying a couple three key questions I would just leave you all with, and that we are grappling with in the United States. One, how to take what really works to scale. Pockets of programs is good. How do you drive systems and have systems that really drive sustainable scale is question one. Two, how do you do this in a way that puts all of our players in the playing field and drives an equity agenda to really help even when you improve an education system, if you don't address low income and kids of color and rural kids, it's not going to succeed. How do you drive an equity agenda? And third is, how do you create an agility and a ability to change education that we've not seen kind of be present enough in American education? How do you actually look at changes in the economy, change day to day, week to week, month to month, year to year changes that employers are facing, and create an agile education system? And I'd say we are still working on those, and looking forward to learning from all of you as you are pioneering successes to bring some of those back to the US as we share some of our lessons learned with you. Thank you. Back to you, Steve.
Thank you, John. I'd like to now turn it over to David Pan, from the Dean of the Schwartzman School at Tsinghua University.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Dr. Dhanin, Chearavanont, and in Chinese, the Dr. Xie Guomin, and Dr. Chang Davis, and Ting Ting, and everyone. And so nice to see you here. And I'm in Beijing. I should go to the Thailand. So Beijing, you know, the so-called is frozen. The highest degree is below 0. And so that is look like our today's challenge. But if we fly to the Bangkok, Thailand, it's sunshine and warm weather, and that's our future. So that's our young kids there. So that's why. So we stay here because we're too old. And that's our future. And we are talking about the future and education. Absolutely, that's important. Like Mr. Bloomberg just mentioned this. Everything is education. Okay, so let me just briefly introduce the Schwarzman College. The Schwarzman College is founded is 2013 in April. So almost 10 years. Before that is Tsinghua. Is 2011 is Tsinghua 100 years anniversary, and Tsinghua wants to say, okay, what's the next 100 years? Tsinghua, what will do? And that time we try to get some ideas, and Steve Schwarzman still is the board member of School of Economics and Management, is a business school of Tsinghua, and we went to Steve's home 2010. and we discuss what's next, and we want to get some student exchange program. And Steve Schwarzman said, okay, probably we can do some bigger things, aim high. And and we discuss, and then finally we funded this program. So, you know, in the 2010, the China GDP, in terms of GDP, China is #2. And so that time we say, oh, okay, there's China is no longer elective course. China, it will be whole curriculum. So hopefully we can have lots of international students come to China, come to Tsinghua, understand China, understand the world. So that's our original mission for the next generation. Understand China, understand the world. So we funded that program 2013, that time, and former President Barack Obama and President Xi Jinping sent the greeting letters. And the first cohort just happened last 2016. And President Obama and President Xi Jinping sent another greeting letters. So 2 presidents sent 2 letters in the one school. Never happened before. So that means that's so important. Important means for the young kids, for the young generation, they understand each other is so important. We built up, that's a platform. You know, this my background. My background is our forum, is a building, is our college. It's a college of the lobby, we call the forum. And we just got a town hall meeting 1 hour ago with our all 150 students. And the students coming, you can see the flags, the students coming from 34 countries in this cohort. And overall, we have 82 countries in the last 7 cohorts so far. So that's a global, very global and study platform for the young generation. So I know a lot of audience, you are the young professional and maybe the college students. Please pay attention to our college, and probably you can apply. And if you 1% possibility, you have to do 100%, make 100% effort. That's the leaders, right? So that's our program. And just briefly talking about that there's program. And also here a lot of professors and business leaders and Sam, Steve, and Dwight, and everyone, welcome. You come to Tsinghua, come to the college, and give our scholars lectures and teaching, and being our professors here. And so that's a very diversified group. Thank you so much. And so another thing is I want to see beyond that, the college, you know, today, 3 years, the pandemic, but I think it was eventually will open. And after we open, and China, you know, currently we still have like 490,000 international students. And in Tsinghua, we have 4,000 international students. And Tsinghua is the big, is 40,000. 10% is international students. It is not, cannot imagine that like 11 or 12 years ago. So we are growing, and both Tsinghua and China. But after we open, I think we're back to normal, and a lot of things to do together for the future, for our young generation. And thank you so much. I stop here, and I think this less than 10 minutes, and pass to the floor to Steve. Thank you so much.
Thank you, David. You remind us that in addition to the importance of developing skill sets and training programs that meet the needs of future businesses, you are also talking about the globalization that's taking place in the world economy, and the importance of being able to understand that part of the puzzle as well. So I'm sure there'll be some questions at the end of the panel about that, but that's a very important part of what the forum is trying to communicate in terms of this broader problem of preparing future generations for a different type of global economy. With that, let me turn it over to Sam Lundquist, who's the Associate Dean of the Wharton School of External Affairs, for his remarks. Sam?
Thanks, Steve. And what a great segue, because when I think about the Wharton School and the University of Pennsylvania, this is a very global institution. I always characterize the Wharton School as an international business school that just happens to be located in Philadelphia. But the reach of our programs really is quite worldwide. And it's a pleasure to join you this morning. I'm in Philadelphia on the University of Pennsylvania campus. And the thing that comes to my mind in terms of my opening remark is simply in agreement with Mayor Bloomberg that for us at a business school, we always think about achieving peace and prosperity around the world through education. It is our mission. And we have the advantage at Wharton of being so global and having alumni and students from all over the world that it enables us to actually address some of the pressing issues in society right now. In particular, when you think about all of the tension around the world as it relates to global geopolitics, I do agree with the mayor that the solution to these problems is through education. And we have programs that now are benefiting from the unfortunate situation that we all went through with the pandemic and the lockdown. But that challenge has turned out to be a real opportunity for all of us in education, because it allows us to think about the pedagogy or the methods by which we deliver our education. And no one liked to learn and teach online 100% of the time, but we did build a skill set that became really valuable and allowed us to question some of the assumptions we made about how we deliver education, and particularly how accessible we make it to others around the world who can't be in Philadelphia. So for us, an interesting outcome, to give you an example of that, is that next spring, we're launching a global cohort of students who will be from around the world, who will take about 75% of their curriculum or course material from the Wharton School online synchronously, meaning that these are not taped classes that people can watch in their own time zone, but actually they attend class online in a live format. And about 25% of the delivery of these classes will be done in person, either in Philadelphia or in another city around the world. So we're going to take Wharton and travel around the world to deliver this program. This is for the MBA program, by the way. So that's an innovation. The other innovation that I want to mention to you is what we call our lifelong learning program. When you think about the Wharton School and the University of Pennsylvania, you tend to think in the box of undergraduate programs and graduate programs. But our lifelong learning program is actually reaching back into high schools. We're offering business curriculum programs to high school teachers who want to bring the business program into the high school curriculum. And we continue to offer our business curriculum to our graduates of our program after they leave and they're in their career. So the Wharton School is no longer a undergraduate and graduate school. We're reaching back all the way to high school and all the way to end of career. And this is made possible because of the lessons of the pandemic and the lessons of online learning. So we're very excited about that. Finally, what I would want to report to you is, again, picking up on commentary from earlier in this panel, is that you will see subject matter in business schools going forward that you would not normally expect to find in a business school. People generally expect, appropriately, that they can learn finance and management and marketing and analytics in a business school curriculum. But this year, Wharton has introduced new curriculum in the very important topic of ESG, that is environment, social impact, and corporate governance, as a part of its curriculum within the business school offering, as well as what we call DEI in the United States, which is diversity, equity, and inclusion programs that really address the same things that you've been hearing about from our previous speakers. And that is, how do you create opportunity through equity and access to the kinds of programs that we offer educationally? But through the business and economics lens, it really is an investigation of how you can, for example, create equity and access to capital so that people who are starting business have the opportunity to fund the initiatives that they're beginning and to raise capital to grow their businesses. So these are two examples of how the business school curriculum is changing in response to the condition in the world that we've been hearing about today. And I'll finish by simply saying, and it's a surprise to a lot of people, that you can actually attend the Wharton School now and major in ESG or DEI, which is a radical change from the way we thought about our education as recently as 5 years ago. So with that, I'll hand it back to you, Steve. We'll look forward to our discussion following.
Thank you, Sam. While you were talking, you reminded me of a statistic I read a couple of years ago that for a child graduating from high school in the United States, they were going to have 11.4 jobs over their professional career, and 50% of those jobs did not exist today. And so how do schools and educational platforms evolve to reflect those changes that are taking place? And clearly, Wharton is thinking about this on a real-time basis. It does obviously set up a continuous reimagination loop, I'm sure, for leadership of schools like the Wharton School. Thank you, and actually the Schwartzman School too. Thank you very much. And let me now turn over to Dwight Merriman. Dwight.
Hi, everyone. Glad to be here. That's nice to talk with everyone. I was thinking about the conference, and I was just thinking about when I was in school way back, for example, high school in the early 80s, let's say. I remember coming home or being home after school, and, maybe the evening news is on TV. And of course, this is in the US, it's where I grew up. So the story is in that area. But, a big topic in the news back then was the quality of education in America, or the lack thereof, and particularly in, primary, secondary school. It was a big topic. It seemed to be in the news a lot. It seemed like there was a lot of tension back then, but it feels like, though, all of a sudden, we're 35, 40 years later, it hasn't changed that much. So that's not ideal and unfortunate. So qualitatively, when I look around, so it's great we're talking about these things and how can this stuff be better. And obviously, as Michael Bloomberg talked about, just operational excellence is very important, and just all the classic ways we do education. But one thing that's really on my mind is, we do have something new we can apply to education these days, which has been touched on a little bit, which is technology, right? So technology is creating new needs for us in education, but I don't feel like we're leveraging it enough to solve fundamental problems of education as much as we can. So we have a lot of, what are the new technologies we have that we can use? Well, we have the internet, smartphones, and soon AI. So my opinion is we could really, a big effort to leverage these more highly could make a big difference. And it's something that is possible now that we couldn't do 30 years ago, right? It just didn't exist. So, but it feels like these advances in technology, they're getting applied more quickly to other sectors, whether it's business or even entertainment or social and things like that, rather than education. So I'm kind of surprised there hasn't been more with tech and online ed to date than has happened. Sam talked a bit about some things going on at Wharton, which is great to hear. But I'm kind of surprised there isn't just 10x or 50x more students doing online for college, let's say, completely. I think that's possible. It requires some work. Like, I don't think we have the tools off the shelf right now, but I think that could be a big goal. And kind of going back to, John was talking about scale and equity. This is definitely a way to get scale, right? If you can automate some of this stuff with online education, with technology, you can really scale it. The marginal costs are super low. And additionally, it helps with equity, which John mentioned, right? It doesn't matter where I'm at, I can get to it. And especially in certain countries, just the opportunities for good education may not be there. But if I can get on the internet, maybe I can go to Wharton, or I can get educated from whatever the school is using these technologies. So I don't feel like we've, like as a society, made the mindset shift from sort of local to virtual on education. We're doing things, but we haven't like flipped the giant lever where it's like, okay, half of all education is online. Like, we're not doing that right now. It's possible, right? So I think there's a need for a change in our mentality. And obviously there's a lot of hard questions that then come up, like about how to make that work well, and like how to, are we going to miss social aspects or not, and so forth. And then do you have the right tools for it? And I think we need some new tools, but they can be built now. We basically need Zoom or something better than Zoom, but you can think of a Zoom for education, but on a whole different scale and level, right? So where we can make the experience really immersive and good, and not like Zoom, which is okay. But I think that can be done, but obviously there's a lot of companies building things, that's software in this space, but I don't feel like it's kind of all came together yet. And it's a huge opportunity in terms of the ability to educate people, especially if they're in a tough geography, or they can't afford it. I think this could solve many of these problems, and we should have a mix. I think the other thing with online ed is it's not an all or nothing thing. We can also do hybrids, which is kind of, I think, a good way to get started. Which where maybe at my high school, I'm at a brick and mortar high school taking classes, traditional model. But my school is, it's rural or something, the small school, we don't have all these specialized classes, but maybe I can take online classes if I want to take some AP class or something like that. That's, maybe the school just doesn't have enough students for these more niche subjects, electives, things like that to make sense. Or maybe there's a class that's it's the same subject matter, but it's been tailored to some special need. Right. Whatever that you'd imagine any class, just, you could do half a dozen versions for different groups, which makes it easier for them. So these are all things we can do today. And obviously there's a bit happening, but it seems like we should be doing at least 10x what we're doing already. And this involves, both private sector, but also government, and pushing these things, and things like, and organizations like universities, if can they push for it, and also just research on how to do it well. Like, is the research happening? Is that research being funded? How to apply technology to education? Because especially as you move down from, say, university to primary school, the problem gets harder. It's easier to teach a Wharton class online than to teach a third grader, right? It gets a little more tricky then. So I think there's a lot of potential, huge potential, but also we really need to it's not, I don't feel like this is correctly prioritized like by society right now, by all of these groups, that I mentioned. So that's sort of present tense. Some thoughts on technology. There's sort of like in the future. We could think maybe sort of near-term future and medium to longer-term future. In the relatively near term, I think something that could be very powerful would be, tools for augmented learning that involve computers or technology. So, we're going to have smart eyeglasses soon, where the glasses, are kind of like can project on the lens things that you can read and can talk to you and can hear what's in the room. And of course, you could also do this with an iPad or something if it was like one generation better, maybe, instead of the glasses. You don't have to have the glasses, but they are coming. But you can imagine you're sitting in a class, but my phone or glasses or whatever, it's listening to the whole class, or watching the whole class even. And maybe I can ask it to clarify things for me, or it can pull up supplementary information, like even just like very simple things like, I don't know what that word means. Boom, it pops up, what Wikipedia, like one paragraph on it. Teacher's still talking. It's like, oh, okay, I get it. I'm back in the flow of the class again. So there's things like this, and you can imagine it at various levels of sophistication from, my example is fairly simple, to, something very advanced, seems more science fiction-y. And I think if we look out a bit further, I think AI is going to be a super powerful tool for education. And there really should be a lot of research being done right now on AI in education, its application in education. I mean, this is a perfect time. And in the last 18 months, we've seen this huge inflection in AI and its capabilities with things like GPT-3 and DALL-E and things like this, where, now you can, these language models, you can have a conversation with them and it makes sense and so forth and so on. So it's not going to be long before you can have a teacher that is an AI. And if you imagine hybrid models, even if the AI is not perfect, your in-person teacher can help you too. But, but if we have the AIs, they will be, they'll be much more economic than real people. So, if you think of like student-teacher classroom ratios, well, with an AI teacher, you're at 1-to-1, right? Because everyone can have their own tutor or teacher. And it could be, you could have a model where it's your tutor and still a traditional structure of class, or it could be just the whole class is just done by this computer teacher. And if 2 years ago, if you'd asked me about this, I would have said, this is quite a ways off, right? But it's really amazing what's happened in the last year or two with these language models and what is possible. So I think we're very close to having these capabilities, but somebody needs to build the systems then, right? So the systems being built right now are not the use cases in education per se. So I think it's time for some groups to go out there and build at least prototypes of these things now. And I think you'll be surprised how well they work. And these systems will work well with young kids, right? And they can absolutely tailor conversation of the teaching to whatever the capabilities level, et cetera, of the student in a very strong way. So this, I think, could have some very amazing and powerful yield, let's say. It's also interesting with the AI that we're finding that some things we weren't expecting with it, that the AIs are, it's turning out they're actually quite good at the touchy-feely stuff. And this is quite surprising. They're good at, perhaps it's mimicry, let's say yes, but they're very good at sounding like they're empathetic or having seeming like they have feelings, but that also means they would be good at things like giving encouragement, maybe and understanding as a student talks if they're frustrated. All of these things seem to be quite feasible fairly soon. And so that's pretty surprising. That was sort of something that's been emergent, if you will, with some of these AI systems, that they're really good at the soft stuff. It was kind of the opposite of like what we might have guessed 5 years ago. And that would fit really well with teaching. So I think these are things, obviously we still have to do a great job at all the classic modalities, if you will, but there's so much potential, and it's important that we grab it and we leverage it. Like going back to, the present tense, I don't even think we're leveraging just some of these basic like Zoom-like things as much as we could, imagining something kind of tailored for education, not just, pure simple Zoom or straight up Zoom, but something, more elaborate and sophisticated, and then longer term, even more. But we've got to step on the gas there and do something. It feels like the tech's moving faster in other use cases. So that's my thoughts for today. So thanks, everyone. Glad to be here.
Thank you, Dwight. I think the panel has actually presented an interesting spectrum of thinking around innovation in education and how education needs to respond to the changing workforce and the changing needs of students. And I hope there are attendees who might have a question or two for the panelists. So are there questions in the last few minutes that we have from any of the attendees that you'd like to ask one of the panelists?
Oh, hi. I'm from Thailand. Okay. I have some questions that seem to be interesting, especially from Duan. Okay. So I just wonder that how the world would be able to develop a kid who need to have soft skill. I think from the way that Duan talked, okay, soon AI may be our next teacher. And then what would happen at that time, especially that people in the digital industry, we lack of soft skill. We kind of like don't communicate that as much as like people in business school. So my question is, would that AI would be able to help us in terms of critical thinking or team working, those kind of thing? Yep, that's a short question.
Dwight, do you want to start, and then I'll open it up to the other panelists?
Yeah, I'll start. So thank you. Yeah, that's a very good question. So, I've talked a bit about AI and like, let's leverage it to make education much better than status quo. But there's a very adjacent question, which is, well, if I'm in school right now and AI gets better and more tasks are automated, and I'm going to be not retired 30 years from now yet, what should I learn that I can, be successful or have a job and so forth? What skills will be relevant in that future world, which is actually quite hard to imagine or predict 30 years from now at the moment. It's the acceleration of what's happening with this stuff. So I think that whoever's asking the question was on the right track. I mean, we need to teach people some fundamental things. So I think, critical thinking skills. I mean, that's always useful, no matter what the world is like then. Things like just informal logic. I think philosophy of science, things like that. I think it's important to teach people. It'll always be important to teach people sort of government/history. How to a good understanding of how government works and things like this. Is in if you look at some of the countries in the world that are poor, sometimes the problem is the government, right? So if everyone understands like what are all models of government and sort of some of the nuances around it, some of the history around it, I think if everyone in the entire country like has that baseline, then over time they can influence like what the government looks at, maybe be dissatisfied instead of satisfied if it's not what it should be. And then also things like just finance 101, personal finance. Everyone needs that, and I'm kind of surprised that we don't, at least not in all school systems. That's not just part of the common curriculum for, say, high school. So in addition, I mean, learning about computer science or technology is good too. But I would put that after all the other things we just talked about.
Thank you. Well, we only have a few more minutes, so I want to make sure that the attendees get to ask a question. So is there another question from one of the attendees?
Yes, I have one. Earlier, the suggestion was made of having an entirely online undergraduate experience. And obviously that's quite different from the one that I had and that I would think a lot of other people in the room had as well. So how to replace, obviously for short courses or content, I understand how the online experience would work very well, especially improving access, but how to replace, whether it's the relationship you develop with your roommate or with your people that are in an activity with you, or sort of the traditional part of the liberal arts college experience that we develop, and sort of how to replace that without an in-person component.
Sam, do you want to take that on a little bit?
Sure. Let me comment very quickly on, I don't think that the traditional university experience will be threatened by the opportunity to expand access to education with online teaching. We would never expect that to happen here at our university. What we do expect to happen is that the classroom will get flipped a little bit so that how we use the in-person experience is what will really change. So that if standard lectures can be delivered in a time and a medium that is convenient for a student to consume it, then they can come to class and use the class time in a much more impactful way of thinking about having learned the theory in a lecture, they can then apply it in practical case studies or business simulation programs in the classroom and have a more quality experience with the faculty. So that would be, the hybrid flipped classroom model that current terrestrial universities would continue to offer. But I think the online opportunity is, and that's already happening now in the United States. You can get an undergraduate degree fully online, and it's simply going to be driven by demand in the marketplace. What is available to students? What can they seek? What can they afford? And how can we best deliver that education to them in whatever works for them?
Steve, I'd love to jump in too, just if I could add to that on both questions. Great questions. I think, look, the context here is world's changed. The bar is much higher for what education people need to have in order to succeed, including deep critical thinking. This is not like humans are not going to be replaced. Technology is going to enable and complement human beings. Deeper critical thinking, relationship development, working in teams. This is the human kind of uniqueness is going to be powered by greater education, since automation technology is going to replace some of the lower level work. So the question is not, I don't think, AI is going to replace teachers, I think, but AI and technology could help teachers do more what human beings can be best at. The higher level, the pushing on critical thinking, the relationship development, technology can enable that. I don't think we're going to see online replace in-person education across the board in K-12 higher ed at all. I do think for people who are working adults, who right now need to be reskilled. I think online actually is a great opportunity to actually help people who got busy schedules working get that online. But traditional higher education, K-12, we're not going to lose, I think, the in-person for a long time. The relationships are set. But the question is, given the bar is how much higher, it's a both and. How can we leverage technology in a way that can enable the best teaching, the most relationship development, a sense of belonging where people are, leveraged by technology? And I just think on the soft skills question, we've got just two great opportunities here. One is closer business engagement and real earn and learn opportunities for students to really actually be learning in a real world context, developing relationships, trying out skills that can develop soft skills. We've got some great examples of that. And I think that the other way to develop soft skills is through real relationship development and teachers who are able to support students engaging and working with peers in different ways. So in some ways, the old fashioned notion of great teaching and more the new fashion of business with co-developing education with schools, I think can be a tool if technology can enable that, not replace it.
David, can I ask you?
Yeah, so just one minute edit. So there's an online study and the traditional study in the classroom, plus the practice that we call the field trip study, and also the deep dive. Give you an example. So if you understand the political system of China, you work with our mayor, not the Mayor Bloomberg, but Chinese mayor, and work 1 week from morning 8 o'clock to the 11 o'clock in the evening. In the Chinese governor, the mayor, governors, they're so busy. After they work 1 week, that's the credit class. After work 1 week, you know what's going on with the Chinese political system. We call it field trip study or the deep dive study practice. So online, traditional, and practice, practical study. So put together, I think it's the future. It's we cannot based on online. Online, the AI is absolutely helpful. It's a lot of things, and the traditional still have a blackboard still in our classroom, but practice is so important. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes our hour, and I want to be mindful of the timeframes that we promised to commit to. I'd like to thank all the panelists for their time and their participation today. John, Dwight, David, and Sam. And I wish you all, on behalf of the panel, those of us who are not there, a wonderful rest of the conference. And thank you for your participation. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Enjoy.
Thank you.
Bye.
Yeah, bye-bye. Thank
Bye.
you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All
See
right,
you
thank
in
you so
person
much,
soon.
Joe.
Bye-bye.
We're the only speaker that are physically with us tonight.
That's right.
By the way, I was asked one thing. I asked for advice before the panel. What's one thing I could say that'd be useful?
Yes.
And the one thing I was told that could be really useful is to remind people that there is wine and beer and opportunity for socializing and drinks in the lounge by the front desk for the next period of time. With that, we welcome back to the organizers.
Sounds a plan.
Great.
Well, shall we join Joe together for the lunch for some drinks, beers and wines?
Yes.
Okay, I think all of our panel has been ended
Today, right.
today, right? So just be as a reminding, we're gonna start tomorrow morning at
9:30 in the morning.
Great. And also one more time for the New York Jazz Band announcement. Please stay with us until tomorrow night.
That's right.
For the world's best New York jazz performance. All right. Thank you so much for waiting with us today, and you have a great night. Good night,
Good
everyone.
night, everyone. Yeah, let's go.
I'm amazed.